Midnight Moon. Written by Suzana Thompson. Narrated by Sarah Sampino. Chapter 1. When I left my house to go to the school carnival, I was myself, Clarissa Harris, a normal member of the high school senior class. Sure, I was dressed like a Hollywood version of a fortune teller, in a gypsy blouse and peasant skirt, with big hoop earrings hanging from my ears. I already had the long, dark hair and deep brown eyes, framed by mascara-enhanced lashes. My costume was part of my one-time-only performance as Madame Aurora. I was going to help raise money for the PTA by telling my customers what they wanted to hear. The giggling girls that entered my tent gave me my cues. Their questions told me the answers they were looking for, mostly love with a handsome man. It was just for fun and entertainment, but I played it up with mysterious pauses as I stared into my cheap crystal ball like I could really see the future. I was one of the few attractions afforded any privacy, and the tent muffled some of the noise being made by the excited teenagers playing carnival games outside. This added to the mystique of my act and helped attract customers, because the girls liked to ask their hopeful questions away from the judgmental eyes of their peers. They knew it was all pretend, but they still waited expectantly for me to tell them their thrilling futures. The downside was that I missed out on all the fun that was happening at the other booths. The only guys I saw were dragged into my tent by their girlfriends. Such was the case with Damien Stark, who entered with a bored expression, following his much more animated girlfriend, Blair Hadley. "Come in," I intoned, in a ridiculously hammy impersonation of a psychic. "You wish to know your future. Madame Aurora sees all." What more could this bitch want? I wondered. She already had popularity and better-than-average looks, and her boyfriend was the most gorgeous guy at school, possibly on the planet, according to some of his female classmates. Maybe she was worried about what would happen after her high school glory years came to an end. "They got a real gypsy!" she exclaimed in delight. "Oh, this will be fun!" "It's Clarissa Harris," Damien said, after a brief, dismissive glance at me. "Who?" Blair asked. "I'm in your English class, bitch," I felt like telling her. "She's in my trigonometry class," Damien informed her. Blair grimaced. "I hate math." "Sit." I gestured toward the chairs, eager to get this over with and be free of Blair's annoying presence. "I want to know if I'll make the squad in college," she said. "I'm cheer captain here." "Quiet, please," I shushed her. "Madame Aurora must concentrate." I made a show of staring into the crystal ball as I debated whether to tell her that she wouldn't make the squad and that she would end up getting fat. Then I worried that the airhead would take it seriously and develop an eating disorder. "Yes," I began dramatically. "I see you cheering. I see—" The sense of foreboding came out of nowhere. It was so strong that I couldn't even speak at first. My eyes lifted in horror to Blair's smiling face. "Death stalks you tonight," I warned. "Stay inside your house. Don't go out for anything." "What?" Blair squeaked. "The killing moon is a harbinger," I continued ominously. "What is this shit?" Damien demanded. "You!" I hissed, completing my transformation into a lunatic. "Stay away from me. I don't want you." He glowered at me. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Blair now looked suspicious rather than frightened. "Why is she saying that? Do you have something going with her? No wonder you knew her name." "No," he insisted. "I've never even talked to her before. She's fucking crazy." She immediately accepted his explanation and turned her distrust on me. "Are you after my boyfriend? Is that why you're trying to scare me?" I was still in the grip of my inexplicable fear. "Go home," I pleaded with desperate intensity. Don't let it get you." For a moment, she seemed to be swayed by my urgent plea. Then her expression hardened. "I'm not falling for your stupid tricks. You know that Corey's Halloween party is tonight. Now, let me tell you something about your future. Stay away from my boyfriend, or you'll be sorry." Damien, too, glared at me. His stunning green eyes were made even more striking by the dark rings around his irises. This rare feature was called a limbal ring. I had looked it up after becoming fascinated with him in 9th grade. Having long since gotten over my unrequited crush on him, I didn't know what had brought on my sudden attitude toward him. I was still irrationally wary of him. "Take her home right now," I said, "before it's too late." "Let's get out of here," he told Blair as he stood up. "Your fortune teller act sucks," he remarked to me before they left the tent. I sat there trying to think of what I should do. The horrible feeling of doom wouldn't go away, but I had nothing specific to go on. A couple of giggling girls entered the tent and were quickly disappointed by my announcement that I was closed. "But it's still early," one of them protested. "I'm sick," I stated, not really lying. My stomach was roiling with worry. Finally, I decided that I had just freaked myself out with my own imagination. Having acted in plays before, I knew how easy it was to get caught up in the character you were playing. I'd somehow taken my over-the-top performance of Madame Aurora even further by coming up with exaggerated predictions of doom and gloom. I took the money I had made and gave it to the person in charge of the carnival. She believed my story of suddenly taking ill and sent me home to rest and recuperate. Instead of stopping at the game booth where my best friend was working, I texted her. Taylor would see right through my story, and I didn't want to get into the details tonight. I wanted to go home and escape the weirdness, but I thought about it most of the night. Sleep was as elusive as my formerly untroubled disposition. I got up several times to stare pensively out of the window at the full moon, and went uneasily back to bed. I must have finally drifted off shortly before dawn. My cell phone woke me at noon. "Did you hear?" Taylor asked. "Oh my God, I can't believe it." I instantly came all the way awake as I registered the seriousness of her tone. "Hear what?" "Blair Hadley was killed last night." My world turned upside down, and it wouldn't right itself no matter how much I tried to go back to normal. Chapter 2. Damien didn't come back to school until the week following Blair's funeral. It was closed casket, because she had been extensively mauled by some kind of animal. Damien said it was a wolf, a big wolf. It bit him in the shoulder, and then went after Blair. He tried to save her, but it was relentless in its vicious attack. It happened right in front of her yard when he took her home after the party around 3 in the morning. Corey's Halloween party traditionally didn't start until 11 at night, so that all the guests would be gathered together to welcome in the midnight hour. I'd been to some of his previous parties, which were more about creepy fun than drinking and partying. My costume would have been perfect attire for this year's event, even though it wasn't actually Halloween. But I hadn't been in the mood to laugh about spooky thrills. Corey would have insisted on having a seance when he saw how I was dressed, since we always ended up messing around with the Ouija board. The predictions usually became quite dirty as hormonal teenagers slid the planchette toward the letters with wicked glee. Blair's screams at that late hour roused her parents from their sleep, and their next-door neighbor also hurried outside to investigate. The neighbor confirmed seeing what he thought was a large dog running into the Hadleys' backyard. His wife was too focused on Blair to have noticed anything else. She was already dead from her injuries at this point, and her poor mother had to be given a sedative after seeing the condition of her daughter's body. The police were baffled by the gruesome attack. A wolf sighting was practically unheard of in Ohio, especially in a populated area. Wolves tended to shy away from humans, so they were leaning more toward the theory that it was a vicious dog. People were afraid in the days following the brutal killing, but there were no more attacks. So many people attended the funeral that I didn't get more than a brief look at Damien. I noticed right away that there was something wrong with him once he returned to school. I mean, something more than being the witness to his girlfriend's violent death. His formerly indifferent gaze was now a feral stare. As I observed him, I saw that even his walk had changed. His confident stride had been replaced by an unhurried, languid grace. The people around him expressed their sympathy for his loss, and he accepted their condolences with automatic, simple responses. I heard a few girls comment that he was too upset to talk about it, but his demeanor seemed unnatural to me. He confirmed this assessment when he approached me in the hallway, as I was taking a restroom break during my second class of the day. I opened my mouth to tell him I was sorry about Blair, but the words froze in my throat as he moved closer to me and inhaled. "I knew that was you," he breathed, still invading my personal space. I stepped back with wary unease. "I'm sorry about Blair," I mumbled awkwardly. "You want me," he stated, in a suddenly rougher voice that made my pulse jump. My instinct was urging me to run, but I couldn't escape the snare of his intense green eyes. "What?" I asked in a weak, shaky voice. He stepped too close to me again. "I can smell your arousal." I backed away cautiously and remembered that we were at school. The drone of a teacher's voice from an open classroom down the hall gave me the courage to confront Damien about his inappropriate behavior. "What's wrong with you? Your girlfriend just died."
"Yes," he agreed. "You said she would."
"I was just making that up," I quickly explained. "It wasn't real."
"Her death seemed pretty real to me," he remarked, while his eyes remained focused on me more intently than I had ever dreamed during my innocent infatuation with him in freshman year.
"That was a terrible coincidence," I insisted, worried that he might tell people about my strange behavior the night Blair was killed.
"It doesn't matter now," he said. "We need to be alone, where no one will bother us. Let's go to my house."
I stared at him in shock, before getting angry at his insulting suggestion. "It's nice to know how much you loved your girlfriend," I noted in disgust.
"I didn't love Blair," he openly admitted. "I was only with her because she was a hot piece of ass."
I glared furiously at him for his insensitivity toward the dead. "Thanks for telling me your dating criteria, but I'm not going anywhere with you."
"You're not as hot as Blair was," he informed me, adding insult to injury. "But I want you more than I ever wanted her."
"Thanks," I said sarcastically. "You're lucky you're pretty, because you don't know shit about seducing girls."
"I don't need to seduce you," he declared. "You already want me."
I didn't bother denying his deluded claims. "I'm surprised you didn't hit on me at the funeral then, since you're so sure I want you."
"Your scent wasn't as strong at the funeral,"
he replied in complete seriousness. I snorted at the absurdity of his response. "A lot of girls in this school want you, so go sniff someone else."
"But none of them smell like you," he said.
I couldn't take any more of this insane conversation. "Excuse me, but I have to go pee." I remained aware of his presence behind me as I ran past him, and I had the crazy thought that he could pounce on me at any moment. My skin prickled in anticipation of feeling his hot breath on the back of my neck. Chapter 3. Damien apologized to me the very next morning. I was wary at first when I saw him standing in front of my locker, but he looked down at the ground as I approached.
"Hey,"
he said. "Hey," I answered cautiously. He stepped back to allow me to open my locker.
"So, yesterday was weird."
I glanced over at him to see him still avoiding looking directly at me. "Yeah, it was."
"Yeah, so, I'm sorry. I don't know why I said all those crazy things." He looked at me with a troubled expression on his face. It was natural to feel sympathy for him now that he was showing some sensitivity. "You've been through a lot." "That doesn't explain what I said yesterday," he told me in an agitated tone. I could clearly see how uncomfortable he was talking about it, and I didn't want to dwell on it either. "Forget it. Anyway," I continued, trying to lighten the mood, "I probably had on too much perfume." "You weren't wearing any perfume," he said. "You don't need it with your natural scent smelling so good." He stiffened and looked away from me again. "I mean, the soap you use smells really good. Anyway, sorry again about the weirdness." He loped away down the hall without waiting for a reply from me. I turned back toward my locker as I thought that most of the weirdness wasn't Damien's fault. Who knew what kind of psychological damage he'd suffered from the trauma he'd endured during the attack that ended his girlfriend's life? I remembered that the animal had attacked him too, so that must have been terrifying as well. And what about the weird things I had said to him and Blair that night? I also had no explanation for my strangely accurate predictions of danger. Nobody else seemed to know about that, and I wanted to keep it that way. Taylor hadn't questioned me very much about my early departure from the carnival because she was too preoccupied with what had happened to Blair. The entire situation was bizarre in the extreme, and I just wanted everything to go back to normal. And it almost did, except for Damien watching me. I couldn't see him in trigonometry because I sat in the front row in that class. His seat was near the back, completely out of my line of sight unless I turned around. I sat facing forward, but I was sure that I could feel his eyes on me. I'd never had this sensation before our odd conversation the day Damien returned to school, and I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination. He'd apologized after all, and he hadn't done anything since. We hadn't even spoken at all anymore as he settled back into his familiar popularity. Some girls were already trying to spark his interest in the guise of being there for him after the loss of his girlfriend. "You're shameless," a girl named Jennifer remarked to her friend in the restroom after she confessed that she made sure Damien got a good view of her cleavage the previous day. "He definitely looked," the buxom brunette bragged. "It was so worth it to get sent home to change, even though my mom gave me that whole speech about the image I present to the world. That top is so sexy without a bra. He was practically drooling." "God, Lisa, it's only been 2 weeks since Blair's funeral," Jennifer protested. "Waiting won't bring her back," Lisa replied pragmatically. "Kristen will get him if I waste time. I'll be pissed if he takes her to prom." "I thought you wanted to go with Corey," Jennifer said. "Not if I can have Damien Stark," Lisa told her. I left the restroom wondering if I should already be thinking about prom. Senior year seemed to have snuck up on me, and I didn't feel ready for high school to end. As much as I griped about school and homework, my routine was comfortably familiar. I knew that things couldn't stay the same forever, but I was in no rush for my life to change. I was used to the way my life was here, and I wasn't too keen on everything being different in college. Unlike most of my friends, I'd never even had a real boyfriend. It was funny how I'd only had fleeting vacation romances. My first kiss happened during a family vacation to Florida when I was 14. We kept in touch over Facebook for a while, but he lived far away, and my thoughts were more preoccupied with the friends I could hang out with every day. Our bond wasn't strong enough to sustain a long-distance friendship, and we didn't bother trying for very long. I had also started high school after that summer and met Damien Stark. Suddenly, I began to fantasize about romance, although I hadn't given it much thought before, not even after experiencing my first kiss. Damien naturally wasn't interested in kissing me when he had the most popular girls in our grade flirting with him. My crush on him lasted all through freshman year, and then the summer break freed me of my obsession with him. My second kiss happened during a cruise to the Caribbean. Alex was from Florida,
But I met him far from shore when we were out in deep ocean on what amounted to a floating city. The ship was huge and even had its own water park on board, along with several pools. I met Alex while standing in line for the water slide, and we spent the remainder of our time at the water park together. Before parting, we made plans to meet at the teen dance club that night. Some couples were kissing on the dance floor, but Alex and I didn't kiss until 2 days later. We were stargazing out on the deck after spending practically the whole day together at the pool, at the rock climbing wall, and at the arcade. Alex told me that I was the coolest girl he'd ever met, and then he kissed me. That lovely, sweet kiss led to a more passionate one that was my first French kiss. I went back to my cabin that night, wondering how I could continue to see Alex after the cruise ended. His younger sister ruined my hopes for a more long-lasting romance with him when she saw us steal a kiss beside the pool the next day. While Alex went to get something to drink, she hurried to inform me that he had a girlfriend back home. Alex confirmed it when I asked him about it later. "Yeah, but that's not a problem, is it? I know a girl as cool as you has to have a boyfriend back home." "Yeah," I lied, still wanting him to think I was cool. "I do." "But we're not home," Alex said. "Here, it's just us." Kissing him wasn't the same after that, although I didn't let on that anything was wrong. I didn't miss him while I was on island excursions with my parents, and I was relieved when the cruise was over. Alex didn't suggest that we stay in touch through Facebook, and neither did I. I started my second year of high school feeling much more cynical about romance than when I'd been daydreaming about Damien the previous year. Seeing him with his girlfriend made me wonder if he'd cheated on her during summer vacation. They broke up about a month after school started, and he seemed to have a new girlfriend in the blink of an eye. My crush on him hadn't survived the summer, so I no longer cared about who he was dating. Not until he walked into my tent with Blair at the carnival 2 years later. And now, he was silently watching me. I noticed his gaze as we passed in the hallway, and it triggered a memory from 10th grade. He'd gone through a phase that year during which he'd restlessly moved from one girlfriend to the next. All the attention he received from girls had made him a conceited jerk, in my opinion. Finding out that I shared a class with him would have thrilled me the previous year, but now, it only made me realize how stupid my interest in him had been. We had to read our poems aloud in English class, and I already hated public speaking enough without having to contend with Damien's presence in the classroom. The residual nervousness I still felt due to my former crush on him intensified when I saw him smirking at me. My poem was safe and tame, certainly not like the ones I'd written about Damien last year. It was on the innocent topic of snowflakes, and I tried to ignore his gaze as I clutched my paper by my side. We were supposed to recite our poems mostly from memory, and only glance at the written words when necessary. My brain had trained my eyes to search out Damien whenever I was at school, and he was now an unwanted distraction to me. I got to the part about catching snowflakes on my tongue, and Damien acted it out by opening his mouth and sticking his tongue out while his eyes remained fixed on me. My cheeks flamed while I stumbled over my words. He said. "Feels good on my tongue." "Other way around, baby," a girl remarked in a sultry tone. "Mr. Stark, Miss Collins," our teacher chided. "Silence, please. Show respect for other students." She was talking to the wrong people. They had no respect for anyone, since they were both afflicted with a superiority complex. The sad part was that their fellow students fed their egos by bestowing popularity on them. Damien had to play to his audience, even if it meant defying the teacher. "I can't help it if they melt on my tongue." He'd apparently become bored with his player role and settled down enough to date only one girl in 11th grade, and he'd still been with her at the start of senior year. Maybe they would have remained together until they graduated, if she hadn't been killed. "Snowflakes." I spun around to look at Damien's retreating form. As I watched, he slowed and halted in the middle of the hallway. Then he turned around and walked back toward me. "What?" he demanded impatiently. I was still staring at him. Why do you say that?
Say what?
Damien asked. What you just said, I replied, not wanting to sound ridiculous by repeating it.
I didn't say anything, he told me. Why? What did you think I said?
He seemed curious and keen to hear my answer. I had been certain that I'd heard him speak, but now I wasn't so sure. Nothing.
It had to be something for you to stop in your tracks, he insisted.
Why'd you stop? I questioned. He shrugged.
You stopped, so I stopped.
How do you know I stopped? I wondered. Your back was turned to me.
I heard you,
he said. Heard me, I repeated, as I looked around and noticed the annoyed expressions of the students who had to walk around us. What do you mean you heard me? I didn't call your name. He had a perplexed expression as he thought about it.
You were walking, and then you weren't.
His green eyes met my bewildered gaze.
Never mind,
he said brusquely, and turned to hurry away to class. I stood there contemplating what had just happened until the bell rang and snapped me out of it. Being late to class should have worried me, but I was now more worried about the continuing weirdness involving me and Damien. It wasn't as intense as before, but it didn't seem to be going away either. Chapter 4. Taylor and I were at the mall when I began to feel uneasy all of a sudden. We were randomly trying on clothes for fun. Most of them were outfits that we would never buy, but we wanted to see how we looked in them. What do you think? Taylor asked, as she modeled a pencil skirt and matching blazer that she had paired with a sheer top. Do I look like a sexy secretary? Imagine that I have a hot boss, and we're alone in his office. So, I unbutton my blazer, and he can't focus on business at all, so he grabs me and— He wouldn't touch you, I interrupted. He'd be too afraid you'd accuse him of sexual harassment. Taylor rolled her eyes. We're not talking about real life, and I don't even want to be a secretary. Use your imagination, Clarissa. Let's hear one of your fantasies. That was when the oddly disquieting feeling distracted me from our conversation. I looked around the fitting room like I expected to find an intruder. Don't be so paranoid, Taylor exclaimed. Who cares if someone hears your fantasy? Everyone has fantasies. Damien won't be able to control himself when he sees me in this, someone said upon entering the fitting room behind us. See what I mean? Taylor whispered. They'll never let you get away with wearing that to school, someone else declared. I know, but he's in my first period class. I just have to make sure he sees me before they make me go home and change. That's what Lisa did when she wore that skimpy top without a bra. Two can play that game. Taylor was smirking at me as she listened to this conversation, but I wanted to leave. She grabbed my arm and shook her head when I started to make a move for the door. Her expression was telling me to keep silent and eavesdrop on the two girls in the next room. That's even shorter than I thought. You won't even be able to sit down in it or your panties will show. Who says I'll be wearing panties? There was a tension-filled pause before the other girl spoke in answer to that provocative question. Are you sure this is the right plan, Kristen? I mean, you want more than a one-night stand with him, right? Trust me on this, Kristen replied. Sex is definitely the way to get Damien Stark. Lisa's figured out that much, but she's not what he needs. Okay, the other girl agreed uncertainly. I thought I should tell Kristen that the soap she used was more important than wearing a short skirt, but my anxiety was steadily increasing. Taylor's blue eyes were alight with amusement, but I couldn't share in the fun. She had picked up on my distress by the time the other girls left the fitting room. What's wrong? Taylor asked as she changed back into her jeans and t-shirt. Nothing, I said, lacking an explanation for why I was upset. She pulled her blonde hair out of her t-shirt and let it spill over her shoulders. Then she regarded me speculatively. Do you still like Damien?
No, I denied. That was a long time ago.
But maybe you still have feelings for him, she suggested. And they've been stirred up now that he's single.
I have no feelings for him, I insisted. Anyway, he's been acting really weird. She pounced on that statement immediately.
In what way? I haven't heard anything like that about him. What do you know?
I was becoming inexplicably agitated. We need to go. Taylor hurried after me as I strode out of the fitting room.
You didn't try on the stuff you picked out,
she complained. I'd left it behind on the hook, and I continued on my way out of the store and into the mall. I came to a sudden stop when I saw Damien standing in front of the fountain with 2 girls. Taylor snickered beside me.
She should have worn her skirt out of the store.
Who? I asked, with my attention still on Damien. He must have felt my stare, because he looked directly at me.
Kristen Chandler. That must have been her in the fitting room, and that's Lori Schuler with her. She's still one of us, but Kristen is moving up the ladder into popularity. Her personality has changed a lot since last year. She used to be kind of shy, but now she's confident enough to compete with the popular girls for what she wants. Lisa is right at the top, where Blair was.
My mind processed what Taylor was saying, even as Kristen turned to see what Damien was looking at. The way he was watching me was creeping me out, and I broke eye contact to turn in the opposite direction from him. I felt even more vulnerable with my back turned to him, but I kept walking toward the exit.
Where are you going?
Taylor questioned. I had a strong feeling that something was very wrong, but all I could say to Taylor was that we had to go.
We're parked on the other side of the mall, she reminded me.
Walking back through the mall would slow us down from escaping, and we might run into Damien. I stepped through the first set of doors and halted in dismay as I noticed the darkness behind the glass of the final set of doors.
It's night. Yeah, time goes fast when you're pretending to shop. We have to go back to the side where we parked,
Taylor explained again. My eyes darted around anxiously as we walked back through the mall, but I didn't see Damien anywhere. Taylor could barely keep up with me once we went outside to the parking lot. I rushed to the car and locked us inside in relief.
What's going on?
Taylor demanded. Wait until we get to your house, I urged, as I pulled cautiously out of the parking spot and drove tensely toward the street. When we arrived at her house, she invited me in. I looked up at the quarter moon in the sky before following her into the house. There was nothing else I could do now besides telling her the truth. Her eyes widened in astonishment as I related the strange premonition I'd had at the carnival.
Where do you get the crystal ball from?
Taylor asked. I bought it on Amazon, I said. Her blue eyes shone with excitement. Maybe it's magic. I hadn't considered that, and it still seemed preposterous. Yet what other explanation could there be? Maybe. What else did you see? Taylor questioned. I didn't see anything, I clarified. There were no visions. I just said all this crazy stuff, and I was scared, I added. Really, really scared. What about Damien? You said he's been acting weird, she remembered. I told her about the strange incident at school when he claimed to have heard me stop in the hallway, but I didn't mention the earlier one in which he'd said all that sexual stuff about me wanting him. She didn't know what to make of that. Taylor wanted to come over my house and try out the crystal ball for herself, but I convinced her to wait until tomorrow. I wasn't in the mood to deal with that tonight, so I went home by myself. Talking to her had made me feel better, though, because I was much calmer than I had been at the mall. It wasn't until I heard a car door slam shut as I was walking up my driveway that my nerves stretched taut again. Seeing Damien didn't worry me as much as it had earlier, and I stood my ground as I faced him. What are you doing here? I followed you from the mall, he admitted casually. I stared at him in the dim light. I was at Taylor's house for an hour. Yeah, I waited for you, he told me, seemingly unconcerned with confessing that he was stalking me. I didn't see you, I mused aloud. Because I parked down the street, he provided helpfully. I asked the obvious question. Why? He supplied an obvious answer. So you wouldn't see me. He smiled, making me realize that he was playing with me. Then he continued in a serious manner. You were already scared, and I didn't want to freak you out even more. There were a lot of questions that I wanted to ask, but I chose the one that interested me the most. Why did you follow me? I wanted to make sure you were okay, he answered simply. Why wouldn't I be okay? I was asking him as well as myself. You were scared, so I was worried that you might be in danger. Like Blair? It was a thought that I shouldn't have spoken aloud. That won't happen, he stated fiercely. I gazed searchingly at him for a moment, but I couldn't find the answers I sought. He was like a puzzle piece that didn't fit. Damien didn't belong in my life, and he didn't say anything as I walked away from him and went into the house. I didn't even bother checking to see if he was still there before going upstairs to my room. After undressing in the dark, I put on my nightgown and looked out the window. My breath caught in my throat when I saw someone standing in my backyard. I stared intently at him until I recognized that it was Damien. He seemed to be looking up at my window, but he couldn't possibly see me without the light on. Yet I couldn't move away from the window until my phone distracted me. Taylor was calling me, but I was still preoccupied with Damien as I answered the phone. Listen to this, she instructed me without returning my greeting. Wolves can hear as far as 6 miles away in the forest and 10 miles in the open. According to some naturalists, wolves' hearing is greater than that of dogs. Thanks for the zoology lesson, I remarked as I walked back toward my window. Damien was still there. What's up with you doing homework on a Friday night? Damien said that they were attacked by a wolf. I started thinking about that after you left, and I looked up information on wolves. This fits in with what you were telling me about him hearing you even though he was way down the hallway from you. It's fascinating stuff. Wolves' sense of smell is even stronger than their hearing. I gripped the phone tightly in my suddenly clammy hand as I wiped the other one on my nightgown. What does it say about smell? Hold on until I get to that part. She made ch-ch-ch sounds as she scrolled and exhaled when she found the relevant section. Okay, scent plays a very important role in the life of a wolf. A wolf's smell is up to 100,000 times greater than humans. By smell alone, wolves can locate prey, other pack members, or enemies. It can tell them if other wolves were in the territory, if they were male or female, and how recently they visited. Isn't that amazing? My mind was reeling from what was being implied here, but neither one of us was plainly stating our impossible suspicions. Taylor, use your imagination, Clarissa. He said he was attacked by a wolf, and now he's got this super hearing. That would make sense in an imaginary world, but this is real life, I said, trying to cling to reason. How else can you explain how he was able to hear you? Taylor asked. I don't know, but there has to be another explanation. Damien hadn't moved from his spot down in the yard, but now he suddenly took off running and disappeared from view. I had the crazy thought that he might have heard our conversation about him. Chapter 5. The crystal ball didn't work for Taylor, and she pouted in disappointment. It was easy for me to laugh at our ridiculous supernatural theories by the light of day. Should I ask for my money back? You try it, she urged. Maybe it only works for you. Why would it only work for me? I asked in amusement. I don't know, she exclaimed in frustration. Maybe it's attuned to your energy. I laughed out loud at that hokey statement, and she scowled at me in annoyance. Okay, I relented. I'll tell you your future. Fortunately, there was no scary prediction of danger this time. As I gazed at the harmless object, I couldn't resist having a little fun. You will meet a handsome stranger, I began with a smirk. You're not even trying, Taylor complained. You're the one who told me to use my imagination, I reminded her smugly. This is serious, Clarissa. You already predicted one death. What if there are more? That put an end to my frivolous attitude. I tried to focus on the crystal ball, but nothing happened. I think it's over, I told her with tenuous hope, whatever it was. What about Damien? Taylor questioned worriedly. I now regretted telling her about it, since I knew how she could obsess over things. I overreacted, I admitted. But he followed you home last night, she pressed. That's stalking. Me and my big mouth. Only if you don't like it, I joked. While we're on the subject of fantasies. She didn't smile in response to my grin. What if he turns into a wolf on the next full moon? Did you hear what you just said? I demanded. I know, she agreed. But after what happened to Blair? She shuddered at the thought. The police think it was a dog, I told her, even though I knew that convincing her was now a hopeless cause. She pulled out her phone. We have to check if it was a full moon the night she was killed. I remembered staring at it often that night. It was, I sighed. Oh my God, Taylor whispered, her blue eyes wide with shock, even though she was the one who came up with this theory. Just to be clear, I said, you think that Blair was killed by a werewolf? I quirked my eyebrow at her in challenge. It sounds crazy when you say it out loud, she conceded. That takes care of that argument, I said firmly. Now, what do you think about prom? Does everyone have a date, or can you just go without one? Someone will ask you to prom, she assured me automatically, although her mind obviously wasn't on that topic. It sounds crazy, she repeated. But when you put everything together, it sounds so ridiculous that you can't even say it out loud, I finished for her. Okay. She set her jaw stubbornly and spoke in a stronger tone of voice. There's one way to know for sure. If he doesn't turn into a wolf on the next full moon, then he's not a werewolf. How will we know that? I asked. It's not like we hang out with him after school, or even at school, I added. Well, start hanging out with him, she suggested. And how will I do that? I inquired dryly. She looked at me in exasperation. If he's following you home, then it shouldn't be so hard to get him to hang out with you. Then just make sure you're with him for the next full moon. She began to fiddle with her phone. I'll look up when it is. I didn't find this experiment as amusing as I should have. And what if he turns into a wolf? What do I do then? Well, she said thoughtfully, my dad has a gun. You want me to shoot Damien? I gasped in horror. If you could just wound him, then the police will do what? I cut in shrilly. Give him a rabies shot? I don't know, Taylor exclaimed helplessly. Maybe they could lock him up until they figure out what to do. I took a calming breath and tried to speak normally. First of all, I've never shot a gun in my life. Second, I'm pretty sure it's illegal without a permit. And third, I'm not going to shoot Damien. You're right, she acknowledged. It's too dangerous anyway. If he attacks you... She shivered and shook her head. Just stay away from him and lock yourself inside during the full moon. Thinking about that had brought up another question in my mind, but I didn't want to worry Taylor with it. You stay inside too, I suggested casually. She glanced sharply at me. Are you having another premonition? No, I assured her. It's just a precaution, in case that dog is still roaming around. I refused to think of it as a werewolf. She froze in startled realization. Oh my God, the other wolf. There's only one wolf, I snapped. If that's even what it is. It was probably a dog. As usual, Taylor ignored the voice of reason. Who do you think he is? It, I stressed to no avail. I think it is a dog. We need an expert, she declared. Someone who knows about this kind of stuff. Yeah, I agreed sarcastically. Like a veterinarian, Want me to look one up? She huffed at my attitude. Why are you ignoring everything that's happened? Reality, I answered. You know why there are no werewolf experts? Because werewolves aren't real. I know, she said. Then she looked at me with apprehension in her eyes. But what if they are? Then we'll have to get some silver bullets. I tried to joke, but it fell flat. Just let me know if you get another bad feeling, she pleaded. I will, I promised her. We went back to our normal routines, because what else could we do? Taylor came running up to me on Monday, right as I was going to enter my first period class. You were right, she exclaimed excitedly. The crystal ball still works for you. I glanced around nervously and pulled her down the hallway, away from other students. What are you talking about? A handsome stranger, she squealed. I met a handsome stranger. I was just messing around, I protested. Wait until you see him. He's all hot and gorgeous, she raved. He asked me where the office is, and I walked there with him. Who is he? I asked as the bell rang. I'm late. Taylor spun away and sprinted down the hall. I got to see this mystery guy for myself about 15 minutes later, when he walked into my class and handed the teacher a note. He had to be the one Taylor was talking about, because he looked like a perfect candidate for Hollywood with his blonde, blue-eyed good looks. He was tall and physically fit, too, and all the girls in the class instantly perked up with interest when he entered the classroom. We have a new student, the teacher announced. Hi, he smiled, showing off perfect teeth. I'm Bryce Mitchell. Hi, a few girls answered in unison. There was an empty desk at the front where no one wanted to sit, so the teacher gestured toward it when she told him to take a seat. He smiled in thanks and moved with lithe grace to claim it. Before sitting down, he unzipped his hoodie and took it off to reveal that he was wearing a blue t-shirt beneath it. Wow, the girl beside me breathed softly. I was just as riveted by the sight of him as she was, but for a different reason. He had a tattoo of a wolf on his right arm. It was drawn in the style of a dark shadow, and its head was lifted like it was about to howl. He caught me staring at it as he draped his hoodie over the back of the chair, and I quickly looked down at my desk. My eyes kept straying back to him constantly for the remainder of the class period. I was glad that he was facing away from me and couldn't see my scrutiny, and I stared at the floor as I walked toward the exit when class ended. Do you like wolves? I started at the sound of his voice beside me, having expected him to leave class before me since he was closer to the door. What happened to my spidey sense? I wondered wryly as I looked at Bryce. Cool tattoo, I told him. Thanks, but you didn't really answer the question. Do you like wolves? His beautiful blue eyes were regarding me intently. I hesitated before I answered. We had a wolf attack recently. A girl died. His expression darkened. Yeah, I heard about that. But it's an anomaly, because wolves hardly ever attack humans. It's usually the other way around. They were hunted almost to extinction in this country at one point. You seem to know a lot about wolves, I noted, trying to ignore my crazy suspicions about him. My mom is a wildlife biologist, so I guess she passed her interest in animals on to me. His smile was so open and warm that it was hard to believe he might be dangerous. I had to forget about Taylor's ridiculous werewolf theory. This is bullshit, someone snarled. It was that girl, Kristen, from the mall. She had on a skirt so short that it barely covered her private area, and I sincerely hoped that she was wearing panties. As if she wasn't disobeying the dress code enough, she had paired her black miniskirt with a midriff-bearing bright pink top. A teacher was glaring at her and holding a pink hoodie out to her. Put it back on until you get to the office. I'm too hot, Kristen whined and fanned herself with her hand. You said it, babe, a guy remarked as his eyes roamed over her body. Bryce stepped toward Kristen and held out his own hoodie to her. Put it on, he ordered with an edge to his voice. You're making a spectacle of yourself." His pleasant demeanor had morphed into a hard stare. Kristen's defiant anger seemed to have drained away, and she looked at him in confusion before meekly accepting the hoodie from him. It was so long on her that it hung down past her miniskirt. She stood in docile obedience as Bryce zipped the hoodie for her. The teacher and I were both watching them in astonishment. Then the teacher cleared his throat. "Go on to the office now, Kristen." She looked at Bryce as if asking for permission, and he nodded. After she turned her back to him and started to walk away, some of her ire seemed to return. "Damien isn't even here today," she muttered bitterly. "That was impressive," the teacher said to Bryce. "How do you get Kristen to listen to you? Even calling her parents doesn't work for me." Bryce shrugged. "Sometimes people are more receptive to advice from strangers than from people they know." The teacher gaped at him. "You're not one of her friends?" "This is my first day here," Bryce informed him. He turned toward me. "I don't even know your name yet." "I'm Clarissa Harris," I told him. "It's nice to meet you, Clarissa. I'm Bryce Mitchell." He was back to being polite and nice, but I was wondering about his aggressive attitude with Kristen. "You show strong leadership skills," the teacher commented. "Were you part of the student government in your previous school?" "I have to go," I said. "Maybe see you later if we have any more classes together." "See you, Clarissa."
Bryce had a smile that would melt hearts, but I wasn't sure what kind of guy he was. I didn't want to ruin Taylor's enthusiasm over him for no reason, but my instinct was urging caution. "I have 2 classes with him," she gushed happily over the phone. "Not only is he gorgeous, but he's so nice, too." "Yeah, I have a class with him, too." I was debating whether to tell her about his part in the scene with Kristen. "Did you see his tattoo?" "Oh, yeah," she confirmed. "I'm not usually into guys with tattoos, but he's sexy." "Taylor," I began. "But he's a gentleman. Did you hear that he gave Kristen Chandler his hoodie? Get this. She got in trouble for being dressed inappropriately, and Damien wasn't even here to see it. I love it." "Yeah, I saw him give it to her. We were talking after class when we saw the drama with Kristen," I explained. "Isn't that so sweet?" she exclaimed. "It was kind of—" "I'm coming," Taylor yelled. "Sorry, Clarissa. My mom's forcing me to help her make a cake for my dad before he gets home from work. Today's his birthday." "Okay. I guess I'll talk to you tomorrow. I've got lots of homework to do tonight." I was exhausted when I finally finished my homework at 10:30 that night, and I took a quick shower and brushed my teeth before crashing in my bed. Something woke me from a deep sleep, but there was only silence as I opened my eyes. My alarm clock read 1:54, so I had been asleep for only 2 hours. Instinct pulled me out of my comfortable bed and led me downstairs and outside into the moonlight. I should have been surprised to see Damien standing in my front yard, but I wasn't. "How long have you been here?" I asked.
"Since it got dark," he said. "I was sitting in my car for a while."
"Your parents let you stay out all night?" I questioned curiously.
"I made a stop at home and pretended to go to bed," he replied. "You fell asleep while I was gone."
I was aware of how odd this conversation was, but weird was becoming normal for us. "Don't you sleep at night anymore? Is that why you weren't at school today? Were you sleeping?"
"I had to deal with some stuff," he answered vaguely.
"Well, Kristen Chandler was really disappointed that you weren't there," I said, and proceeded to describe the outfit she had worn for his benefit. I had no idea why I was telling him that.
"She thinks I want a replacement for Blair," he remarked irritably.
"What do you want?" I asked. "Why are you here?" He regarded me silently for a moment.
"I don't know," he admitted. "It's like instinct."
Chapter 6. Damien's reaction to Bryce was anticlimactic for me. As much as I scoffed at Taylor's werewolf theories, some part of me must have believed them. She still didn't know that I suspected Bryce of being the one who attacked Blair and Damien. I had been waiting for Damien to sense that Bryce was the wolf who bit him, but he seemed unaffected by Bryce's presence. Maybe he couldn't recognize him in his human form, I thought, before realizing that I was becoming worse than Taylor. Bryce and I happened to meet up in the hallway on our way to class. He slowed his long stride to keep pace with me. "It's Clarissa, right?" "Yeah," I confirmed. "Hi, Bryce. Are you finding your way around okay?" "Yeah, no problem," he said. "I'm good with directions, but it takes me longer to remember names." "It's only your second day here. You're meeting so many new people that it's understandable if you can't remember everyone's names," I assured him. His friendly smile made it impossible for me not to smile back at him. My plan to keep my distance from him wasn't working. I'd wanted to be careful until I was sure that he wasn't dangerous, but here I was, socializing with him again. "Hey, Clarissa." Damien suddenly came up beside me and grabbed a hold of my arm. I was startled enough to stop walking and stare at him. It had been a while since I'd looked at him up close in the light, and I was struck by how gorgeous he was. His captivating green eyes were fixed so intently on me that I completely forgot about Bryce until he asked if I was okay. I glanced over at him to see a concerned expression on his face. Yeah, this is Damien." I turned my head back in his direction and introduced Bryce to him. Damien barely looked at him before returning his attention to me. "Yeah, hi," he said, without a hint of interest in Bryce. "Bryce is new here," I told him, trying to get a reaction out of him that would confirm my suspicions about Bryce. "Are you in our class?" Bryce asked. "No," I answered for Damien. "What are you doing here anyway?" I questioned him. His eyes were so intense and so completely focused on me. "I needed to see you." "Do you need help, Clarissa?" The concern in Bryce's voice made me realize that Damien still had a possessive hold on my arm. "I'm okay," I said, and smiled to reassure him. "I'll see you in class." "Okay. It was nice to meet you, Damien." Bryce walked away uncertainly after Damien failed to reply. "That was rude," I chided him. "Bryce doesn't have any friends here, and you could at least have been nice to him." "I don't care about him," Damien stated. "I just wanted to see you." "Because it's been such a long time since you've seen me," I noted dryly, but I was remarkably unconcerned by his stalking. "I can't see you when you're sleeping," he said. "I'm not there with you in your room." "Why don't you just move in with me?" I joked, still feeling indulgent of his behavior. "Your parents wouldn't let me," he replied. I couldn't tell if he was being serious, because he didn't crack a smile. The warning bell rang, but he didn't react to it. "You can let go of me now," I told him. He looked down at his hand on my arm, like he hadn't realized that he was still holding on to me, but then he pulled me closer to him. The unusual rings around his irises were even more striking so close up, as he gazed into my eyes. "I can smell you." "Not this again. Go find Kristen. I'm sure she'll be happy to—" He leaned down closer to my face with his vivid green eyes burning into mine. "See you." He moved his free hand up by my cheek and lightly caught my earlobe between his thumb and index finger. "Hear you." I stood there watching him in fascination, even though I had already guessed where he was going with this. It was obvious, and not at all clever enough to seduce me, but the way he was saying it was why I found him so enticing. He seemed to be completely into it. I could detect no hint of smugness or conceit, as his eyes blazed with an intensity I'd never experienced during my summer romances. His grip on my arm loosened, and his hand moved over it in a caress. "Touch you." Anticipation had now obliterated my reason and resistance as I waited for his final move. "There's only one thing left," he murmured, with his lips close to mine. I gasped and pushed him away as I spun around to locate the source of my fear. The hallway was empty of students as the bell rang, but I wasn't concerned with being late.
"What's wrong?"
Damien asked in alarm when he saw my expression. "I don't know," I admitted. "I just had this bad feeling." He looked even more worried now.
"Like at the carnival?"
"Kind of. I'm not sure." The feeling had slipped away from me just as quickly as it had come. "Maybe I'm being paranoid."
"Maybe you have a reason to be paranoid," he mused. "You asked me why I'm watching you. It's because I feel like I need to keep you safe."
"From the wolf?" I questioned softly. His stance changed as he scanned the hallway with a predatory stare. The tension in his body made him appear as if he was ready for an attack.
"Do you think it's after you?"
"Do you expect it to be at school?" I countered, in a tone that failed to convey amusement.
"I am," he said.
My gaze locked with his again, but this time it was in shock. It was one thing to hear Taylor theorize about the possibility of Damien being a werewolf, but it was another to have him acknowledge it as fact.
"I heard you talking about me with Taylor," he explained. "You were up in your room with the window closed, but I heard you all the way down in your backyard. I could have been imagining it, of course. So tell me if I'm right. Taylor thinks I have the hearing of a wolf."
I didn't want to deal with this and be pulled into the crazy with him. "I'm really late," I exclaimed, and dashed toward my classroom without looking back. The teacher warned me sternly that I would get a detention the next time I was late to class. Bryce gave me a questioning look, and I smiled to reassure him that I was okay. He couldn't have been watching me and Damien if he was in class. But then it occurred to me that he could hear us if he was a wolf. I couldn't fathom why he would care about what was happening between me and Damien, though. What was happening between me and Damien? He had almost kissed me in the hallway, but I didn't know why he was so interested in me now when he never had been before. Even if he really was becoming a werewolf, what did that have to do with me? I hadn't even been there when the wolf bit him. The only part I'd played in the whole thing was when I predicted that Blair was in danger, and I still didn't even know how I had done that. Bryce spoke to me after class.
"I don't mean to get in your business, but if that guy is hassling you—"
"He's not," I assured him immediately, without waiting for him to finish his sentence. "We're, friends." I hurried to change the subject. "So did Kristen give you your hoodie back?" The warmth faded from his eyes when I mentioned her name, but he answered pleasantly enough.
"Yeah, it's in my locker."
I wondered why he disliked her already when he didn't even know her. "That was nice of you to lend it to her."
"She was drawing negative attention to herself, and I wanted to stop it from escalating. Hopefully, she'll realize that she can't ignore the rules. Even in the wild, there's a natural order to things."
His beautiful blue eyes shone with earnest conviction. It sounded reasonable and normal until he added that last part about the wild, which made me suspicious of him again. There was something strange about him. "Are you going to study animals like your mom?"
"Yes,"
he answered enthusiastically.
"It's what I've always wanted to do. I love being out in nature, and the job sometimes lets you be out there for weeks at a time. My mom's out in the field right now."
"Where at?" I asked, thinking that he was talking about an actual local field.
"Wyoming. I probably won't see her until Christmas break."
Oh. Now I understood that out in the field meant out on a job. "So you're here with your dad?"
"My dad was killed in a motorcycle accident 2 years ago, but they were divorced for years before that. I'm actually here on my own," he said.
I regarded him in confusion. "But how can you live by yourself?"
"I'm 18, he explained. "I'm legally an adult, so I'm free to go where I want. Normally I'd love to be near Yellowstone, but this wolf attack was too unusual to ignore."
"Wait, you moved here because of the wolf attack?" I had to make sure that I was understanding him correctly.
"Yes. A case like this is very rare, so I had to see it for myself." So much for him being my number one suspect, I thought. See what? Nobody has seen the animal since the night of the attack, and the police think it's a dog anyway. It's not a dog, he muttered. I mean, the victim said it was a wolf. That's Damien, I exclaimed. The guy you met before class. He was the one who was attacked. You can ask him about it if you want. Yeah, I will, he said. I thought that the situation with Bryce was just as weird as the events that had transpired with Damien. Who moved to a new town just because of a wolf attack? I wondered where he was living and how he was supporting himself. Was his mom sending him money? And if he wasn't the wolf that attacked Damien, then who was? Taylor added to my worries later that afternoon by informing me that she had asked Bryce out, and he had accepted. They were going on a date Friday evening. I then told her everything that I knew about him, even mentioning my earlier suspicions that he was the wolf that killed Blair. You got the idea from his wolf tattoo, she decided. But he wasn't even living here when they were attacked, so it couldn't be him. Don't you think it's bizarre that he moved here because of that? I pressed. Well, obviously he's obsessed with wolves if he has a wolf tattoo, she declared blithely. It's kind of a strange hobby, but people get obsessed with all kinds of nerdy things. He's still hot, though. When I got off the phone with Taylor, I saw that I had a Facebook message from Daphne Cross. She was one of the friend requests I had accepted in the past, but she was an acquaintance rather than an actual friend. I had heard that she had been absent from school lately because she was sick, but I was surprised when I read her message and found out that she was in the hospital. She was asking me to come visit her there as soon as I could. I sent her a message asking if I could go now, and she replied that she was looking forward to seeing me. Daphne was in my economics class, so maybe she wanted me to get homework for her. Yet I couldn't fathom why she wouldn't have just written that in her message. I felt awkward going to the hospital to visit someone I didn't know very well, especially since I didn't even know which illness had sent her there. Maybe she had the flu, I thought, and worried that I might catch it from her. I was therefore surprised to see that she didn't look sick at all when I entered her hospital room. Her hazel eyes were clear and alert, and she smiled at me. Hi, Clarissa. Thanks for coming. Hi, Daphne, I replied. How are you? I've been better, but I'll probably be worse before it's over. Have a seat, she urged. I need to talk to you. I sat down in a chair beside her bed. Why are you saying you'll be worse? Aren't they supposed to make you feel better? They're trying. I'm volunteering to test out a brand new drug, so maybe it'll work. Anyway, there's something you need to know. When we were at the carnival— What kind of drug? I cut in with a growing sense of unease. A cancer drug. I have an inoperable brain tumor, she explained. So, at the carnival— Oh my God, I exclaimed. I didn't know. I asked my friends not to tell anyone until we see if the drug works, so please don't say anything at school. Anyway, that's not why I wanted to talk to you. I did something, and I hope you'll understand. At this point, I couldn't imagine criticizing her for anything. What did you do? My family has the sight, she told me. It's what my grandmother calls it, and she says it's been passed down for generations. Most people that have it are born with it, like I was. I've always been able to sense things, and sometimes I know things before they happen. Have you ever experienced anything like that? I stared at her and realized that she had been talking about the carnival before I interrupted her. Only at the carnival, I said. You were there, I remembered. You came into my tent. You told me that I would meet my husband in college. She smiled softly. And that I would have 2 kids. That was before I'd transferred the site to you. You what? I asked in bewilderment. Do you remember the jolt you felt? Daphne asked. Her mentioning it brought back the memory. It had felt like static shock, but it was odd because it didn't happen in the usual way at first touch. Daphne had insisted that we link hands so I could read her better, and the electric charge hadn't happened until almost the end of my fake reading. Your prediction was wrong, Clarissa. I'm not going to have any children. I'm an only child myself, so there's no one after me. That's why I decided to leave my legacy to you. I could barely speak after her confession. You did this to me? I asked, in slightly more than a whisper. It was the perfect opportunity, the night of the full moon. Spells work at full power during this phase in the cycle, and they're binding. I knew you would be working the fortune-telling booth, and that it was my best chance. She knew that because her mom was in charge of the carnival. I had actually been surprised that Daphne wasn't working a booth, but now I knew why she hadn't. I told Blair that she was going to die, I informed Daphne with an accusing look. You tried to help her, she consoled me. It's not your fault that she died. I upset her, I exclaimed. And it didn't make a difference anyway. She could have at least been happy on her last night. You would never forgive yourself if you hadn't told her, she assured me. You would be thinking that you could have saved her. You didn't even ask me, I railed. You just put this on me without saying anything. You wouldn't have believed me, she said. And I didn't have time to argue about it. I had to take advantage of the full moon before I went into the hospital. It's waxing now, but I'll still be in here when it's full. So you're a witch? I asked. Did that make me a witch too? Such a thing would have been ludicrous to me before I started taking seriously the possibility that werewolves might exist. No, I've never tried to do a spell before, and I didn't even know if it would work. My grandmother warned me against it, because it could kill me if it went wrong. Under the circumstances, I was willing to take that chance, she explained wryly. What about me? I questioned. Was it dangerous for me too? Daphne hesitated before answering. It wouldn't harm you physically, but it could have possibly drawn negative energy toward you. I was very careful to guard against possession, though. I picked you because you're a stable, positive person. And my grandmother asked a friend of hers who's a Wiccan for protective charms. That's why I gave you the crystal necklace. Possession? You mean like The Exorcist? I jumped out of my chair. I don't care if you are dying. That is not okay. I stared at her with a mixture of outrage and horror. Then I got a sick feeling in my stomach as I remembered something. Oh my God. I heard voices. I mean, it was one voice, but I heard it. I thought it was Damien, but he says that he didn't say anything. I think it was me, Daphne said. Did it have anything to do with snowflakes? Yes, I exclaimed. That was it. But I was sure I heard his voice, not yours. That's because all your attention was on him, she explained. I was there in the hallway when you turned around to look at him, but you didn't notice me. You must have heard my thought and assumed it was his. Heard your thought? Now that was going too far and asking me to suspend disbelief. You can hear people's thoughts too? No, I never have before, but I guess we're linked in some way now. I thought I wouldn't have the sight anymore once I gave it to you, but I've retained a bit of it, although it's not as strong as it was before. An amused smile played over her lips as she regarded me. So, what's the significance of snowflakes? That was an odd thing to be thinking about when it hasn't snowed yet. And why would you think that Damien said it to you? Do you know about Damien? I questioned tersely. Do you know what he is? Daphne's amusement had been replaced by a keen look of curiosity. What he is? I've been picking up on something different with him, but I thought that was because of the attack. Are you saying that it's something else? This entire conversation was way out there already, so I gave voice to my crazy suspicions about him. Well, he was attacked by a wolf during the full moon, so... I trailed off, but then plunged in. What does your grandmother say about werewolves? Her eyes widened until they looked huge on her small, heart-shaped face. I was suddenly struck by how comical her expression looked, and I began to laugh.
It must have been infectious, because Daphne was soon laughing with me. The subject never came up, Daphne said with a final giggle. But I'll ask her. I'll give you my number and you can call me and let me know what she says. Since her grandmother was the only person who seemed to know about these things, I hoped she would be able to give us some information on what was happening. Do you really think that he's a werewolf? Daphne asked. Her direct question was forcing me to think about it seriously. I don't know, but he's acting weird. Daphne's expression had lost all traces of humor. Be careful, she pleaded. Maybe you should stay away from him until the full moon passes, just in case. I will, I promised, but I wondered how much control I'd have over the situation. Chapter 7. I gazed at the crystal necklace that Daphne had given me at the carnival. She had come into my tent alone and complimented me on my costume before pulling the crystal out of her purse. Wear this too. It'll help to focus your energy. I had accepted the necklace because I thought it looked cool with my costume, although I had been surprised that Daphne would be into my fortune-telling act. She had always seemed like a reasonable, rational person. Now, nearly a month later, here I was discussing werewolves over the phone with her. It's not only a man that can turn into a wolf. It is more than a wolf and more than a man. I thought she meant that it's both, but she says it's more than that. Since it's a supernatural creature, it has more than the natural abilities of either man or wolf. Like what? I asked. I hadn't noticed anything else unusual about Damien besides his exceptional hearing and sense of smell. One thing they can do that wolves can't is heal quickly from injuries. Grandma's friend claims that the one he knew healed from a broken leg within days, Daphne said. So all I have to do is break Damien's leg, I joked. Then I'll know if he's a werewolf. Or look at his shoulder, she suggested. He should still have a scar there from when he was bitten during the attack. How am I supposed to manage that? I questioned. It's not like I see him with his shirt off. I'm sure that you can think of a way to change that, she remarked in a suggestive tone. Daphne! I was truly shocked at what nice, sweet Daphne was insinuating. You don't have to go all the way, she assured me. Just pull his shirt off while you're making out with him. We have never made out, I informed her. So it would be a little weird if I suddenly jumped his bones just to take his shirt off. Really? Daphne asked in disbelief. Because there's this sexual thing going on between you. I saw it that day at school when you were talking about snowflakes. We weren't talking about... I broke off in agitation. Just never mind. This sexual thing that you think we have doesn't exist, so the makeout session isn't going to happen. I'll come up with another plan. What else did your grandmother say about werewolves? Oh, this is interesting, Daphne told me excitedly. They are still themselves in their wolf form. I thought they were just mindless beasts, but her friend said that they still know what they're doing. He says that the werewolf he knew used his wolf form to kill the guy who raped his sister. It was her word against his, and the guy was from a wealthy family while she was a nobody. He was going to get away with it, but then he was killed by a wolf. His wife witnessed the attack. Are you saying that Blair was murdered? I asked in shock. If any of this is true, and if she was killed by a werewolf, all we have to go on is the story of an old man we don't even know, she reminded me. He could be lying or senile for all we know. Who would want to murder Blair? I wondered, my imagination fired up by this new theory. Maybe it wasn't planned, Daphne said. Another thing he told my grandmother is that they sometimes lose control. That's the wild animal in them coming out. Anger becomes rage, especially around the full moon when their emotions are heightened. That's why his buddy wouldn't turn my grandmother's friend into a werewolf when he asked him to. He used to have a bad temper when he was young, and his buddy told him that he might not be able to control it if he became a werewolf. He's one to talk after he murdered someone, I remarked. What happened to him anyway? My grandma's friend doesn't know. He lost touch with him after he joined the Navy. The werewolf joined the Navy? I questioned in surprise. Wasn't he worried about the other sailors seeing him change into a wolf every month? No, Daphne laughed. My grandma's friend joined the Navy. Hearing her laugh gave me the courage to ask how she was doing. I had been thinking about her often these past couple of days since I saw her in the hospital. She had made me promise not to tell anyone about her cancer, so that had prevented me from talking the situation over with Taylor the way I usually did. I feel really good, Daphne said. They won't know for a few weeks if the treatment worked, but at least it's not making me sick, and I'm hoping that my hair won't fall out. Hopefully not, I told her, feeling awkward about not knowing what else to say. I know you probably have homework to do, so I'll let you go. I felt so bad for her, as I wondered if she had sensed how uncomfortable I had become, but I took the opportunity she had given me to end the conversation. Yeah, I better get started on it. Thanks for asking your grandma about werewolves for me. So, I'll talk to you again soon, okay? Hey, Clarissa, Daphne said hurriedly, like she was afraid I'd hang up on her. Keep me informed about what's going on, even if you just send me a text. It's nice having something else to think about besides all this medical stuff. Yeah, I agreed. Absolutely. My other friends aren't sharing as much about what they're doing, she explained. I guess they don't want me to feel left out. I still see it on Facebook, but it's not the same as talking with them. Now I felt really terrible for her, but I tried to lighten the mood. Well, you're the only one I can talk to about this. Everyone else would think I'm crazy. I decided that there was no need to tell her that Taylor knew about Damien possibly being a werewolf. Right. So let me know if anything else happens, and try to get a look at his shoulder, she reminded me. I will, I promised. Damien was in my backyard that night, and I watched him through my window. He stared up at me in return for a while, and then he laid down in the grass and seemed to be gazing up at the moon. I waited a while after I heard my parents go to bed, before I snuck out to see him. You should go home, I told him as I approached. He looked up at me, but didn't move from his supine position. Lay down beside me, and let's look at the stars. We can't see many stars from all the light pollution. Since he wasn't getting up, I sat down beside him. We can see the moon, he stated. Yeah. I glanced uneasily up at it. So, how's your shoulder? My shoulder? Damien sat up and turned his head to look at me. From when you were injured in the attack, I said, choosing not to actually mention that it was an animal bite. It's fine, he answered. Will you go out with me tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? I questioned, uncomprehendingly. Friday night, he clarified. Taylor's going out with Bryce Friday night, I informed him for no apparent reason. Then you can go out with me, he said. Maybe I have plans, I declared, trying to work up some annoyance toward him. This is really short notice for a date. I have plans too, he told me. Then he sprang into a crouch from his sitting position. I stared at him in astonishment until he quickly leaned forward and fused his lips to mine. There was no time to think, but instinct took over at that moment. It had me savoring the kiss that I used to fantasize about. I lost awareness of myself as I fell deeper into it. There was nothing to distract me from the sensations I was experiencing. The feel of his lips and the taste of his mouth had become my world in this nocturnal universe. I felt disoriented when Damien ended the kiss and sprang to his feet. He stood silently facing away from me. Go in the house. He reached down and pulled me to my feet. What about... Go, he barked at me. Now I really was annoyed with him. First, he was talking about the stars, then he kissed me into oblivion, and now he was ordering me around. I walked off angrily into the house and almost slammed the door before I remembered that my parents were asleep. Not bothering to look at my window once I was in my room, I changed into my pajamas in the dark and went to bed. Then I realized that I had forgotten to brush my teeth and got up to do it. Focusing on my mouth made me think of the kiss with Damien.
It had been a mistake, but it sure didn't feel like a mistake. It felt absolutely amazing. Despite that, I knew that the situation with him wasn't normal. He proved that to me without a doubt the next morning at school. I had decided that I needed to talk to Taylor before classes began. Damien approached me as I turned the corner into the hallway where she would be. I had no idea how he had found me, since her locker wasn't in the same area as mine. "You smell like the wild places," he told me, as he moved to stand intimately close to me. I looked into his intense green eyes. "The wild places?" "Far away from civilization," he explained. "The places where you can roam free." "When have you been to a place like that?" I asked. "I haven't," he admitted. "Then how do you know what it smells like?" I questioned. "I just do," he stated without explanation. "You taste as good as you smell." I felt his breath on my lips as he spoke the last two words, because he had leaned even closer to me. Someone behind me protested when I backed into her in my haste to avoid Damien's kiss. "Sorry," I called out, without taking my eyes off Damien. "I don't have time to talk to you right now," I told him. He followed me as I began to walk towards Taylor's locker. "What kind of panties are you wearing?" I stopped in my tracks and whirled on him. "The kind you'll never see. Don't bother coming by tonight because this isn't going any further." "I saw them once," he said. "Remember when Ethan pulled your skirt down in 9th grade? I certainly did remember that mortifying moment. It was the last time I had ever worn a skirt to school. The skirt I had worn that day had been a plain black pleated one that fell modestly to my knees. Nothing about it should have drawn attention to me. But one of the guys in Damien's crowd had yanked it down as I passed by him in the cafeteria, causing me to shriek and drop the tray of food I was carrying. Those jerks had erupted in laughter as I desperately pulled my skirt back up over my underwear. Ethan got a detention for that, but I was humiliated. Refusing to hide in embarrassment, I had auditioned for the school play and gotten a supporting role. I wasn't the lead, but performing on stage in front of an audience had restored my confidence. "They were white," Damien reminisced with a dreamy expression. "I've wondered every day since what kind you were wearing." I looked at him like he'd lost his mind. There had been nothing special about those panties, since the only kind I owned were regular cotton underwear. I had them in assorted colors, but that was as fancy as they got. "None of the girls I've been with wore panties like that," he continued. "They all had the ones from Victoria's Secret." "What's that about Victoria's Secret? Do you have a secret wild side, Clarissa?" Speak of the devil, it was that jerk, Ethan, smirking at me. "Clarissa doesn't want you," Damien informed him. "She's only attracted to me." "Afraid of a little competition?" Ethan challenged. "I think she can choose for herself." "She is leaving," I told them, and tried to sidestep Damien. "Oh yeah." He pulled his t-shirt off in one of his swift moves. "You were asking about my shoulder." The people around us hooted and made suggestive comments as my eyes moved slowly over his flesh. I walked around to inspect his back and brought my hand up to touch the smooth skin of his shoulder. It was as completely free of scars as the front. "Clarissa?" Finally, I saw Taylor as I let go of Damien and turned toward the sound of her voice. She looked just as shocked as I felt. "You don't have to stop touching me," Damien said. I couldn't speak to reply. One sentence kept repeating in my mind over and over. "He's a werewolf. He's a werewolf." Feeling like I was slipping into madness, I turned and ran away from him. I burst into the office and finally found my voice. "I have to get out of here." Chapter 8. The nurse sent me home, although she could find nothing physically wrong with me. "She's had some kind of a scare," I heard her tell my mother, since there wasn't much privacy in the nurse's office. "But she won't say what happened." This gave me time to come up with a story to tell my mom. If I told her that I was being bullied, she'd demand a name.
But that was the only reasonable explanation I could think of. With time running out before her arrival at the school, I decided on something completely ridiculous. It would make me look foolish, but my mom wouldn't pursue it any further. I was careful to appear reluctant to answer her while she was driving me home. "A ghost?" Mom questioned in a dubious tone of voice. I know how crazy it sounds, but the stall door swung open by itself. It would sound even crazier if I told her that I was going to school with a werewolf, so I pretended to believe that there was a ghost in the girls' restroom. "Have you been watching scary movies again?" Mom asked. "You know how your imagination runs away with you." "No, no scary movies. But I've been reading a book that's kind of scary," I admitted sheepishly. It wasn't true, but it would provide a reason for why I had run into the office in a panic. "No more scary books for you either," she said. "Now, are you going to be okay if I leave you by yourself, or would you rather I drop you off at the mall? I have to show a house, but I shouldn't be gone longer than an hour." "I'll be fine at home," I answered. "Sorry about overreacting and making you come get me." "We'll laugh about this someday," she assured me. "Your father will laugh about it today," she added with a fond smile. It was cool how my parents always looked happy when they mentioned each other. That was the kind of relationship I hoped to have with someone special, hopefully in the not-too-distant future. Maybe I would meet somebody in college. Thinking about that made me remember my predictions for Daphne, and I hoped that they would come true. I took out my phone to text her immediately upon entering the house, but it rang before I could do anything. "What was that?" Taylor asked as soon as I answered her call. "Why was Damien half naked in the hall with you?" "He was showing me his shoulder," I explained. "Remember that he was bitten in the attack?" "Oh." She expelled a breath in relief. "It looked like you guys were gonna make out right there in the hall. I'm on a bathroom break, by the way, because I couldn't wait to talk to you. I heard you went home. How'd you manage that?" "There's no bite mark on his shoulder," I exclaimed, ignoring her question about going home. "I don't know which one it was, but there's no bite mark on either one." "Yeah, I'm sure he's healed by now," she said. "But it should have left a mark of some kind, since it was such a vicious attack. He has no scars at all. That's impossible, Taylor. At least for a human." She now understood what I was saying. "He's a werewolf. For real?" "For real," I stated, realizing that I had accepted it as truth. "What are we going to do now?" Taylor questioned. "How are we going to stop him from hurting people?" "It doesn't mean that he'll hurt anyone. I've been talking to someone who knows about werewolves, and I need to tell her about this. You better get back to class. I'll talk to you later." Telling Taylor about Damien kissing me had been my priority when I was trying to get to her locker, but it wasn't important now. "You found an expert? Where?" I couldn't answer her incredulous questions until I spoke to Daphne. "It's a long story. I'll tell you later." "You better," she warned. "I'll call you when I get home." I then texted Daphne and asked if she could talk. She called me a minute later to find out what had happened. I had just finished telling her about Damien's shoulder when I heard the doorbell ring. Thinking that it was probably someone selling something, I peered out the window and started in surprise. "It's him," I whispered to Daphne.
"Yeah, it's me,"
Damien confirmed.
"I cut classes too. Let's go do something."
"I can't," I called out to him since he already knew that I was there. "My mom will be back soon."
"Well, open the door and I'll wait for her with you," he suggested.
"Why?" I asked. "What should I do?" I questioned Daphne in a quieter voice.
"You should open the door," he told me in an amused tone. "And we'll wait for your mom, because I assume that she's the type who wants to meet me before you go out with me."
"What's he saying?" Daphne asked. "Why is he at your house?"
"Who's on the phone?"
Damien questioned.
"That doesn't sound like Taylor."
"He can hear you," I whispered to Daphne.
"I can hear you, too,"
Damien reminded me.
Just open the door already. I feel like a stalker standing out here.
You are a stalker, I snapped at him. Hi, Damien. It's Daphne Cross, she spoke in my ear.
Oh, hey, Daphne,
Damien said.
Have you been? I haven't seen you around much this year, but you are in all the genius classes.
Oh, for goodness sake. I unlocked the door in annoyance and pulled it open to hand my phone to him. Talk to her, not through me.
Daphne was my algebra tutor,
he explained amiably, before continuing his conversation with her. He wandered into my house and left the front door open, so I closed it behind him. I followed him into the living room and cautiously sat on the opposite end of the couch from him.
Yeah, I know,
he replied to Daphne. Damien put his feet up on the coffee table and leaned back against the couch.
I was scared before, but now I'm not worried about it.
His gaze shifted to me while he listened to whatever Daphne was saying.
Do we really have to wait for your mom to come home before we go to lunch?
It's too early for lunch, I told him. It's only 9:30.
Breakfast,
he decided, and removed his feet from the coffee table so that he could stand up. I followed him as he invaded my kitchen and raided the fridge like he lived there. What are you doing?
Yes!
he exclaimed with the enthusiasm of someone scoring a touchdown.
Bacon and eggs. You got any bread for toast?
Without waiting for a reply, he left the fridge wide open and rummaged in the cabinets for a frying pan.
I'll talk to you later. Here's Clarissa. I've got to cook.
I accepted the phone back from him as I watched him in bewilderment. Sorry about that, Daphne. He kind of ambushed me. He's very impulsive right now, she explained. It's because it's so close to the full moon. Yeah, he's making himself right at home in my kitchen, I noted, as he laid out some bacon in the frying pan. At least he didn't expect you to cook for him, she remarked. His actions now can tell you a lot about what kind of person he is. He's not a person, I said, uncaring that he could hear me. That's the problem. He's still a person, Daphne rebuked me. He still has human emotions. Anyway, I won't hold you on the phone while you have a guest over. Text me later.
Yeah, I have human emotions,
Damien echoed Daphne's statement.
like hunger.
Hunger's not an emotion, I informed him as I set my phone down on the kitchen counter. A few quick steps away from the stove brought him directly to me.
Depends on the hunger.
I saw his eyelids closing over his green eyes as he leaned down to kiss me. The bacon began to sizzle, while the heat between us quickly intensified as the kiss became hotter and deeper. Damien suddenly lifted me onto the countertop while he continued to kiss me hungrily. He stopped long enough to yank his shirt off before resuming his thorough exploration of my mouth. I had never gone this far before, but the temptation of his bare skin was too much for me to resist. He groaned at my first tentative touch and pressed closer to me as I ran my hands over his chest and up to his shoulders.
I'm hungry,
he rasped and stepped away from me to turn his attention back to the bacon. I sat there breathing heavily and watched him in stunned frustration as he flipped the bacon over with a fork. The sound of the front door opening prompted me to hop down from the counter. Put your shirt on, I hissed, and hurried from the kitchen. Mom, I greeted her. I smell bacon, she said with a smile.
Ask her how many eggs she wants,
Damien called out loudly. A friend came over, I said in answer to her quizzical look. We entered the kitchen to see a still shirtless Damien holding a carton of eggs.
Scrambled? Over easy? What's your preference?
Mom, this is Damien Stark. I threw an angry glare at him as I introduced him to her. Do you always remove your shirt when you cook? She had spotted it on the floor and turned a speculative look on me while she questioned him.
I got hot,
he answered. Her lips twitched with a repressed smile as she glanced at his upper body. Clearly.
How many eggs do you want?
Damien inquired again. I'll make the eggs. You put your shirt on, she told him.
Okay,
he agreed.
I'll have scrambled, please. She took over the cooking while I resignedly grabbed more plates out of the cabinet and made the toast. I hoped that Damien wouldn't say anything crazy in front of her. "Why aren't you in school?" Mom asked him. "I cut class so that I could take Clarissa out to lunch, but she said it was too early. We're going out to dinner tonight anyway," he explained. "If you say it's okay," he added. "Clarissa is free to make her own decisions about that," she said. We'd never discussed dating before, so I hadn't known her view on it. I was glad to know that she had faith in my judgment. If only I could trust myself as much as she trusted me. I just passionately made out with Damien after finding out that he's a werewolf. Why didn't my newly acquired psychic abilities work where he was concerned? All kinds of danger signals should have been firing in my brain every time I got near him, but instead, I forgot all about the threat he posed. I watched him as he ate bacon and eggs while he chatted with Mom about his family. He had twin 12-year-old sisters, which was something that I hadn't known about him. There wasn't much that I did know about him, beyond what I had seen at school. I now learned that his dad was a dentist, and that his mom was a teacher at an elementary school. "I have to get back to work now," Mom said after we finished eating. "It was nice to meet you, Damien, but it's time for you to leave. I'm sure that your parents wouldn't appreciate me allowing you to skip school at my house." "Okay, I'm gonna go home and take a nap anyway. Thanks for breakfast. I'll pick you up at 6, Clarissa. Think about where you want to go eat and let me know." At this point, I suspected that food was his main priority, so I went ahead with the date. I texted Daphne after Damien and my mom left. She texted back that she would call me later, and it made me remember that she had a lot more than werewolves to deal with. Fortunately, she called me before Taylor did, so I was able to ask her permission to reveal the source of my werewolf knowledge. I also explained the odd situation with Bryce to her, and that Taylor was going out with him tonight. "Okay," she agreed, "but don't tell anyone else." "I won't," I promised. "So, tell me what happened with Damien," she urged. She was therefore the first person to know that he had kissed me. Daphne laughed at the part where he had ditched me for the irresistible temptation of bacon. I wouldn't have normally revealed so much, but I was very confused by his actions. Once Alex and I started, I was always the one who had to put the brakes on, or he would have kept going. "Damien is very impulsive right now," Daphne explained, "which means that he's also easily distracted by anything that he wants. Remember what my grandma's friend said about their emotions being more intense?" "Yeah, he has an intense desire for food," I laughingly said. "Maybe I should pick a steak place for dinner to make sure he gets enough to eat." "You're going out with him tonight?" Daphne questioned sharply. Now that I had joined her in regarding the situation as funny, I didn't know why her attitude had abruptly changed. "Yeah, he's picking me up at 6. "Maybe you shouldn't go," she told me. "He'll be under the influence of the moon at night." "But the full moon isn't until tomorrow night." I had looked up this information and treated it with more importance than my homework, checking several sources to make sure that it was correct. "Do you think he'll change early?" "Probably not," she said. "But the influence of the moon on his emotions will probably be very strong tonight. That might not be the best time for you to be around him. He seems not to be fighting this werewolf thing at all. He's aware of turning into one, but he said that he's okay with it." "So he doesn't have any negative emotions. Maybe that's why I'm not scared of him," I reasoned. "I had that freak out this morning at school, but now I'm over it." "That's what worries me. Both of you should be scared about what's happening. This is a very big deal, Clarissa." I had the same opinion about her attitude about her cancer. If it were me, I'd be terrified. The way she was handling the whole thing amazed me, but I couldn't think of a way to tell her that without emphasizing the severity of her situation. "I know, and I won't go anywhere near him tomorrow, believe me. We'll be in a public place tonight, so I think it'll be safe." Taylor had no such concerns about my date, even after I told her everything that Daphne had said. "I don't think he's dangerous at all.
We've been going to school with him for almost 4 years, so we would have heard about it if he had a bad temper. And he didn't try to go too far with you after he kissed you, so that's a good sign." Wow, he kissed you. That part was great, I had to admit. The memory of touching his bare skin while he kissed me gave me an illicit thrill, and I quickly changed the subject. Um, I wanted to ask you something about Bryce." Taylor listened while I presented all my thoughts on him, including my initial suspicions that he might be the wolf that bit Damien. "He wasn't even here then," she defended him. "And he's so nice. I don't see him being a murderer." I then described his strange reaction to Kristen on his first day at our school, but Taylor interpreted it in a different way than I did. "He was mad at how those guys were looking at her. Bryce respects girls, and he's a gentleman. That's why he wanted to cover her up and gave her his hoodie." "But don't you think it was weird how she listened to him when she wouldn't listen to the teacher?" I pressed. "He's a hot guy, so she was trying to get him to like her," Taylor said. "Too bad for her that Bryce likes me, and Damien likes you. She'll have to scheme to get someone else." "Just be careful tonight," I pleaded. "You don't really know Bryce that well." I took a shower and did my hair and makeup, but I dressed casual in jeans and a t-shirt with a jacket thrown over it. The weather was fairly mild for that time of year, but still chilly, especially in the evening. Damien was dressed the same way, minus the jacket. "Aren't you cold?" I inquired as we walked toward his car in my driveway. "No, the weather's perfect." He smiled happily at me as we got into his car. "Where do you want to go?" I named one of the chain restaurants and buckled my seatbelt. Damien didn't put his on before turning on the car and pulling out of my driveway. He drove to a spot in the metro parks that was deserted due to the cold weather, and it already getting dark at this time of year, shortly after 6. "I want to see the moon," Damien explained, before I could voice a protest. So much for the safety of a public place, I thought, regretting not listening to Daphne. "You're wearing perfume," he stated casually. "It doesn't mask your natural scent, though." My stomach flip-flopped as his voice turned low and rough as he spoke that second sentence. His mouth was plundering mine in a hot kiss before I could blink. He moaned as his tongue clashed with mine, while I made helpless noises in a failed attempt to speak. I was breathless by the time he released my mouth and nuzzled my neck, while his hands slipped under my shirt. "Food," I gasped. "You smell so good." He spoke huskily into my neck, before pulling my shirt up and burying his face in my bosom. I still had my jacket on, which prevented him from removing my shirt entirely, but that didn't seem to be slowing him down. Unfortunately, there was no smell of bacon to distract him this time. I trembled as I felt his breath fan over my bare flesh, and his tongue lick the skin exposed at the top of my bra. "Stop," I breathed. His tongue moved to the swell of my other breast, and I couldn't suppress a moan. "Love that sound," he told me. "I want to hear it again." I was torn between wanting more and needing to stop, but I pushed him away. "Daphne said that you can control your impulses if you want to." "Daphne," he repeated as his intense gaze softened. "Sweet girl. She helped me with math, made it easy to understand. She should be a teacher." "Yes," I agreed in relief that I was able to distract him from making out. "Hopefully she'll get better." His expression became deeply troubled. "Why? What's wrong with her?" "She's sick, but I'm not supposed to tell anyone. She wants to wait until—" "Where is she?" Damien demanded. He now looked so intimidating that my long-absent fear finally returned. "Calm down." "Where?" I jumped at his loud bark and meekly told him the name of the hospital. "Put on your seatbelt," he ordered, before revving the engine and speeding down the empty road. The tension rolled off of him as he stared out the windshield and ignored me. He waited impatiently at red lights and ignored the speed limit until he arrived back at my house. "Sorry about dinner," he growled. Realizing that he was dumping me without actually taking me out on the date he had promised, I angrily got out of his car and slammed the door shut. He backed out of my driveway and took off without even glancing at me again. I sighed and took out my phone to text a warning and an apology to Daphne. Then I thought uneasily about Taylor and hoped that her date with Bryce was normal. Chapter 9. I couldn't hate Damien, not after Daphne called me the next morning and told me what he did. She had tried to calm me down last night when I was worried that he was on his way to the hospital to… Well, I didn't exactly know, but I was sure that it couldn't be good judging by how upset he had been. Daphne was convinced that he was just hurrying to see her before visiting hours ended for the day. We were both wrong, because he never showed up at the hospital that evening. I told her to call me as soon as he arrived, but my phone remained silent all night. I slept fitfully, alternating between worrying about Daphne and Taylor. We had planned to talk about our dates the following day, but my anxiety made it difficult to wait. What if he was somehow the evil wolf? Was Taylor in danger from him? Would he turn her into a werewolf too? Maybe he hadn't meant to kill Blair. Maybe he'd wanted her for his mate, but he'd lost control and went too far. All kinds of crazy thoughts plagued my mind during my many waking moments that night. It was daylight when my ringtone startled me awake, and I quickly grabbed my phone from my nightstand and saw that Daphne was calling me. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Yes. Damien just left." "What did he do?" My voice rose in alarm because she sounded teary. "He brought me teddy bears," she sniffled. "Sorry, I wasn't like this when he was here, but now, looking around at all of them." That's nice," I said carefully, still not entirely convinced that she was okay. "I'm just so touched," she cried. "There are 35 of them, all different sizes and colors. You should see them. I'll send you a picture." "Yeah, that'll be great." I tried but failed to match her sudden excitement. How did he seem?" "He's so sweet," she gushed, reminding me of Taylor in that moment. "He told me to think positive and that I was gonna beat this thing. He said that I better hurry up and get back to school before he fails math." She giggled. "I haven't been his tutor since freshman year, though." "So he seemed normal?" I pressed. "He didn't do anything weird?" "No, he was just as nice and funny as always. He used to bring me apples as a joke and tell me that he would set me up with his friends, but that none of them were good enough for me. To tell you the truth, I used to have a little crush on him," she confided. Join the club, I thought. She was telling me about a side of Damien that I'd never seen. Sweet wouldn't have been the word I would have used to describe him. Now he'd done something so thoughtful that made me feel guilty. It had never occurred to me to bring a gift when I visited Daphne in the hospital. "I think he's going to be okay," she remarked. "I mean, when it comes to being a werewolf. He doesn't seem to be out of control considering that tonight's the full moon." She apparently hadn't seen the side of Damien that I had. He hadn't been too in control during our makeout session in the car, and I didn't know what would have happened if I hadn't distracted him by mentioning her name. I couldn't tell her about that, of course. "You should probably still stay home tonight," she suggested. "I'm planning to," I assured her. Daphne sent me several pictures of the teddy bears after we ended our conversation. A few of them held pillows or wore shirts that said "Get well." One was huge, like the ones I always tried but failed to win at amusement parks when I was a kid. The impact of so many of them in various sizes and colors created a happy, adorable scene. I couldn't help melting at the thought of Damien putting in this effort into brightening Daphne's day. After a few moments of gazing at the pictures with a tender smile on my lips, I wanted to share them with Taylor. Then I remembered that I was still worried about her. I texted her, inquiring how her date was. When she didn't respond within 5 minutes, I called her. "Hello?" Taylor answered sleepily. "You're okay," I stated in relief. "It's 9:30 in the morning," she complained.
Saturday morning. Sorry, but I had to make sure that you're okay. So Bryce was normal? I questioned. Except for the howling at the moon part, she remarked, clearly joking. Well, I was worried, I said defensively. What happened with Damien? Taylor sighed. He made out with me and ditched me. Typical player behavior, now that I think about it, I realized as I spoke. Oh, did he at least take you somewhere nice? Taylor asked. Yeah, I answered sarcastically. His car. He does have a pretty nice car. I meant the restaurant, she clarified. Where'd he take you to eat? He didn't, I told her bitterly. He drove me to the park and pounced on me. Then he acted like he was too concerned about Daphne to take me to dinner, but he didn't visit her until this morning. Wait, he visited Daphne at the hospital? Yeah, he was sweet to her, I emphasized. I'll send you the pictures she sent me. So, Taylor tread carefully. How was he with you? When you say pounced, he stopped, I assured her. It didn't get that far. I didn't want to think about how much I had enjoyed it, because he was obviously just using me and had only pretended to want a real date with me. So tell me what happened with Bryce. Well, we went out, she stated awkwardly. I could tell that she was uncomfortable to share what a great time she'd had after hearing about the way Damien had treated me. Taylor, it's okay. I want to hear about your date. Details, I urged. Oh, Clarissa, he's wonderful, she gushed, unable to hold back any longer. He brought me flowers, and he dressed real nice in this blue shirt and navy pants. I was glad I wore a skirt and blouse when he showed up looking like that. He had reservations at a place called Lola, and boy, was it nice. That's where my parents are going tonight for their anniversary. I heard my mom talking about it with her friend the other day. She was joking that they can only afford to eat there once a year. I felt relieved rather than jealous of Taylor's fabulous date. There was enough weirdness to deal with already, so I was glad that Bryce had turned out to be a normal guy. Taylor was into all that fancy stuff anyway, so that elegant scene was perfect for her. It's worth the splurge, she enthused. The food is amazing. I'll send you the pictures later. You took pictures? I laughed. I told Bryce that it was to help me keep track of everything I was eating for my food diary, but really it was because I've never been to a place like that. I'll save it to compare to the restaurants in New York. Taylor was planning to be a fashion designer, so she would probably live in New York City. Thinking about jobs made me wonder if Bryce had one. That's an expensive restaurant for a high school kid. Bryce got an inheritance from his dad, she explained. It's so sad how he died in that accident. He didn't talk too much about it, but he told me that he had a good relationship with him. He said that both his parents were great about teaching him to be independent. I wish my parents were like that. They're still forcing me to go to my uncle's surprise birthday party tonight. Oh yeah, that's tonight. I forgot about that, I said. We have to be at his house by 7, she grumbled. My aunt is taking him out to eat, so he thinks that's the only thing they're doing for his birthday. My cousins aren't even going to be there because they're away at college. Maybe it'll still be fun. I had a feeling that she was attempting to change the subject to spare my feelings, but I wanted to hear more about her date. It was my right as her best friend to share in her excitement over it. So, did he kiss you? Yes. Yes, he did. Oh my God, he is such a good kisser, Taylor exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement about it, as I had known she couldn't. It got really intense, but then he apologized. He said that he hadn't meant to do that on the first date, but I sure didn't mind. That means he's planning on having a second date with you. I smiled with happiness for her. Yeah, she confirmed. We're going to the movies next Friday. I'm so glad it turned out okay. As I spoke that thought aloud, I realized how seriously stressed I had been about Taylor going out with Bryce. Now that he had proven himself a decent guy, I could stop worrying about her. We exchanged pictures after we hung up with each other.
She texted me that what Damien had done was really sweet after she saw the pictures of the teddy bears. But he better apologize to you. I wasn't sure if I would even accept his apology were he to offer one. Looking at the pictures of Taylor's fancy meal had made me even more pissed off at him. I hadn't even picked an expensive place, and he was the one who had asked me out on the stupid date in the first place. I had told him loud and clear on the night of the carnival that I didn't want him, but he hadn't listened. Well, he better not show his face here anymore. I wanted no part of his crazy werewolf impulses, so he had better leave me alone. I went downstairs and had a bowl of cereal before relaxing on the couch in front of the TV, reveling in the luxury of being able to laze around in my pajamas all day. The downside to this was having to answer the door in them when my parents happened to be upstairs when the doorbell rang. Since I wasn't in the mood to care who saw me looking like a disheveled mess with bed hair and no makeup, I pulled open the door without checking who was on the doorstep. Damien stood there, holding several plastic grocery bags.
"Hey, Clarissa,"
he greeted me amiably.
"Did you just get up?"
What's all that? I hadn't planned on speaking to him at all, but I was curious about what was in the bags.
"I brought steak. I hope you have a grill,"
he said. "Oh, hi, Damien," Mom spoke from behind me. "Clarissa didn't tell me that you were coming over today." Mom gave me a disapproving glance as she walked up beside me before smiling at him.
"That's because she didn't know,"
he explained.
"I decided to cook lunch for all of you, if that's okay. Do you have a grill?"
"Yes," she answered. "But that's not necessary."
"I want to do it,"
he told her, and held up the bags in his right hand.
"I brought steak."
"Steak?" Dad asked.
"Why are you leaving that man standing out there when he's come over with steak?"
"Come in, Damien," Mom invited him. "Go get dressed, Clarissa." I grudgingly went upstairs to do what I was told, annoyed that he had invaded my home once again. Taking my sweet time getting ready, I called Taylor to vent. "Can you believe him coming over here like nothing happened? It sounds like he's trying to make it up to you for last night," she said. "I think it's sweet." "He is not sweet," I declared in annoyance.
"But you are,"
he said, as he opened the door to my room and snatched my phone out of my hand.
"She'll call you right back."
I opened my mouth in outrage to yell at him, but my protest ended in a startled gasp at his determined expression and speed at pulling me tight against his body. The bruising kiss I'd been expecting was a light, teasing play of his tongue over my lower lip that made my eyelids flutter closed and my breathing quicken.
"We don't have time,"
he murmured regretfully.
"I told them I was going to the bathroom real quick. I just had to steal a kiss while you were still in your pajamas. You look super cute."
I had opened my eyes while he was speaking, and my face flushed in embarrassment as he smiled at me before leaving the room. He'd done it again, and I'd let him. What was wrong with me? My phone alerted me that I had a text. Reading it made me feel even more ashamed. It was from Taylor. Did he say sorry? Of course he didn't, I thought, but I texted back that he had. I put on comfy sweats that weren't much better than wearing pajamas, and remained bare-faced in defiance. Damien didn't deserve putting any special effort into my appearance, but it backfired on me. Fortunately, he at least acted normal in front of my parents. Even I had to admit that he cooked delicious steak. My dad stood out there and talked to him, although he had claimed that he was going to help him. My mom cooked the potatoes Damien had brought over along with the steaks, and I made the salad.
"We don't even need to go out after this meal,"
Dad stated as he leaned back in his chair in satisfaction.
"I don't think any restaurant can cook a better steak than this."
"Then order something else," Mom suggested. "Because you're not getting out of taking me to dinner." I looked at Damien, and he mouthed sorry.
"You're going out to dinner?"
he asked my parents. "Yes," Mom answered him. "It's our anniversary."
"So you're free for dinner?"
Damien asked me.
"Or are you going with your parents?" "Not unless she's paying for her own meal,"
Dad joked.
Otherwise, she'll be washing dishes at that place.
I'm used to skipping dinner, I said with a glance at Damien.
We can go out,
He suggested. We did that last night, I reminded him with false sweetness.
That wasn't enough food,
He replied with his own double meaning.
We can try something better tonight. Where'd you go?
Dad asked curiously. I don't feel like going out tonight, I said to distract him from that question. It's going to be a full moon. A lot of crazies will be out.
They don't only come out during the full moon,
Dad stated with a laugh. The ones I'm worried about do, I thought. Damien then convinced my parents to let me and him do all the cleanup after lunch. We have to pack anyway, Mom said to my dismay. Come on, you procrastinator, she prodded my dad. What was wrong with her? Didn't she realize that she had just announced to a hormonal teenage boy that her daughter was going to be home alone?
Are they going on vacation?
Damien immediately questioned me. Only overnight, I replied reluctantly. They always stay at a fancy hotel for their anniversary. Don't get any ideas, I warned him. You know what tonight is.
Yeah.
He turned away from me and began to clear the table. I wasn't going to feel bad for him, I told myself. It was no concern of mine. Are you scared? He set the plates he was carrying on the countertop and looked at me.
Not really, because it's hard to believe it'll really happen, you know?
Yeah, I agreed. I just can't picture it happening.
I should videotape it so I'll have proof,
he mused. Is that what you're going to do? I asked. He shrugged.
I don't know.
I opened the dishwasher so that we could stack the plates in it. That was a nice thing you did for Daphne.
Sorry about that. I thought I could see her right away, but I didn't have enough money to pay for everything at the store. I had to wait until the next day to get more money out of the bank, so I cut our date short for nothing. I promise I'll make it up to you next time, but tonight is probably not a good idea, just in case I really change.
So yeah, I did end up accepting his apology after that. It didn't take long to load the dishwasher, and I turned around and found him watching me in a way that gave me butterflies in my stomach.
Just you,
he said, as the dishwasher began to fill with water. His hand came up to caress my cheek.
No gunk, just your skin.
Hey, I protested with a catch in my breath. Sometimes a girl needs a little color to look better. My eyes widened as he suddenly pulled his shirt off. Stop doing that!
I should take off my pants, too, in case I change.
Heat flooded my face as he unzipped his pants. My parents! I exclaimed in panic. He laughed as he zipped his jeans back up.
You do look better with a little color on your face,
he smirked. Jerk, I said, but I really wasn't mad. We were messing around, not taking anything seriously, and it felt good to act like a normal teenager again. In that moment, we were carefree, but Damien's mood soon changed again. He paced away from me and looked out the window.
Let's go somewhere,
he implored as he faced me again. Where? I asked uncertainly.
I don't know. Anywhere. I just want to go somewhere.
The mall? That was the only safe place I could think of.
Yeah, he agreed. Whatever.
With that enthusiastic reply, I started for the stairs to tell my parents where we were going.
Don't change,
Damien called after me. You either, I quipped, but it didn't seem as funny as before. I gave my parents each a hug and wished them a happy anniversary.
Damien's not sleeping over,
Dad said. I know, I told him, shocked that he would think that of me. Mom gave him a look. We trust you, she assured me.
We might not feel like driving to the hotel after all that food.
Mom rolled her eyes. Have fun at the mall.
We might be home tonight,
Dad continued.
You never know.
Okay, I smiled at him. Maybe I'll see you later. This seemed to reassure him.
You could go see a movie while you're out at the mall, he suggested. Damien appeared to be too restless even for window shopping, let alone to sit down and watch a movie. We wandered from store to store, with him showing no interest in anything. "We can leave if you're bored," I offered. "I'm sorry. It's not that I'm bored, I'm just restless," I supplied. "Yeah, it's like I just want to go somewhere, but I don't know where. I'm sorry," he repeated. "I shouldn't have dragged you along." "It's okay. I don't have any money to buy anything anyway." I smiled at him. His answering smile faded quickly. "Let's go." I was troubled by my thoughts as we exited the mall. "Maybe it's the influence of the moon, why you're feeling that way." He looked up at the sky. "It's still light out." "Not for long," I noted. Damien glanced over at me. "I better get you home." He didn't get out of the car when he pulled into my driveway. "Stay inside tonight." "I will," I promised. Then I leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Good luck." I got out of his car feeling like I was going to cry. He'll still be Damien tomorrow, I reminded myself, no matter what happens tonight. A couple of hours later, I ordered some pizza, even though I didn't feel hungry. I was trying to stick to my normal routine. Usually, I loved having the house to myself, but I was feeling on edge tonight. Nothing is going to happen, I kept telling myself. People don't turn into wolves in real life any more than they turn into vampires. You'll laugh about this tomorrow. The text from Taylor arrived right after the pizza guy left with his tip. I set the pizza down on the coffee table and picked up my phone. My hand was trembling so bad after I read it that I almost dropped it. "Help me! I'm hiding at Mapleside Orchard. It's trying to get me." In the grip of terror, I didn't stop to wonder why she hadn't called the police or what she was doing there in the first place. All I knew was that my best friend was in danger. I grabbed the keys to my mom's car and a knife from the kitchen, which I dropped onto the passenger seat as I shoved the key in the ignition. I paused only long enough to send a one-word text. "Coming." I sped out to the highway and then flew down the country road after I got off on the exit that would take me to Taylor. Slowing down and cutting the lights before the turn so as not to be seen by the enemy, I stopped near the entrance and turned off the car. "Where are you?" There was no answer to my text, and my heart pounded in fear that I was too late. I got out, leaving the keys in the ignition for a hopefully quick getaway once I found Taylor. She had to be okay. I couldn't accept any other possibility. I was now faced with the daunting task of trying to find her in this big place. There were many trees, but there were also open spaces where I would be exposed to danger. My knife didn't seem like much protection against this unknown danger. I still held onto it tightly as I began my search. The light of the moon was both a blessing and a curse. It made it easier for me to see, but it also made it easier for me to be seen. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and spun quickly to face it. My heartbeat went out of control when I saw a wolf moving toward me. It was completely white and would have been a beautiful sight if I hadn't been terrified that it was going to kill me. Suddenly, another wolf came running from the other direction. This one was completely black, and it had an odd effect on me. I immediately felt better when I saw it, and I didn't flinch as it halted in front of me. The snow-white wolf tried to come closer to me, but the black wolf snarled at it. They faced each other with rigid, tense stances before the white wolf also turned its back to me. The two wolves stared ahead, seeming to sense something. I wondered if it was Taylor, but my relief at not being attacked by either wolf was displaced by a growing sense of unease. It was that familiar feeling I'd experienced at the mall with Taylor that first evening when Damien followed me home. I gasped when I saw another wolf approaching us. This one was darker than the white wolf, but not anywhere as dark as the black one. I guessed it to be gray when it got closer. The other two wolves growled at it, and it bared its teeth as it snarled and kept coming. I tried to run around them, but they attacked it together and drove it back.
The white wolf chased after it, but stopped to glance back at the black wolf. When it didn't move from its position in front of me, the white wolf continued the chase without it. The black wolf then came over to me and nudged my leg with its snout. It trotted a few steps back where I came from and turned to look at me. "Taylor," I said, as if it could understand me. It came back and nudged me again before moving back in the same direction. I wanted to find Taylor, but instinct was urging me to follow the wolf. It led me to my car and jumped inside when I opened the door. The passenger seat was set all the way back from the last time my dad had sat in it, and the wolf sat down on the floor, which was smart because I wasn't sure if it would have been able to fit upright on the seat. I didn't know how big wolves got, but this one seemed fairly large, although the other two had appeared to be just as big. Feeling heartbroken over not finding Taylor, I drove on automatic pilot and realized that I had driven to her house. The lights were on, and I pulled into her driveway. The wolf watched me as I opened the door and got out, but it stayed in the car. I went up to the door and rang the bell, not knowing what I would say to her parents. I stood there, gaping at Taylor when she answered the door. "Your text," I spoke in a faraway voice. "What text? I lost my phone and I can't find it anywhere." She realized that something wasn't right with me. "What are you doing out, Clarissa? Did you forget that tonight's the full moon?" I gestured toward the driveway. "Come see." "See what?" Taylor asked, as she followed me to my car. Her eyes went wide when she looked inside. "Do you see it?" I questioned. "It's not a hallucination?" "I see it," she breathed. "Is that—" "I don't know," I replied to the question she couldn't finish. "Maybe." She stared at the wolf, and it looked at her calmly in response. "What are you going to do with it?" "I don't know," I repeated. There was too much to tell her, but I didn't feel up to it at the moment. "I've got to go home. I'll call you tomorrow." "Taylor!" her mom called from the open front door. "What are you doing out there?" "Just talking to Clarissa. I'll be right in." I hurried back into the car before her mom could come out and see the wolf. "Bye. Call me on the house phone," Taylor reminded me. "I lost my cell." I quickly backed out of her driveway and drove away. "Do you want me to take you home?" I asked stupidly, before remembering that the wolf couldn't answer me. "Right. Well, I'm going home." The wolf got out of the car with me when I arrived home, and it followed me into the house. I actually felt safer with it there, and I didn't mind when it went upstairs to my room with me. The stress of the evening caught up with me, and I couldn't wait to go to bed. I started to pull my shirt up and stopped when I noticed the wolf watching me with intelligent yellow eyes. "I'm too tired to change into my pajamas," I informed it for no rational reason. It waited until I had settled into bed before sitting down on the carpet. "Good night," I told it, and turned off the light. Despite everything, I had no trouble drifting off to sleep with its comforting presence nearby. Chapter 10. I opened my eyes to daylight and immediately remembered the events of the previous night. My back was turned to the wolf, and I shifted to my other side to check if it was still there. Then I froze at the sight of Damien asleep on my bedroom floor. He was sprawled out on his back, and he was stark naked. I would have normally looked away in embarrassment if I found myself in such a situation, but I was too stunned to do anything else but stare at him. Yes, I had suspected that the wolf was Damien, but seeing him there in the flesh was a shock. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. Even when he finally stirred, I didn't move or avert my eyes. He looked up at the ceiling first, before his gaze traveled over one section of my pink wall and down to the pink carpet he was lying on. In my defense, it was the color I had chosen for my room when I was 10, and it hadn't been repainted since. I wasn't concerned with that at the moment, however, because he had now noticed me staring at him. He made a move to cover himself and halted with his hands hovering awkwardly above his crotch.
"Either take your clothes off too, or stop looking at me," he grumbled.
I finally tore my eyes away from his body. "Sorry, I'll bring you something to wear," I offered, and scrambled out of bed to step around him.
"I'm too tired to change into my pajamas,"
he imitated me sarcastically. I paused in the doorway and fought the urge to glance back at him. "You understood me?"
"Yeah, I just couldn't speak back to you,"
he said. "I'll be right back," I told him, because it was too difficult for me to talk to him without looking at him. Returning with a pair of my dad's sweatpants and one of his t-shirts, I found Damien sitting on my bed with the comforter thrown casually over his lap. Strangely, I was flustered now that he was covered up, when I hadn't been while he was exposed. All I could think about was that he was naked in my bed. "Here." I handed him the clothes and avoided eye contact with him. "I'll be downstairs in the kitchen. The bathroom's down the hall." I used the one downstairs and splashed water over my face. My shower would have to wait until Damien left. Fortunately, my parents had apparently stayed at the hotel last night, and they probably wouldn't be home until noon. I decided that Damien and I would have a quick breakfast of milk and cereal before I drove him home. He looked funny wearing my dad's pants, because they were short on his taller frame. The ill-fitting clothes seemed to have restored his confidence, however, and he sauntered into the kitchen like he was wearing the coolest style. I was a bit surprised that he hadn't acted cockier when he was naked. No pun intended. Oh boy, I wasn't going to allow my thoughts to go in that direction. Of course, I already knew about the male anatomy. I'd seen pictures of it in health class, but those had been drawings. Seeing it in the flesh was much more memorable, and I wasn't likely to forget it anytime soon. Not to mention the rest of his hot body. He smirked at me, and I felt paranoid that he could hear my thoughts. What did I know about the abilities of a werewolf?
"I guess you don't cook."
Oh, that was why he was laughing at me, I thought in relief. "What's wrong with cereal? Do you always have to eat bacon for breakfast?"
"Not always,"
he said.
"It's just that today's my birthday. But I'll let you off the hook since you didn't know that, even though I did save your butt last night."
"Is it really your birthday?" I questioned uncertainly.
"Yeah," he confirmed. "I'd show you my driver's license to prove it, but that was in my wallet, which was in my jeans, which are not here. I'll need you to drive me to get my car, by the way."
I had opened my mouth to ask where his car was, but he didn't give me the chance to speak.
"And why the hell did you go out last night?"
Damien demanded, suddenly angry.
"You knew it was the full moon and what happened to Blair last time."
"Sit down," I urged him. "I'll tell you while we eat. I'd like to get you out of here before my dad comes home and sees you wearing his clothes." He obliged and grabbed the carton I'd set out on the table, pouring milk into his bowl before helping himself to the cereal. I explained about the text which was sent from Taylor's phone, but turned out not to be her. "She thinks she lost her phone, but it looks like someone took it."
"You got the text after dark?"
Damien asked. I'd already told him that I had, but I answered him. "Yes, that's why I thought the wolf was after her. I mean, the bad wolf," I clarified.
"Wolves can't use phones."
He crunched the cereal in his mouth as he pondered this problem.
"How could it send you a text? Someone has to be working with it."
"Working with the wolf?" I inquired in bewilderment. "Who would do that? Who could do that? I mean, how is it possible?"
"It's possible if someone is able to control the wolf," he said.
"How could they do that? You said yourself that you understood me, so you still had control of your mind. Only your body changed." I looked down at my bowl in embarrassment after I mentioned his body.
"Some kind of mind control," he speculated. "That's what it has to be."
"But why?" I exclaimed. "To kill Blair? And me? And to turn you into a werewolf? For what reason?"
I don't know, he declared in frustration. Well, who's the white wolf? I questioned. I don't know that either, he sighed. How could you not know? I complained. It helped you fight the bad wolf. He set his spoon down into the now empty bowl with a clatter. I never even knew it existed before last night. Blair sure could have used its help, he added bitterly. That was the first time I'd heard him express any regret about what happened to Blair, and it made me like him a little more as a person. Maybe it's new to being a wolf, like you. Maybe, he said, and stood up to take our bowls to the sink. I got up to put away the milk and cereal box. Bryce is new here. Did he ever talk to you about the night you were attacked? Who? Damien asked. Bryce, I reminded him. The guy who talked to us in the hallway that time when you were saying all that stuff? He still didn't seem to remember. What stuff? I looked away from him uncomfortably. See you, hear you, all that stuff. He moved closer to me and caught my gaze again. Taste you. I leaned further back when he tried to kiss me. I didn't brush my teeth yet. Me either, he told me. But I thought you wouldn't mind, not after we spent the night together. We didn't, I began as Damien raised his eyebrows. Well, not like that. I don't know, he countered in a playful tone. I did wake up naked in your room. I flushed at the memory. I noticed. I noticed you noticing. He smirked at me. I'm not used to seeing naked guys, I declared defensively. So, you've never seen one before? He laughed as more heat flooded my face while my mind went straight to the gutter. I meant a naked guy. I know what you meant, I lied. You thought I was talking about my— We have to go, I huffed. Where's your damn car? His green eyes were still filled with amusement, but he backed off. At Mapleside. You drove there too? Now that I thought about it, that would have been some distance for him to go on foot, even in his wolf form. I realized that I couldn't stay home, in case the change really happened, so I told my parents that I was sleeping over a friend's house. He explained. I guess I picked the orchard because it was a familiar place. We used to go there when I was a kid. Us too, I said. He gazed thoughtfully at me. It's one of us. What is? I asked in confusion. The guy controlling the wolf, he stated. It's a local, someone who knows the area. I could see his point. Mapleside Orchard was popular with families in the community, but it wasn't known outside of the local area. Bryce might have heard about it from someone, but who would be talking about an orchard in November? Especially people our age, most of whom probably hadn't been there in years. As we were walking toward the front door, I noticed the overturned pizza box on the floor beside the coffee table. I had forgotten all about the pizza I had ordered last night. How did that happen? I got hungry after you went to sleep, Damien said. You ate my pizza? I thought wolves ate deer. This one prefers pizza, he remarked with a smile. It was still surreal to think of him as the wolf from last night. I'll clean this up later, I decided as I surveyed the crumbs on the floor. Luckily, there was no carpet in this room, so I didn't have to worry about stains. We were silent for a little while on the way to the orchard, each lost in our own thoughts. How did it feel? I blurted, changing into the wolf. Remember how restless I was at the mall? Well, it just kept getting worse. I wanted to get away from everything and everybody. I usually go hole up in my room when I feel like that, but I couldn't stand walls yesterday. They felt like a cage, and I wanted to be outside, somewhere with no buildings, so the orchard was the perfect place for that. Maybe that's why the white wolf was drawn there too, I thought. It was a very lucky coincidence for me, otherwise the bad wolf would have gotten me. Was it going to kill me or turn me into a werewolf? I wondered. By the time I got there, I felt like I couldn't stay in my car another minute, Damien continued. I had to walk, and then I had to run. But then I just stopped and stared at the moon. It was like I was mesmerized or something. The next thing I knew, I had 4 legs instead of 2.
It happened that fast? I asked in amazement.
I don't know, he answered, but it seemed like an instant to me. Too bad I forgot to videotape it.
I was surprised by how well he was dealing with all of this. He'd had no control over his transformation, but he didn't seem to be upset by it. How does it feel to be a wolf?
Free,
He replied, without having to think about it.
and strong. I felt free and strong, like I could run for miles. But I couldn't, because I had to protect you.
Why? I wondered. Why do you care about protecting me?
What do you mean, why?
Damien questioned.
I don't want anything bad to happen to you.
Every decent person doesn't want bad things to happen to other people. But why are you focused on me specifically? You never paid any attention to me before this thing started.
You are the one who warned us about it,
He reminded me. That did nothing to change the situation, so I don't understand why you started hanging around.
Me either,
He said, adding to my doubts about what was happening between us.
I just felt like I needed to make sure you were safe. And I was right, because you were obviously a target.
I debated whether to even continue this conversation, but I really wanted an answer. What about the rest of it? Why'd you kiss me? I focused steadily on the road, because I couldn't look at him when I asked that uncomfortable question. Damien apparently had to embarrass me further.
I thought you liked kissing me. It sure seemed like you did.
But where did that come from? This was what had been bothering me, his out-of-nowhere sudden attraction to me. You never even noticed me before.
I did,
He insisted. I mean, except for the time you fell in love with my underwear, I said caustically.
That was what started it,
He admitted.
I didn't really notice you before that, but you got my attention that day.
Great, I muttered. What a beautiful romance this was.
I couldn't ask you out, though, because you weren't.
Hot? I interjected before he could say it.
Popular,
He stated.
Going out with the most popular girls was part of my image, but seeing your panties wouldn't have been hot if you weren't hot.
Damien Stark had just called me hot. I didn't want to be one of those insecure girls who were always fishing for compliments, but I wanted to hear him say it again. You think I'm hot?
You want a demonstration?
The provocative question made my face flame in embarrassment. I was being one of those girls, and he was mocking me for it. At least that's what I thought as I silently watched for his car as we approached the orchard. I spotted it much further down the road from where I had parked last night. He certainly had wanted to be away from buildings, because he had driven past the entrance where the store and bakery were located. The place also had a barn, because they offered hay rides during the autumn months. All of it was closed now that the season was over. I parked several feet away from Damien's car. I'll wait to make sure it starts.
My keys were in my other pocket,
He told me.
Will you help me look for them?
Yeah, I guess, I agreed half-heartedly. We got out of the car, and I walked around to peer through the fence for his missing clothes. Damien came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. What are you doing? I demanded, but I didn't pull away from him. It felt great to have his arms around me.
Giving you a demonstration.
He brought one hand up to move my hair out of his way, before trailing shiver-inducing kisses along my neck. I haven't taken a shower yet, I protested weakly. I was also uncomfortably aware of still having on the same clothes I'd worn yesterday.
Me either,
He murmured as he pulled me tightly back against him.
Are you turned off?
His teeth gently grazed my earlobe before his tongue flicked over it. I made a small, breathy sound in response.
Me either,
He said, in a low, husky voice, while slipping his hand beneath my shirt and gliding it up my stomach.
Stop, I gasped before he reached my chest. He obeyed, but kept his hand splayed over my skin. Convinced yet? I didn't think that he expected an answer, so I tried to step out of his arms and continue the search for his keys. He tightened his hold on me and lowered his mouth to my neck, eliciting a moan from me as he sucked on it. "Hey!" I exclaimed. "I think you just gave me a hickey." "Are you convinced?" Damien repeated, with his mouth still hovering over my neck. "Yes!" I yelled. "Don't make any more marks on my skin." "The next one will be on my skin," he said as he let go of me. I turned to glare at him. "I'm not giving you a hickey, you conceited jerk." "How was that conceited? I was just proving that you're hot. Anyway, I wasn't talking about hickeys. I'm getting a tattoo," he announced exuberantly. "Let's find your keys already," I said in exasperation and began to climb the fence. He climbed over it in a flash and helped me down. "Don't you want to know what kind of tattoo I'm getting?" "Bryce has a wolf tattoo," I told him. "How do you know?" Damien asked sharply. "I saw it on his arm," I snapped. "How else would I know?" Then I realized what he was implying. "Why? Where are you getting yours?" "On my arm," he acknowledged, and grinned when I rolled my eyes. We walked without saying anything until curiosity prompted me to give in and ask. "Are you getting a wolf too?" "Too obvious," he remarked, "and not very original under the circumstances." "Then what are you getting?" I inquired. "A dragon," he replied. I snorted. "That's original." "Mine will be," he bragged. "Come with me. I'm going later this afternoon." "I'm not getting a tattoo," I immediately informed him. "Not everything is about you, Clarissa," he smirked. "Even if you are hot. But you can't get a tattoo if you're under 18 anyway. That's why I had to wait until my birthday." I glanced away from him and noticed the clothing on the ground several feet ahead of us. "There it is." I gestured toward it. We surveyed the damage as we approached it. His clothes had ripped apart at the seams when he transformed into the wolf. Damien left them there after retrieving his keys and wallet. "I locked my cell phone in the car," he explained. "Just in case, so I wouldn't damage it." I was too caught up in trying to envision him turning into a wolf to comment. "You can watch next time," he promised. I don't want to see that," I sputtered. "Sure you do," he insisted. "I can tell." "I do not," I denied hotly. "Yeah, you do," he declared smugly. "Especially since I'll be naked next time, so I don't destroy any more of my clothes." "I have no interest in seeing you naked," I stated haughtily. "I was only staring at you because I was in shock." He laughed. "You were checking me out, Clarissa. Don't try to deny it, because you're not that good of an actress. I've seen all your plays, so I know." That last part distracted me from arguing with him. "You've seen my plays?" "Yeah," he said. "I was interested in you after the panty incident, and I found out that you were going to be in the play. So I went to see you." He shrugged. "Then I went to your next one, too." "And you enjoyed my terrible acting so much that you went to all of them," I remarked disparagingly. "I didn't say that you were a terrible actress," he countered. "Just not a great one. You do okay. And I like watching you. I hated having to miss your last one, but it would have drawn too much attention if I'd shown up so soon after Blair was killed." Our school performance had been scheduled for the week they ended up having Blair's funeral, and the school had postponed the play until the following week. I had been glad that I didn't have the starring role, because my ability to concentrate hadn't been at top capacity after my ill-fated role as Madame Aurora at the carnival. Now I was on an emotional roller coaster due to Damien's unexpected admission that he'd been following my amateur acting career since freshman year. That was a long time to have an interest in someone just because he'd once seen her panties. "What?" Damien questioned as we returned to his car. I don't know, I answered, thinking out loud. I just don't know. Come on, he urged. It's my birthday. I really want you to be there to see me get my tattoo. Please? I'll come pick you up after I go home and get ready. He thought that I was debating whether to go with him, but I was questioning this whole weird thing between us. What was it? Were we friends? Dating? What category did our relationship belong in? Did we even have a relationship? Whatever it was enough for me to want more. Okay, I agreed. I'll go with you. I made it home before my parents and went straight upstairs to take the shower I'd been craving. I also brushed my teeth after I put on clean clothes. My parents arrived home just as I was about to call Taylor, and I waited to greet them first. What happened here? Mom asked as she walked into the living room and saw the overturned pizza box on the floor. Oh, I accidentally knocked that over last night when I woke up on the couch, I lied. I was going to clean it up this morning, but I forgot. You ate the whole pizza by yourself? Mom questioned in disbelief. Fortunately, Dad had gone into the bathroom upon arriving home. Damien ate most of it, I told her. He just watched a movie with me and went home, I swear. I believe you, she assured me. But there's no need to mention it to your father. She picked up the pizza box. I'll throw this out. Thanks, Mom, I said gratefully. I'll sweep the floor. The phone rang while I was getting the floor vac. It's Taylor, Mom told me in surprise after answering it. She lost her cell phone, I explained as I took the handset from her. I hate not having my phone, Taylor complained as I walked upstairs for some privacy. Why haven't you called me? I've been dying to find out what happened. It was Damien, I confirmed. He was himself again this morning. He spent the night? Taylor squealed. As a wolf, I stressed, too paranoid about my parents overhearing to tell her about him being naked this morning. Did he howl? Taylor asked. I laughed at that ridiculous question. No, he was still Damien. He just couldn't talk. Wow, she exclaimed. That's so cool. Clarissa, Mom called out. My mom's coming, I said as I heard her walking in the hallway. Clarissa? She repeated and knocked on my door. I pulled the phone away from my mouth. Yeah, I'm here, I called out to her. She opened the door. Damien's here. I'll be right down, I told her. I spoke into the phone as she walked away. Sorry, Taylor, I'll call you later. Damien wants me to go with him while he gets a tattoo. He's getting a tattoo? He should get the one Bryce has. I mean, how perfect would that be? Taylor gushed. He's getting a dragon, I said. That's so cool. I smiled at her enthusiasm. Yeah, so I'll call you later. My own excitement was absent until I went downstairs and saw Damien. His green eyes were alight with his anticipation for the tattoo he was about to get, and his mood was contagious. I noticed that his hair was damp, so he had obviously taken a shower too. He looked much better in his own clothes that fit him well, but he'd had enough sense not to return my dad's clothes just yet. He was holding a piece of paper that he had been showing my parents, and he hurried over to share it with me. It was a picture of a dragon on fire, and I had to admit that it was a cool image. See, it's emerging from the flames, he told me. It looks like it's on fire, I commented. It is, he said. It's burning. He stared at the picture until my dad spoke. I know that you want to celebrate turning 18, but are you sure that you want to do something that permanent, Damien? Dad, I whined, embarrassed that he was trying to tell someone else's kid what to do. I'm sure, Mr. Harris, Damien replied politely. I was suddenly eager to leave. Is it okay if I go with him? As long as you don't get one too, Dad answered. You know I hate needles, I reminded him. Me too, Mom shuddered. I don't think it'll be that bad, Damien said. It turned out to be bad in a different way than we anticipated. He handed the picture to me after we got into his car. Why is it burning? I asked as I looked at the dragon. He waited until he pulled out of my driveway to answer. It's me. I'm burning with revenge, I guess. He didn't sound angry, so I wasn't worried at first. I know you're upset, but you only have to deal with this once a month, and you handled it great the first time, so it came after you, he said in a harsh tone. It killed Blair, and now it's trying to get you. But it failed, I reassured him. You stopped it. Only temporarily, but it'll be back. But this time, I'll be ready for it, he vowed. I'll stop it for good. How? I questioned in an uneasy tone. I'm going to kill it. I felt sick hearing him say that. It's a person, I argued. Just like you. That would make it murder. Not if I kill it while it's a wolf. He glanced at me and saw my expression. It's the only way. This thing is a killer, but the police can't stop it. I tried to calm down. There was lots of time to talk him out of it, since the next full moon wasn't for almost a month. I didn't have to deal with it yet. Too much had already happened this weekend. You know I'm right about this, Clarissa. I don't want to talk about this right now, I told him firmly. It's your birthday. We're not talking about this on your birthday. Okay, he agreed. We remained silent until we arrived at the tattoo parlor. I handed the picture back to him, and we went inside. I looked at all the designs while Damien discussed exactly what he wanted with the tattoo artist, Jason. Then Damien removed his shirt and sat down in the chair, while Jason prepared to begin working on his tattoo. He offered me a seat too, saying that we would be there for at least a couple of hours. I chose to stand for the beginning, and I never did get to sit down. Despite my aversion to needles, I watched in fascination as ink appeared on Damien's skin, and then disappeared, exactly like disappearing ink. What the fuck? Jason stared at Damien's arm, and then inspected his needle in confusion. I exchanged an intense, charged look with Damien. I have to go. Damien practically vaulted from the chair. Jason was slow to react, still completely at a loss as to what he had seen. Wait. The word was uttered in a daze. We were already hurrying toward the door, and Damien wasted no time in speeding away once we were in the car. No scars, I mused softly. What? Damien questioned. Your shoulder. There's no scar from the bite, I explained. You healed completely, but that's not possible for a regular human. I guess tattoos are kind of like scars. He thought it over for a moment. Shit. That fucking sucks, he complained. But you can heal from injuries, I exclaimed, and told him about the werewolf Daphne's grandma had learned about, and how quickly his broken leg had healed. That's amazing, he agreed. But I was looking forward to getting a tattoo. I let him stew about it until we arrived in my driveway. Sorry that didn't work out, but happy birthday anyway. Thanks, he said. I, don't really want to face your dad right now, so I'm just gonna drop you off. That's okay. He'll be happy that you chickened out, I teased. He groaned. At least I didn't brag to my friends about it, or I couldn't show my face at school. I smiled. I'm pretty sure you could still show your face. People seem to like your face for some reason. I don't know why. Sometimes you like my face too, he stated with a playful smile. Maybe just a little, I allowed. He shifted closer to me, and I leaned in closer to him. We shared a slow, unhurried kiss. Both of us knew that it wasn't going any further than that while we were sitting in my parents' driveway in broad daylight. It was enough to keep my worries about our situation at bay while we parted. Happy birthday, I told him, as I gazed into his beautiful green eyes. He was still watching me as I stepped out of the car and turned to walk away.
Chapter 11. Damien kissed me Monday morning at school, right in front of everyone around us in the hallway. I had just opened my locker when he called out good morning as he approached me. Turning my head to look at him, I saw him leaning in closer before he gave me a kiss that lasted long enough to be noticed. "Who's that with him?" I heard some girl ask. I was mortified when Damien spun around to answer her.
"Clarissa Harris, and you're right. She is with me."
I knew exactly in what way they would assume I was with him. "What happened to me not being popular enough for you?" I demanded when he returned his attention to me.
"I don't care about that anymore," he said. "I'm going to do what I want to do."
His green eyes took on that intense look.
"You could have been dead, like Blair. It could have happened, and then it wouldn't matter anyway what anyone thought."
I stared at him, feeling a chill at his words. I'd been terrified of that very thing until the black wolf came charging onto the scene that night. Then all my fear for myself had evaporated, and I'd felt safe, protected. All I'd felt after the bad wolf left was worry for Taylor's fate. After discovering that she was unharmed, I'd been immensely relieved and slept peacefully with the black wolf, with Damien, by my side. Now I felt that prickling of unease after he spoke.
"So screw what they think," he continued. "I like you, and I know you like me."
I realized that the uneasy feeling was intensifying. Something wasn't right. "It's wrong," I spoke aloud. "Very wrong."
"You don't like me?"
I heard Damien speak, but I wasn't focused on him anymore as I began to walk away in search of the source of my rapidly increasing distress.
"Hey,"
he called after me.
"You left your backpack on the floor. Want me to close your locker?"
I understood his words, but they were no longer of any concern to me as I hurried down the hall. Without knowing where I was going, I turned the corner and kept walking until I saw Bryce walk by me. I then followed him and spotted that girl, Kristen, closing what I assumed was her locker. Bryce quickened his pace until he reached her. I stopped a short distance away from them and heard him order her to come with him. "I don't want to," Kristen whined. After a pause, Bryce repeated his command. She smirked at him. "Guess what?" she said in a taunting tone. "You can't control me anymore." I saw Bryce tense up.
"How are you?"
"Take your pathetic stalker ass back to Wyoming." She cut him off with a sneer. "I told you before that I'm done with you. Don't make me tell you again," she warned, and strode confidently away from him in the other direction. Bryce dejectedly turned to retrace his steps and spotted me staring at him.
"Clarissa,"
he said urgently and started toward me. Damien suddenly stepped in front of me.
"Leave her alone."
I hadn't even noticed that he had followed me to this hallway, but I assumed that he'd seen Bryce's confrontation with Kristen.
"I have to explain," Bryce pleaded. "It's not what you think."
"Really?" I questioned. "Because it seems like you've been stalking Kristen when you're not out with Taylor."
"What did she mean about you controlling her?"
Damien demanded, as he advanced threateningly on Bryce.
"I don't know,"
Bryce exclaimed.
"We dated all summer, but it wasn't like that. We were happy until she changed."
"Changed?" I asked sharply.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"She just broke up with me out of the blue, for no reason."
"So you followed her here? Why'd you go out with Taylor if you're still trying to get back with Kristen?" I questioned angrily.
"I'm not trying to get back with her," he insisted.
"I just heard you tell her to come with you," I spat at him.
"It's not what you think. Please, Clarissa," he implored. "Give me a chance to explain."
"Explain," I ordered impatiently.
"Not here,"
he said.
"We can talk after school, but I have to talk to Taylor first."
"You mean lie to her?" I stated derisively.
"No. I'm going to tell her everything about my relationship with Kristen, but she needs to hear it from me."
"I don't trust you," I informed him. "I don't want you anywhere near Taylor again." Then I'll talk to you first, he sighed. Just give me a chance to explain myself before you say anything to Taylor. I'll come over your house, or you can come to my place if you want. She's not going anywhere with you. The warning bell went off while Damien was speaking. You can be there too, Bryce offered. This concerns you too. It's him, Damien declared. He wants to hypnotize us too. What? Bryce asked with a bewildered expression. Did you see what it did to Blair? Damien flew at him in a rage and punched him so hard that he knocked him on his ass. You sick son of a bitch! Bryce looked up at him with anguished eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You will be, Damien snarled. I'll fucking kill you! Damien! A teacher yelled. She marched up to him and told him to go wait for her in the office. Then she turned her attention to Bryce. Are you injured? No. He quickly got to his feet. I'm okay. She escorted him to the office with a concerned expression as Bryce threw a pleading look at me. He showed up late to class with a pass from the office, and I wondered what had happened to Damien. I sat tensely, waiting for it to be over, so that I could get away from him and warn Taylor. His apology seemed like an admission of guilt to me, but I couldn't fathom why he had done it. What did Blair have to do with Kristen? What reason did he have to kill her? As much as I tried to hurry, he caught up to me with his long legs after class. Please let me explain. Why did you go out with Taylor? I questioned. Just to steal her phone? If he was acting, he was putting on an Academy Award-worthy performance of looking perplexed. I have a phone. Why would I need hers? I snorted at his nerve. You tell me. Realization dawned in his eyes. When was it stolen? Like you don't know, I huffed. When? Bryce repeated urgently. Saturday, I snapped in response. You know, the night of the full moon? Saturday. So that means... A bright, happy smile lit up his face. It wasn't her, he crowed. It wasn't Taylor. So you admit that it was you, I said. Why'd you do it? What do you have against me? I don't know what you're talking about, but I have nothing against you. I'm the one who helped Damien defend you. That was him at the orchard, wasn't it? Taylor called out both of our names before I could answer him. She approached us with a big smile on her face, blissfully unaware of the tension between us. I glanced warily at Bryce, but he seemed to have completely forgotten about me. His entire focus was on Taylor, and he gazed at her with a warmth I couldn't imagine anyone could fake. There was even a slight flush on his face, and his smile looked almost bashful. Hey, Taylor, he greeted her. I sent you some texts, but I guess you never got them. Your phone was stolen? I probably just lost it. She laughed as her eyes slid toward me in a signal not to contradict her. I'm sorry I didn't get your texts. I'd rather talk to you in person, he said. Do you have time after school? Yeah, she answered. Yeah, we could hang out for a while. My heart sank as I watched her. She was trying not to seem too eager, but she was clearly excited about spending more time with him. I need to talk to you too, I told her. You could probably come over later, she suggested casually, still thinking that we were going to discuss her relationship with Bryce. That was my plan, but not in the way she anticipated. Bryce's happy expression had faded. You might as well be there too, Clarissa. We can talk at my apartment. I'll give Taylor directions. No way, I exclaimed. We'll meet at my house. I didn't want to walk into a trap at his place, even though I wasn't sure we'd be much safer with him at my house. Why can't we go to Bryce's apartment? Taylor asked in confusion. We've got to hurry if we don't want to be late for class, I said. Yeah, Bryce agreed, apparently just as reluctant to answer her question. So we'll meet at your house, Clarissa? I guess, I replied dully. Taylor shot me a frustrated look, but she didn't have time to interrogate me. She also couldn't text me since she didn't have her phone. I expected her to ambush me in the hall sometime during the day, but it was Bryce who found me again.
Does Taylor know about Damien?
Of course she knows about him, I answered obtusely in order to annoy him. She's been going to school with him for years.
You know what I mean,
he snapped impatiently.
Does she know what he is?
Yes, I hissed. She just doesn't know what you are. Yet, I added, with what I hoped was an intimidating look.
I guess that'll make it easier for her to believe me,
he mused, seeming to forget me again. I sighed at the thought of Taylor's new romance being ruined already, and I walked away from Bryce without saying anything else. Taylor did ambush me in the parking lot after school. What's going on? Bryce just keeps saying we'll talk about it later. Now that I finally had the chance, I didn't know where to start. Let's get in the car and talk on the way. Well, Bryce is giving me a ride to your house, so hurry up and tell me what this is about. You can't go with him, I insisted desperately. He doesn't know the way, she reminded me. Oh, is this about the fight he had with Damien? I heard he got suspended. Yes, it's about that, I began, but Bryce pulled up in his car. Taylor looked relieved that it appeared to be nothing more than two guys fighting. Okay, so we'll see you at your house. Wait, I pleaded, but she was already getting into Bryce's car. I hurried to get into mine and follow them. They could have been long gone by the time I maneuvered my way into the line of cars exiting the parking lot, but Bryce had pulled over onto the side of the street to wait for me. He motioned me ahead of him and pulled out behind me. I lost them at a traffic light, but they arrived at my house shortly after I did. Damien was parked in my driveway, and he went ballistic when he saw Bryce.
What the hell is he doing here? Are you fucking crazy?
Damien shouted at me.
You brought him to your house?
I was very glad that my parents weren't home yet. Calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down, he raged. You weren't there. You didn't see what it did to her. That's what he was going to have it do to you.
Let's go inside, I urged, worried that my neighbors might hear the commotion and complain to my parents. It's cold out here.
Yeah,
Taylor backed me up. I'm cold. I noticed that she seemed much more subdued than she was at school, and I wondered what Bryce had said to her during the ride over. He hadn't spoken a word since they'd arrived, but Damien hadn't given him much of a chance to say anything.
Are you really gonna do this?
Damien demanded as I unlocked my front door. I want to know why he did it, I said.
You don't know how this mind control thing works, he argued. He could be planning to. I didn't turn you.
Bryce interrupted him.
So I can't control you.
I opened the door and ushered everyone inside. Let's sit down. I gestured toward the living room. Everyone ignored me as Damien faced off against Bryce.
But you control the thing that killed Blair. Not anymore,
Bryce answered with a pained expression.
I don't know how she broke the bond, but I have no influence over her anymore.
Her? I questioned in surprise.
Kristen, Bryce said. She's the rogue wolf, and it's all my fault.
Your ex-girlfriend? Taylor asked. She's a werewolf too?
Yes, he confirmed. Because I turned her into one.
Taylor stared at him in dismay.
You're a werewolf too? It's not the kind of thing you tell people right away. I wanted to wait until you got to know me better.
Damien barked out a derisive laugh.
You cannot be buying this bullshit. I was right by your side on Saturday, helping you fight her.
Bryce snapped at him.
You're the white wolf,
Damien stated in amusement.
Right. Who else do you think it is?
Bryce countered. Damien had no real answer to that.
Anybody but you.
I was tired of this pointless bickering. Shut up, Damien.
You're gonna take his word, just like that?
No, I said. I want to hear the whole story first.
We should sit down,
Bryce suggested. Why didn't I think of that? I asked sarcastically, as we all walked into the living room. Taylor and I sat down together on the love seat, leaving no room beside us for the guys. Damien scowled at me as he took a seat in the recliner,
while Bryce sat stiffly on the couch by himself.
I won't repeat all the personal stuff I told Taylor, Bryce informed us. The gist of it is that I thought Kristen was the one. So when she asked me to turn her, I did. It's the biggest mistake I ever made in my life.
Let me guess, Damien remarked in a scornful tone. Your girlfriend dumped you, and you went psycho.
No,
Bryce denied.
She did break up with me, but I accepted her decision. It wasn't until I heard about the wolf attack on the news that I came here to see if she had anything to do with it.
Oh my God, Taylor exclaimed to me. She killed Blair because she wants Damien. That's why she was trying to kill you too.
I'm afraid so,
Bryce agreed.
She's murdering her rivals.
Damien snorted in disgust.
You expect us to believe that bullshit story? Clarissa and I heard her at the mall,
Taylor explained.
She's completely obsessed with you. So she somehow figured out a way to become a werewolf and kill Blair?
Damien questioned dubiously. And turn you into one, I added. Everyone was quiet until Bryce swore angrily.
She played me. That whole time she only pretended to love me until I gave her what she wanted. My God, I was such an idiot.
I was putting his story together in my mind, and I now spoke it aloud. You met Kristen this summer, fell in love, and told her that you're a werewolf. Then she convinced you to make her one too.
I met her when I was 13, he corrected me. That's the summer I told her about being a werewolf, one day when we were sharing secrets.
You didn't tell me that you've known her that long, Taylor said in a hurt tone.
There was barely enough time to tell you about this summer, he noted. Clarissa doesn't live very far from school. She believed you, just like that?
Damien questioned.
I guess girls don't need any proof, he commented with a dour look at me.
Bryce hung his head in shame.
She wanted to see it, so I showed her. I was 13 and I had a huge crush on her. The full moon only made it more intense.
I felt it then, the horror of Kristen's twisted desire. She's known about it for a long time. Who knows how long she's been planning this?
What about Taylor's phone?
Damien asked.
How do you explain her using it to send Clarissa that text message? She couldn't do that on the night of the full moon. I don't know, Bryce answered him. I didn't even know that happened. Well, I've heard enough, Damien declared. You told your story, and now you can leave.
This is my house, I argued. You can't?
It's okay,
Bryce said.
I'll go.
I'm gonna hang out with Clarissa for a while, Taylor told him. She'll drive me home. He nodded in understanding, but regarded her with pensive eyes.
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow?
Yeah, she agreed awkwardly. See you in school. I walked him to the door, but Damien followed me. Seriously? I complained after Bryce left. You can't let me walk a few feet alone?
Not with that guy,
he muttered. I rolled my eyes and returned to the living room to find Taylor staring off into space. Are you okay?
Yeah,
she replied. What do you think? I asked.
It's bullshit,
Damien answered, even though my question hadn't been directed at him. It sounded like the truth to me, I said. Me too, Taylor agreed.
How can he be a werewolf if he has a tattoo?
Damien inquired with an air of superiority. Oh, Taylor responded in a deflated tone. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, so that makes him a liar for starters, Damien began.
Go home, I snapped at him.
Why are you mad at me? He's the—
Now, I yelled and stomped toward the front door, guessing correctly that he would follow me.
What's your problem?
He glared at me. Taylor's upset, I whispered angrily. She doesn't need you to keep going on about it.
Sorry. We've got a psycho to deal with, but you guys can cry and eat ice cream first.
Well, Maybe you can punch him again tomorrow and get expelled this time, I suggested sarcastically. That's a good way to deal with it. He yanked open the door and left without another word. I slammed it behind him and went back to commiserate with Taylor. I'm sorry. I know how much you like him. She raised her hand in a dismissive wave. It's not a big deal. We only went on one date. The deep disappointment in her voice revealed the lie in her words. I sat down beside her and hugged her. We didn't eat ice cream, but Taylor did cry. She'd had something new and wonderful with Bryce, and now it was ruined. Chapter 12. Daphne got out of the hospital, and Damien decided to have a party. He claimed that it was a belated birthday party, that he'd been too distracted by becoming a werewolf to plan one before. I thought it was to celebrate Daphne's discharge from the hospital, but he wouldn't admit that. I'm surprised your parents are even letting you have a party after you just got suspended, I remarked.
Yeah, well, I'm only turning 18 once. Plus, I told them if they let me have a party, I wouldn't get that tattoo I've been waiting to get for 2 years.
He laughed. I couldn't help sharing his amusement. Devious. Oh, I can't believe you.
So I took advantage of the circumstances,
He admitted with a smile. Isn't this kind of short notice for a party? I asked. It was Tuesday and the party was going to be on Saturday. He'd only posted it on his Facebook this afternoon. Maybe people already have plans. He snorted at my naive question.
It's a party. People will be there.
He smiled seductively at me.
What about you? Will you be at my party?
Only if you promise not to give me another hickey. I pulled at my turtleneck in annoyance. I'm lucky it's winter, or I don't know what I'd do.
It was worth it.
He smirked. You wouldn't think that if my dad saw it, I retorted.
It'll fade in a few days, he assured me. A week at the most.
Oh yeah, I guess you've had lots of experience with hickeys, I said, a bit more harshly than I intended. His playful expression clouded.
That seems like another life.
It's still your life, I told him. You're still popular and everything. Nobody else knows about your secret, so everything is still the same as far as they know.
Nothing is the same,
he stated fervently.
Before this all started, the only thing on my mind was having a kick-ass senior year.
You can still do that, I said. You can still hang out with your friends and do all the things you did before. The only time you can't is during the full moon. I'd been afraid that he would change the next night, too, but he'd confirmed that it had only happened that one time. He shifted position on the couch and angled his body toward me.
Being with them isn't the same anymore. They talk about all this stuff that I can't even...
He broke off and seemed to be searching for the right words.
I just don't care about most of it anymore.
You can't relate to them anymore, I guessed, because of what happened to you.
Yeah,
he agreed.
Their lives are still the same, but everything is different for me. I've got life and death stuff to deal with. Like Daphne,
he muttered.
I bet she doesn't care about stupid shit right now either.
Are you inviting her to your party? I asked, although I couldn't imagine that he wouldn't.
Yeah,
he confirmed.
We could all use a break from life and death stuff.
What about Taylor? I inquired cautiously.
She can come,
he said.
But not Bryce.
Taylor had called me last night after a 2-hour conversation with Bryce. He'd looked up her home number and called to tell her everything about himself. He was born a werewolf, but he didn't know it until his first transformation at 12 years old, because it apparently didn't manifest until about the age of puberty. He'd had a 50% chance of being one, since his mother was also a werewolf. His father had been a regular human, and he'd chosen to remain that way. Bryce had told Taylor that he'd decided he wanted the woman he married to be a werewolf. He was convinced that his father would have healed from his injuries if he'd been a werewolf. Bryce didn't want to lose the girl he loved to injury or illness, which was why he'd so readily agreed to turn Kristen into a werewolf, All it took was one bite while he was in his wolf form. He'd met her when he was 13, the first time she came to spend the entire summer with her grandparents in Wyoming. Her mother had just given birth to a new baby, and Kristen's stepfather felt it would be best if she got away for a while. The occasion was bittersweet, because her mom had been carrying twins, one of whom was stillborn. Kristen shared all of this with Bryce as they got to know each other over the course of that fateful summer. There was a close friendship developing between them that would lead Bryce to reveal his secret to her. She promised never to tell anyone else about it, and he trusted her. Kristen returned the following summer, having suffered another tragedy in her family a few months prior. They'd lost the surviving baby twin in a sad and sudden case of crib death. Her stepfather had taken Kristen's mother on an extended vacation to Europe in an attempt to take her mind off of her grief. It worked to an extent, as she came home resolved to return to her career with renewed determination. Unfortunately, she wouldn't even consider trying to have any more children. Kristen confided all of this to Bryce over the course of the following year. They continued to keep in contact after sharing their first kiss that second summer they spent together. Bryce claimed that Kristen was the first and only girl he had kissed until he met Taylor. "There's more," Taylor had said. "Personal stuff with him and Kristen that I can't get into. Things that happened this past summer. But the point is that he was in love with her. He wouldn't have turned her if he wasn't planning to marry her." "Taylor," I began in a hesitant tone. "If he's a werewolf, then he wouldn't be able to—" "I asked him about it," she interrupted me. "He got it done in a magic ceremony." "Magic," I repeated without inflection. It sounded like an answer you gave to kids. "Yes, magic," she argued, even though I hadn't voiced my skepticism. "Isn't that how you got your psychic powers?" "Yes," I admitted. "But using a spell just to get a tattoo?" "He told me it's like an initiation for new werewolves," she explained. "He heard about it from his uncle. It's very dangerous, and Bryce got really sick. His mom didn't talk to her brother for years after that. They just made up last winter at their dad's funeral." I was fascinated by this story about a family of werewolves. Was his grandfather a werewolf too? "Yes," Taylor confirmed. "And I asked how he died if werewolves can recover from everything. Bryce said that old age takes a toll on them too. Their immune systems don't work as well as when they were younger. So werewolves don't live forever either." I had told all of this to Damien, except for skipping over most of the parts having to do with Bryce's love life. He was still skeptical of the whole story, but he had calmed down at least. "What are we going to do about Kristen?" I wondered. "We can't do anything until we know if it's her," he said. That was a much different attitude than he'd had before he found out that the bad wolf might be a girl, but I didn't call him on it. I was just relieved that he was no longer talking about killing anyone. Bryce had told Taylor that whoever had her phone had responded to his text message to Taylor with a reply telling him that she didn't want to go out with him anymore. It had been one of the reasons for him trying to compel Kristen to go back to Wyoming with him. He'd thought that Taylor wanted him to leave. He'd also wanted to get Kristen far away from here after she tried to attack me. Her motive for killing Blair hadn't been clear to him until then, and he hadn't been completely sure that she was the killer. That was another part of his story that I had questioned. Why didn't Kristen just control Damien and make him be her boyfriend if she was the one who turned him into a werewolf? "I'll ask him that tomorrow," Taylor had promised me. "I can't wait until I get my new phone. Mom's going with me after school tomorrow to get one." Damien had been waiting for me again in my driveway after school the following day. At least he had stopped hanging around my yard all night. "Daphne went home from the hospital today," he informed me happily, apparently having forgotten that we hadn't parted on the best terms yesterday. "That's great," I said, because I was really glad to hear it. "She'll be back in school tomorrow," he continued. "What about you?" I asked. "When are you coming back to school?" "Friday," he grimaced. It's a 3-day suspension, but they could have just had me come back on Monday. Now I'll have tons of makeup work to do over the weekend.
Maybe next time you'll wait until you know what's going on before you hit someone for no reason, I remarked, without any sympathy for him.
I thought we already decided his story was bullshit,
Damien protested. You didn't hear the whole story, I told him. Come inside and I'll tell you.
Oh, hey, I'm having a party Saturday,
he mentioned casually after we sat down on the couch. That's when we had the conversation about his birthday party and hickeys. I then segued into telling him what Bryce had explained about his past after Damien said that he didn't want him at his party. He was in a much more receptive mood and listened without voicing any angry comments, although he wasn't entirely convinced. His eyes glinted with keen interest when I talked about the initiation ceremony Bryce had told Taylor about. What do you think? I questioned him after I finished speaking. His index finger tapped impatiently on his knee.
What about the text? How does he think she was able to send you that text?
This was one thing none of us could explain. He doesn't know. Maybe somebody is working with her, like one of her friends.
Great,
he muttered.
An evil accomplice.
It's better than an evil puppet master, I declared with a shiver. That would be so creepy.
Yeah,
Damien noted sarcastically.
Because a werewolf trying to kill you of its own free will isn't creepy at all.
I wasn't really scared, I told him. Not after the black wolf, after you, showed up. I was more scared for Taylor. A scowl appeared on his face.
That was a stupid thing to do, going out there by yourself. What if Bryce and I...
His scowl deepened as he caught himself and trailed off. You believe him, I crowed. You know he's the white wolf who helped you fight off Kristen.
I don't know anything,
he groused.
He's putting all this crap into our heads, but we don't have any proof that it's true.
We will during the next full moon, I exclaimed excitedly. He can prove it if he changes into the wolf in front of us. Damien looked less than pleased with my suggestion.
You want to make yourself easy prey for him. Great plan. He won't even have to lure you out.
You'll be there to protect me if he tries anything, I argued.
Who's going to protect you from me? What if he somehow knows a way to control me? Maybe he's given up on Kristen after she failed, Damien suggested. Maybe he's switched tactics and is going to use me to attack you. He looked deeply troubled and afraid as he shared this worry with me.
Why? I questioned. Why would he want to kill me or Blair? Kristen is the only one who has any kind of motive.
To go out with me?
Damien asked incredulously. Murdering people over a guy seems extreme, I agreed. But there are all kinds of psychos in this world.
There's one way to find out,
he said.
I'll go on a date with her during the next full moon and see if she turns into a wolf.
And how are you going to do that? I wondered. There's the little problem of you turning into a wolf too.
I'll have to make a day of it,
he decided.
Ask her out to lunch and keep her out until dark. We'll have to go somewhere where we can be alone.
That plan sucks, I grumbled. What if she does something to you? I realized belatedly how that sounded. Damien, of course, picked up on the unintended implication immediately and smirked at me.
Would it make you jealous?
Not at all, I huffed. Why don't you just become her boyfriend while you're at it? That would solve the problem anyway.
I don't want to be her boyfriend,
he stated, and scooted closer to me on the couch.
I'm unavailable.
I became inexplicably nervous. We'd kissed before, and I'd even seen him naked, so he shouldn't have been able to fluster me so easily anymore. Why? I asked in a softer tone.
This is why,
he murmured as he leaned in to kiss me. I placed a hand on his chest to stop him. But why? He regarded me in confusion.
Why do I want to kiss you?
Yes, I answered. What I mean is, what is this? What do you want?
I want you,
he stated simply. But why? I repeated in frustration. Lots of girls want you, so why me?
Why do you want me?
He grinned at the way he had twisted my words around. Then his smile faded.
You said that you don't. At the carnival, he clarified. You said that you don't want me.
I did remember saying that, but I hadn't known why I was saying it. And you acted like you couldn't stand me, I retorted.
Because you were throwing it in my face in front of my girlfriend, he said. Why'd you do that? I never harassed you or anything.
I was mystified by what he was saying. Threw what in your face?
My crush on you,
he snapped.
Why'd you bring it up in front of Blair?
You had a crush on me? I asked in disbelief.
I went to plays, Clarissa. Voluntarily.
He studied me for a moment.
You really didn't know?
No, I told him. I never saw you there.
I sat way in the back,
he admitted.
So nobody would see me. Not that any of my friends were there, but I just wanted to make sure nobody saw me.
I still couldn't really believe that he'd had a crush on me. But now you don't care anymore if people see you with me, I said, seeking confirmation of his feelings. He frowned after gazing at me thoughtfully.
I didn't. But now we have this problem with Kristen. We'll have to act like we're just friends if I'm going to ask her out.
Disappointment soured my mood. Or you can just not hang around me anymore at all. That should convince her.
I can't do that,
he stated unequivocally. Why not? I shot at him. She's more popular than me and she wants to have sex with you. You can just go back to your old lifestyle and forget about me. She won't care about me either once she has you.
I could never forget about you, Clarissa,
he said intensely, his green eyes blazing with some strong emotion I couldn't discern.
I don't want Kristen. I want you.
He pulled back after his passionate declaration.
Maybe you don't want me. I'm not a normal guy anymore, and it's dangerous to be around me. Blair found that out, he added bitterly.
I'm not worried about that, I said, or the werewolf thing either. I trailed off, too uncertain of my emotions to be able to express them. I just didn't want him going out with Kristen. Was that really what my main concern was? Did it all boil down to mere jealousy?
How can you not be worried about it? Damien exclaimed. Someone tried to kill you, and I'm going to turn into a wolf every month.
So you'll eat all my pizza, I teased. It's a small price to pay for saving my life.
Is that the only reason you like me?
Damien asked.
Because I saved you from the bad wolf?
With help. I couldn't resist reminding him. The white wolf saved me too. But, I added with a smile, I like you more.
Must be because you saw me naked, he smirked.
I looked away shyly, but it wasn't because of that comment. I liked you before.
Before you saw me naked?
Damien inquired in a teasing tone. Before you were a werewolf, I admitted, and stole a quick glance at him. I had a crush on you freshman year, I mumbled as I stared at my lap. His hand reached out to tilt my chin up so that I could meet his gaze.
You did? But only freshman year?
You were kind of a jerk in 10th grade. I had thrown in the kind of to soften the jerk part, but there had been no kind of about it. He smiled ruefully.
Yeah, I kind of was.
His expression turned more serious.
I thought I'd be missing out on something if I didn't.
He trailed off awkwardly and cleared his throat.
I found out it wasn't all that great.
So you didn't enjoy yourself? I questioned skeptically. He flushed at my accusation.
I'm a guy,
he said defensively. I snorted at this lame excuse. Meaning you think with your—
Don't say it,
he exclaimed desperately, suddenly unable to look me in the eye. Why? I asked in dismay. He now looked extremely uncomfortable.
Because you don't, talk that way. You're not like that.
Like what? I demanded, feeling bolder the more embarrassed he became. Like all those girls you—
Yes, He interrupted me and stood up in his agitation. You're not like them. Can we drop the subject, please? The urge to needle him was too strong, and it was my turn to smirk mischievously. You don't want to brag about the girls you Clarissa, Damien bellowed. I laughed at him and stood up to call him a hypocrite. Oh, so you don't want to talk about it. You just want to do it. The atmosphere changed as his eyes met mine, and I became very aware of being alone here with him. Maybe you want to do it, he suggested in a deeper tone of voice. Maybe that's why you won't stop talking about it. I was suddenly the nervous one. No, I assured him with a much less confident attitude. He pressed his advantage now that he had unnerved me and stepped closer to me. His green eyes watched me intently. You don't have to say it. I know that you want to. I'm not like that, I stammered. I can't just, not just like that. I know, he said, with a gentle caress of my cheek as he smiled warmly at me. Then he smirked again. So you had a crush on me first. I knew it. I rolled my eyes now that I realized he hadn't actually been trying to have sex with me just then. Change back into the wolf. I like you better when you can't talk. Damien laughed. I'd better go. I've got a killer party to plan. We both sobered at his casual use of that word. Are you going to invite Kristen? I asked. I have to, he told me. I need to start paying attention to her if I'm going to get her to go out with me for the full moon. You don't have to, I argued. We can talk to Bryce and come up with a better plan. I don't trust him, he insisted stubbornly. I'm going to find out for myself if he's telling the truth about Kristen. We kissed before Damien left my house, but we were both distracted by our own thoughts. I had serious doubts about his plan to go out with Kristen, and they only intensified when I saw her at his party. She showed up wearing the skimpy outfit she had worn to school for his benefit the day he had been absent. The girl was determined to have him see her in it. The cold weather had forced her to wear a coat, but she removed it as soon as she entered Damien's house. She was one of the first people to arrive after me and Taylor. I hung back with my best friend as Damien answered the door. Kristen, he greeted her. Happy birthday, Damien, she said before removing her coat. Where should I put this? He was slow to answer. He cleared his throat. I'll hang it up for you. Taylor elbowed me. Don't let him out of your sight, she whispered. Kristen's lips curved into a sly smile as Damien took her coat. As her eyes flitted to us, I wondered if she had werewolf hearing too. Hey, she called out. Hey, Kristen, Taylor answered stiffly, trying to be casual but failing miserably. Her mind was obviously on everything that Bryce had told her about Kristen. Hey, I greeted her, thinking that I had done a better job of hiding the awkwardness of the situation. Kristen's smile appeared to be friendly, but I tensed up as she approached us. Taylor and Clarissa? Yes, I replied. Nice to meet you, Kristen. Yeah, she said and looked at Taylor. So, Bryce probably told you we used to date. She laughed softly at Taylor's deer-in-the-headlights expression. My friend heard you ask him out in class, she explained. I just want you to know it's completely over between me and him, so you don't have to feel weird about it. Oh, Taylor gulped nervously. Thanks. So, Clarissa, Kristen turned her attention to me. I'm glad that Damien has finally found someone nice. Not to speak ill of the dead, but... Oh, we're, just friends. Yeah, that was convincing, I thought. Why couldn't I talk to this not-so-intimidating girl? Was it her revealing outfit? She looked like she was going to a Playboy photo shoot, while I was all covered up in a thick sweater and comfortable jeans. Oh, I thought I heard something about you and him at school, she mentioned with a shrug. Yeah,
Damien said while he walked up to stand beside Kristen.
we decided that we're better off as friends.
Fortunately, more people arrived then to distract Kristen from us, especially when Daphne gaped at her skimpy clothes after spotting her mingling a few feet away upon her arrival.
Hey, Daphne.
Damien smiled at her.
Glad you could make it.
She was the only one who had brought a present, apparently not knowing what kind of party this was. Happy birthday, Damien.
Thanks.
He accepted the package from her.
I'll open later. Do you want something to drink?
Yes, she answered. Do you have ginger ale? If not, then water's fine. He beamed at her.
One ginger ale coming right up.
Daphne. Kristen swayed her hips with confidence as she walked towards us. I heard you had the flu. Glad you're feeling better. Thanks. Daphne didn't even try to hide her astonishment at Kristen's appearance. Looks like you don't have to stuff your bra with Kleenex anymore, since you're not even wearing one. Kristen laughed, but there was no amusement in her eyes. You're not supposed to tell all my secrets, Daph, but 6th grade was a long time ago. Longer than I thought, Daphne muttered. You'll fill out, too, Kristen assured her. You just have to put on some weight. Better get her something to eat, too, she prompted Damien, who still hadn't left to get the ginger ale. He noticed me glaring at him for ogling Kristen's body.
Yeah. Anybody else need anything?
Before we could respond, his parents entered the room with his twin sisters, both of whom had backpacks slung over their shoulders. Damien's mom cast a disapproving look at Kristen's scraps of clothing, but Kristen didn't notice. Her eyes were riveted on the twins.
Okay,
Damien's dad said.
We'll see you later.
We'll be back in a couple of hours, his mom stressed. I felt myself go cold all over.
See you tomorrow, brats,
Damien told his sisters affectionately. They rolled their eyes at him in unison. Nobody goes in my room, one warned him. Mine either, the other one said. The party's down here, Mrs. Stark stated with a stern look at Damien. Nobody needs to go upstairs.
Okay,
Mr. Stark ushered her toward the door.
We need to go if we're going to make it to the movie.
Cute, Kristen remarked as she watched Damien's sisters follow their parents out the front door.
They're sleeping over a friend's house, he explained. My parents are dropping them off on the way to the movie.
Daphne's face mirrored the horror I felt.
Hey, are you okay?
Damien asked her in concern.
You look like you're going to pass out.
She's probably still not 100% yet, after being sick, Kristen commented.
You should lie down for a while,
Damien decided, and threw an arm around her.
Lean on me. Hey, Kristen,
a guy called to her. Do you need help? Kristen asked Damien.
No thanks. I'll be down in a minute,
he promised her. We'll stay with Daphne, Taylor announced. Kristen then turned her attention back to the party, as the rest of us went upstairs with Daphne. Taylor had noticed that something was wrong with me, but had enough sense not to mention it until we were upstairs in Damien's bedroom. What happened? Did you get another bad feeling? Damien spun around to look at me after helping Daphne to sit down on his bed.
What's wrong?
I stared at him in shock. She killed her.
Blair,
he stated with a grim expression. I shook my head, unable to speak aloud such a heinous thing. Daphne got the words out, although they were just barely audible. Her baby sister. It was so little and helpless, I sobbed, remembering Kristen's thoughts about how easy it had been to smother the baby. Daphne began to cry too, and I hurried to embrace her because she knew what Kristen had done. She knew. Fuck, Damien swore. I'm calling Bryce, Taylor said. Damien tried to argue with her, but she ignored him. Her call was brief, just informing him that we had new information about Kristen and needed to talk to him about it. He's not coming here, she told us after getting off the phone with him. It would make Kristen too suspicious. He's going to meet us at my house later. She fixed Damien with a worried look. People are going to start wondering where you are. Can you handle going back down there?
Yeah, he said. Just don't meet Bryce without me.
We'll drive Daphne home in a little while, I told him, since I knew that her mom had dropped her off. No, she protested. I want to be at the meeting.
Are you sure you're okay?
Damien questioned.
You just got out of the hospital a few days ago.
I'm fine, Daphne declared. I just can't believe she trailed off with a shuddering breath. We'll be at my house, Taylor said. Call Clarissa after the party, and she'll give you directions.
Okay.
He looked at me a few seconds longer before opening the door and leaving the room. We stayed up there for a while, all of us dreading to go downstairs and see Kristen again. When we finally managed to put on our poker faces, we made it to the door without crossing paths with her. I also didn't see Damien anywhere, but that didn't arouse the suspicions it would have before. They were probably in the kitchen getting a drink. Taylor called Bryce as soon as we arrived at her house, and he came over within 15 minutes. We sat in the living room to talk, since her parents were also out for the evening. Bryce looked like someone had punched him after Taylor finished explaining what had happened. Daphne spoke for the first time since we'd gotten to Taylor's house. What are we going to do about Chrissy? Hearing her forlorn tone and use of the childish nickname made me realize the depth of her distress, but I still voiced my other concern. Shouldn't we wait for Damien before we decide anything?
We can't deal with this,
Bryce said in a harsh tone. We have to do something, Taylor argued. He exhaled heavily.
I have to call my mom.
Chapter 13. I thought that Damien would be pissed that we hadn't waited for him, but he was oddly subdued after the party. Our meeting was finished long before he called me, and he had nothing negative to say about it. I had at least been expecting him to make a crack about Bryce calling his mommy, but he made no comment about it.
Is Daphne okay?
Damien asked. She's really upset. I mean, we all are, I added. But she used to be friends with Kristen in elementary school. I drove her home after Bryce left.
Good,
he said.
She needs to rest.
Yeah, I agreed. So did you keep an eye on Kristen? How did she seem?
Same as usual,
he replied without elaborating. Well, I said in a relieved tone. At least you don't have to go through with your plan anymore now that we know for sure that she's the killer. There was a very noticeable pause before he spoke.
That's exactly what she is.
So, I began tentatively. Was she, trying to talk to you all night? By talk, I meant flirt, but I couldn't ask him that. Another pause.
I'd rather not think about her,
he said in a tense voice. Yeah, I responded, even though she was all I could think about right now. I understand.
Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow,
he told me. I was surprised how quickly he was ending our conversation after our shocking discovery about Kristen. Oh, okay. Good night then.
Yeah,
was his one-word response before he hung up. I sat there replaying the brief conversation in my mind. It didn't feel right. Damien had sounded practically emotionless through most of it, and that was very unlike him. It bothered me so much that I sent him a text message the next morning, before I even went downstairs for breakfast. I debated over what to write, and ended up deciding on a simple question. How are you? His immediate response was unexpected, since I'd assumed that he was still asleep.
Can I see you?
That simple message had a big effect on my mood. The day suddenly looked much brighter to me. Come over for breakfast.
Text me after you eat.
Damien was declining food? He'd even eaten my pizza when he was a wolf. I decided that he must have already eaten a big breakfast, which meant that he wasn't hungover. There had been no alcohol in sight at the party, but I didn't know if there had been drinking after his parents left. I texted okay in reply to Damien's text, and went downstairs to eat breakfast. It was only 8 o'clock, which was still early for a weekend morning, so my parents will still be asleep. I opted for a bowl of cereal because it was a quick breakfast. Not that I was in a rush to see Damien, because I wasn't. Okay, maybe a little. When had I started looking forward to seeing him? I debated whether to put on some makeup after brushing my teeth, but I decided that it was too early in the day for it. He might think I was trying too hard if I already had makeup on right after breakfast. I'd texted him immediately after I finished my cereal, so I didn't have long to wait as I stood near the window to watch for his car. He pulled into my driveway, but sent me a text asking if I could come outside, rather than getting out of the car and walking up to the door. He got out of the car and opened the passenger door for me as I approached him. "You can come inside," I told him.
"I'd rather talk in private,"
he said, looking at the ground as he spoke to me. This statement might have made me believe that he wanted to do more than talk, if he hadn't appeared so glum. I sat down in the passenger seat as my excitement was replaced by worry, while I waited for him to walk around to the driver's seat and sit down beside me.
"I can't do this anymore,"
he stated morosely. It sounded like he was breaking up with me, but we had never really declared ourselves a couple. "You can't do what?" I asked him directly.
"It's, senior year. It's the last year before college, and it's our last year to do stuff in high school. And you've got your own stuff going on, and I do too, so we should, do that,"
he rambled. "Damien," I said forcefully. "What are you saying?" He looked down at the steering wheel.
"I don't want to deal with all this stuff anymore. Bryce has got it under control. He's called in people who have experience with this."
"Bryce has it under control?" I repeated incredulously. "Just yesterday you were telling me that you don't trust him." Damien now looked up to gaze out the windshield.
"You and Daphne pretty much confirmed his story."
He finally turned to face me.
"It's his mess, so he should fix it. I'm tired of it."
"You don't need to do anything," I agreed. "But, why, I glanced away from him, unable to finish my question.
"I'm sorry, Clarissa. I know that I'm the one who started this."
"And now you're ending it," I guessed in a lifeless tone.
"I like you," he began. "I really do."
"Don't do that," I said. "Just don't. It's not like we were even—"
"There's something else," he blurted. "Something happened. Last night."
My head whipped around to stare at him in apprehension. "What happened?" I stammered.
"At the party,"
he told me, looking like he was confessing a crime.
"I, kissed Kristen."
I blinked at him uncomprehendingly.
"We had a couple of drinks,"
he continued.
"and it just happened. With, the way she was dressed and everything, it was kind of like old times, like the way my life used to be. And I guess I just really miss my old life."
"Okay," I responded numbly.
"I'm sorry."
He broke off, taken aback by my response.
"Okay."
"Yeah," I answered in a stronger voice and calmly opened the door.
"Clarissa,"
he called after me as I got out of his car. I ignored him and kept going without looking back at him. He didn't follow me, and I heard him start the car as I reached my front door. I assumed that he left, but I didn't check after I closed the door behind me. My parents were in the kitchen, cooking breakfast. "I'm making bacon," Mom announced as I walked in. "Where's Damien? I thought you were going to invite him inside." "I did, but he had to go. He's got a lot of homework to finish," I explained.
"I hope you're hungry,"
Dad said.
"because we're making a feast."
"I already ate," I told him. "I'm going to take a shower." I went upstairs and put on my robe after I took my clothes off. When I removed it in the bathroom, I stood inspecting my neck in the mirror. The hickey had faded, just like Damien had said it would. It was like it had never been there in the first place.
I stepped into the shower and turned on the water as hot as I could stand it. My mind was pleasantly blank as I stood under the spray of water, just focusing on the feel of it on my skin. After my shower, I decided to clean my room. Dusting and vacuuming were simple tasks that I could do on autopilot. So I continued on into the hall and downstairs. Mom came out of the kitchen to stare at me in wonder when she heard me vacuuming the living room. I shocked her several minutes later when I walked into the kitchen and volunteered to clean up everything after their breakfast. "Who are you and what have you done with my daughter?" Dad elbowed her.
"Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's just get out of her way."
I enjoyed cleaning in peaceful solitude until Taylor called me. Then I went upstairs to my room and shut the door. She informed me that Bryce's mom was coming to town the day before the full moon. "I hope she has a plan," I remarked. "If she does, she wasn't in the mood to tell Bryce about it. She's really mad at him because she didn't even know that he turned Kristen into a werewolf," Taylor explained. "And now she finds out that Kristen killed Blair and turned Damien, and she's got this whole big mess to deal with." "Yeah, it's a lot," I agreed. "So what did Damien say?" Taylor asked. "Was he mad at us for having the meeting without him?" "No," I replied. "He's okay with Bryce taking care of it." "That's good," she exclaimed, pleased that he had accepted Bryce. "Now we can all work together." "Yeah," I said, because I just couldn't think of a way to tell her about Damien and Kristen. "Hey, did you ever ask Bryce why Kristen couldn't control Damien after she made him a werewolf?"
"Yes,"
Taylor squealed.
"I wanted to wait for Damien to tell you himself, but I just can't hold it back."
See, this power they have is very strong, and Bryce's mom warned him about it. She said it's wrong to take away someone's choices and make them do what you want. It's only for emergencies in case the werewolf loses control and tries to hurt someone. And it only lasts a few months, until the person hopefully adjusts to being a werewolf. Kristen must have adjusted really fast, I muttered. No, nobody breaks the connection that fast. She was a werewolf for less than 2 months, and he already couldn't control her anymore. He doesn't know how she did it. But anyway, she should have been able to control Damien after she turned him. The only way it doesn't work is if that person has chosen someone else, she told me excitedly. "That's you, Clarissa. Damien chose you." If only she knew how wrong she was. "Chose me for what?" "Chose you in his heart," she answered. "That's the way Bryce told it to me. It means that he's in love with you." Someone sure had the wrong information, I thought darkly. So Kristen's in love with him. That's why Bryce lost his hold on her. No, Bryce said it has to already have happened before they turned for the bond not to work. He did have control over her at first, so she wasn't in love with anyone else. But she never had control over Damien, so he was already in love with you. And now he's not, I added silently. That's an interesting theory.
"Did you hear what I said?"
Taylor demanded.
"Damien is in love with you."
"Time will tell," I stated without emotion.
"Are you okay?"
Taylor asked. "I know last night was worse for you and Daphne because you guys saw what she did." "We didn't see it," I corrected her. "We heard her thinking about it." "You can do that?" Taylor questioned. "You can hear people's thoughts?" "No," I replied. "Not most of the time. Only very rarely." "You never told me about that," she complained. "When else did it happen?" "Only once. I heard Daphne one time." Thinking about that reminded me what a player Damien had been. It was no surprise that he had gone back to his old ways. I should probably call her and find out how she is. I ended up texting her instead, because I didn't feel like talking to anyone else after I got off the phone with Taylor. Daphne wrote back that she hoped Bryce's mom had a solution for the problem with Kristen. I spent a mostly sleepless night wondering about that myself. How could anyone stop Kristen?
If Bryce couldn't control her, then who could? What possible solution could there be? I saw the girl herself at school the next day, strutting around with Damien, making sure that everyone saw he was now with her. He had his arm thrown casually around her shoulders as she clung to him and gloried in the stares and whispers of their classmates. I watched him, and Kristen smirked at me while Damien avoided looking at me. Turning away, I walked to my next class, lost in my thoughts. Taylor was very upset when she sought me out later in the day. "Did you hear about—" "Yes," I interrupted her. "I can't talk about that right now." She regarded me in concern, her eyes filled with sympathy. "Go to the nurse and tell her you have an upset stomach. Maybe she'll let you go home." "I'm okay," I told her. "I'm going to talk to him later." "That—" She spat the first part out angrily, but trailed off when she couldn't think of a word bad enough to describe him. "I can't believe he—" "Later," I pleaded. "Not here. I'll call you later when I get home." "Yeah," she agreed in understanding. "Sorry, I'm just so—" "I know," I said. "I've got to get to class. Talk to you later." The day finally ended, and I drove straight to Damien's house after school. I parked next to the curb and waited for him in my car until he pulled into his driveway. His expression brightened momentarily when he saw me, before quickly souring. "Where's your new girlfriend?" I inquired. "I know you don't understand," he began. "Oh, I understand perfectly," I informed him. "I just have one question for you. Did you really expect me to believe you're hot for Kristen after you just found out that she killed an innocent baby?" A startled expression flitted over his face. He exhaled in exasperation. "You need to stay out of this." "I'm already in it," I reminded him. "Not anymore," he told me. "She'll leave you alone now." "Damien," I pleaded, "you don't have to do this." "Don't you get it? You're not safe. Not ever. I thought you would be until the full moon, but she kills even when she's not the wolf." "We have help now," I said. "Bryce hasn't done shit," Damien exploded. "He helped you fight her when—" "Yes," he agreed without letting me finish. "The first time she tried to kill you. But how many more times will she try? How many other people will she decide to kill? There's only one way to stop her." "You can't do that," I argued. "I have to," he exclaimed. "I have to kill her before she kills anyone else." Chapter 14. Damien wouldn't listen to reason. He was convinced that he had to kill Kristen, and I couldn't talk him out of it. Finally, I decided to play along and get as much information out of him as I could. "How are you going to do it?" "I'm going to rip her throat out," he exclaimed angrily, startling me with his vehemence. "I'll attack her as soon as we turn. She won't even know what hit her." Relief flooded through me now that I knew he would wait until the full moon. That gave me time to enlist the help of Bryce and his mom in stopping Damien from committing murder. Still, I couldn't appear to drop the argument too easily. "Do you think you can take her? She's killed before and you haven't. What if she kills you instead?" "I can take her," he assured me with steely resoluteness. "And you're going to be her boyfriend until then," I stated unhappily. "It's just an act," he told me. "Like when you act in your plays." "Not exactly," I said. "We all know we're pretending when we act in a play. Kristen thinks this is real, and she'll expect real romance." That wasn't really the word that was on my mind. "They're fake kisses, just like when you're on stage. They don't mean anything to me," he insisted. "The only reason I'm doing this is to protect you." He's in love with you. What Taylor had said flashed through my mind, but I didn't allow myself to dwell on it. He was talking about kissing another girl, so those didn't exactly seem like the actions of a guy who was in love with me. "I haven't kissed anyone on stage, so I wouldn't know." "It's weird.
having to pretend like I'm into her when she's the enemy," he explained. "Every time she smiles, I just want to knock her teeth out."
I stared at him after hearing him express something so violent. Only now did I understand that he actually hated her, and it made me worry about what he could become. "This is twisted, Damien. One day you'll kiss her, the next day you'll kill her. You don't think that's going to mess with your mind?"
"Keep your friends close and your enemies closer," he quoted. "It sucks having to do it this way, but it's only until the full moon. Then it'll be over."
He talked like it would be easy, but I was sure it would never be over for him if he killed her. It would haunt him for the rest of his life. Yet I wondered if Bryce's mom was planning to do the same thing. How could anyone else stop Kristen? In the meantime, I backed off and left Damien to his own plans. He had warned me that he needed to break off all contact with me in order to convince Kristen that he'd lost interest in me. I wasn't supposed to text him unless he texted me first, because he wanted to make sure she wasn't with him when we communicated. This all sounded reasonable in theory, but I wasn't prepared for how cut off I'd feel from him. The distance between us seemed wider with each passing day we spent apart without engaging in any real conversations. Taylor couldn't understand how I could put up with this kind of behavior. "It's not right. I don't care what he says about it being fake. He's still kissing her." I had seen them in the hall earlier that day, and their kiss hadn't looked fake from where I was standing. Our relationship had been tentative at best, and doubt was unraveling any shred of hope I'd had left for it. "That doesn't matter," I lied. "I'm more worried about him becoming a murderer. Does Bryce know anything about his mom's plan yet?" Taylor sighed. "No, but I can't think of anything else she could do besides kill Kristen. Bryce told her what Damien is planning to do, and she didn't have much to say about it. Maybe she's going to help him do it. She just told Bryce to stay out of it and let her take care of it." It didn't sound to me either like she had any miraculous solution to the problem, and I slumped in my seat at Taylor's kitchen table. We were having a snack after school that was more like an early dinner. Taylor had raided the fridge and set out leftover fried chicken and potato salad. We also had our pick between a plate of homemade brownies and a package of cupcakes. "My dad's off his diet again," she explained, with only the hint of her usual smile. This drama with Kristen was weighing on her heavily, too. "How are you and Bryce doing?" I asked.
"Don't know,"
she mumbled through a mouthful of food. Pausing to chew and swallow it, she then resumed speaking. "Everything's on hold for now, I guess. He's distracted by what's going to happen with his mom and Kristen. We haven't really talked about anything else." "But what do you think?" I questioned. "Do you still want to go out with him now that you know he's a werewolf?" "I'm not sure," she admitted. "That part still doesn't seem real, even though I know it is." "I know what you mean," I told her. "It's still hard for me to picture Damien turning into a wolf, even though the black wolf was in my house. I know it was him, but I didn't see it happen, and it still seems impossible."
"It was easier for me to believe your boyfriend was a werewolf," she noted wryly. "But mine—"
I watched her expression change as she broke off abruptly. "Bryce is your boyfriend?"
No,"
she stammered. "I didn't mean to call him that." "But that's how you think of him?" I pressed. Her blue eyes were filled with uncertainty.
"I don't know, but—"
"But you like him," I finished for her. "Enough to want him to be your boyfriend."
"Yeah," she confirmed. "I do. Or I did until everything got so complicated."
"He seems like the perfect guy for you," I agreed. Except for the werewolf part. And the psycho-werewolf ex-girlfriend part. She cracked a smile. "Good description. Like it? How about the bitch with claws? Get it? A female dog is a bitch?" I grinned and picked up a forkful of potato salad. "Your mom makes the best potato sa—" The fork clattered onto my plate as it fell from my hand. I was overwhelmed by depression so heavy that it felt like the air was pressing down on me. "Daphne, what happened?"
Taylor demanded anxiously. Tears welled up in my eyes. She's dying. Kristen, she gasped in horror. No, I said. The treatment. It didn't work. I decided to go immediately to Daphne's house, and I promised to call Taylor later. Daphne's mom answered the door, and her eyes were red from crying. Daphne called me. I lied to explain my own tear-stained face. Her mom took a shuddering breath. She's been in her room most of the day. Try to talk her into coming out to the dining room for dinner. Okay, I agreed, and followed her to Daphne's room. She knocked lightly on the door. Clarissa's here. This information was met by silence at first. Come in, Daphne called out after a moment. I entered the room and closed the door behind me so that we could talk in private. So, the new drugs didn't work on me, Daphne confirmed. I stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say except I'm sorry. I really thought it would work, she said softly. I had hope. They can try something else, I suggested. Maybe, She met my gaze with such a hopeless, desolate look. There is nothing else. That was my last hope. I'm going to die. No, I protested, even though I felt the horrible truth of her words. There has to be something else they can do. There isn't. She took a ragged breath. They said probably about 6 months, but I think... I sensed it too. The cold certainty of death sweeping literally into her mind with aggressive speed. She didn't have 6 months left. I don't want to die, she exclaimed. I thought I had accepted it, but I guess I didn't really believe it. I was sure the drugs would work. Some psychic, huh? Maybe they're wrong, I offered with false conviction. Doctors have been wrong before. I heard about this lady. They're not wrong, Daphne interrupted my weak argument. You know they're not. I know you feel it too. I'm going to die. Oh God, I don't want to die. I'm only 17. I want to go to college just like you said, and I've never even had a boyfriend. I rushed over to hug her in a hopeless attempt to comfort her. Nothing I could do or say was going to change her circumstances. It wasn't fair, I thought. A good person like Daphne shouldn't die so young, while a heartless murderer like Kristen got to live. Why wasn't she the one with a terminal illness? I couldn't convince Daphne to eat dinner, and I couldn't blame her for her lack of appetite. Food was the last thing on my mind, too, and I declined her poor mom's offer to stay and eat with them. Despite the rules we had agreed upon, I texted Damien as soon as I arrived home. Daphne's treatment didn't work. There was no reply from him, so I called Taylor to tell her the sad details of my visit with Daphne. When Damien still hadn't responded an hour later, I began to get angry. What was he doing that he couldn't spare 1 minute away from his pretend romance with Kristen? Maybe it wasn't so pretend anymore. Maybe Kristen had seduced him with her sexy body, and they were... I couldn't finish the thought, and I couldn't concentrate on my homework either. Taking a shower failed to soothe my nerves, and I stood despondently looking out my window at the moon. Only half of it was visible at this phase in the lunar cycle, but time would relentlessly bring back the full moon. Then the new cycle would begin again, but we humans didn't have the same guarantee. Some of us might not be here for the next full moon. Damien never did respond to my text, but Daphne sent me a message about 3 hours after I had texted him. Damien just left. He told me everything. So much to think about. Give me some time. We'll call you in a few days. That made me even more mad. What was he doing, dumping everything on Daphne at a time like this? She had enough of her own problems to deal with. Then I realized that was exactly why he'd told her. This was too heavy to be alleviated by a room full of teddy bears. He'd found the only way he could distract her from her scary reality, by confiding something equally bad, his plan to commit murder. At least he still cared about Daphne, which was the only thing that kept me from hating him as he began to completely ignore me. His infrequent text messages stopped altogether, and he was always too busy laughing with his friends or kissing Kristen at school to notice me. He was very obvious about not looking at me in the one class we shared, and I got the hint loud and clear that he didn't want anything to do with me. Bryce was a lot nicer to me, but he was distracted by worry over what would happen with Kristen and subdued with guilt over his part in the havoc she had caused. Even Daphne seemed to push me away. I was worried about her even more, since she appeared to have already given up on life. "What's the point of going to school now?" Daphne responded when I asked if she felt too sick to go to school. "I feel okay, but why bother?" I didn't voice my opinion that it would be better than sitting home and dwelling on depressing thoughts. "If you're feeling okay, then you can go ice skating with us." "Yes," Taylor said. "It's my birthday tradition, and I'd love for you to be there. Who cares if I'll be an adult now? I still want to act like a kid." Daphne smiled wanly. "Thanks for inviting me, but I'm not into ice skating." She also turned down our offers to go to the movies, shopping, out to eat, and even to hang out at my house. I went to visit her alone one afternoon and have a serious discussion with her. "I don't know how else to say this," I began. "You shouldn't be wasting the time you have left just sitting in your house. I know I'd want to do as much as I could before you die," Daphne said. "It's easy to think that way when you're not dying. Hey, I'll go out with a smile on my face, having all kinds of fun. But you don't really feel like smiling when it's happening to you. I thought I'd accept it gracefully, but I'm not. It sucks. And I'm pissed. So no, I don't want to go out and pretend like I'm having a good time with everyone who's not dying." "I'm sorry," I told her. "I was just trying to help. I didn't want to make you feel worse." "I know," she stated in a gentler tone. "I didn't mean to vent like that." "No, you should," I cried. "Of course you should vent to me. I want to at least be here for you in some way." "You are," she assured me. "I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate it. I'm just a mess right now." "I just wish there was something I could do," I sighed. "I hate that this is happening to you." "Me too," she agreed, with a touch of amusement in her brief smile. Seeing that small flash of humor was heartbreaking for me for some reason. "Can't your grandma do anything? If magic can help Bryce get a tattoo, can it do something more useful, like save your life?" "That is literally a deal with the devil," she said. "The price is too high. But I am considering something less drastic." "What?" I asked, excited that there might be another option for her. "I want to be sure first that it won't hurt anyone else before I decide. I already took a big chance with you," she told me. "I sensed something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was, and I wanted to leave someone here with the ability to warn people, just in case I didn't make it. But it was still a dangerous thing to do, and I had no right to do that to you without even asking. So I'm going to think this over more carefully. I still have some time to decide." I wanted to argue that she couldn't be sure how much time she had. Why would she even hesitate if there was something that could save her life? It wasn't my life or my decision, however, so I had to accept her timetable for choosing what to do. It lifted my spirits, though, knowing that there was hope for her. I went to Taylor's birthday party at the skating rink, and I was able to enjoy myself more than I would have if I hadn't talked to Daphne first and found out that things weren't as hopeless as they had seemed. Watching Bryce with Taylor made me smile. I could tell how much they liked each other, and I made a wish for things to work out between them. Taylor had said that their romance was on hold for now, but the way he gazed at her while they skated made it seem like they were on a date. It was so nice to lose myself in pleasant thoughts for a change. Taylor and Bryce were both blonde and blue-eyed, and it was easy for me to imagine them having cute little blonde children.
I smiled at the wonderful fantasy as I sat observing them.
"You're okay,"
someone noted in a relieved tone.
"It's good to see you smile."
My gaze hardened as I looked up at Damien. "Did you expect me to cry over you?" I queried derisively.
"Don't be mad,"
he pleaded.
"I haven't been ignoring you on purpose."
"No," I agreed sarcastically. "You were forced to. Not that I even care anymore."
"Please, Clarissa, just wait a little longer. It's almost time."
"I'm not waiting for anything," I snapped. "You said it yourself. We've both got our own lives to live, which makes me wonder what you're even doing here."
"I stopped by to wish Taylor a happy birthday,"
he said. "Then go do that," I told him.
"Clarissa,"
he began.
"there's more going on than you know. It's very important that I—"
"Leave me alone," I exclaimed, cutting him off. "You should be an expert at that by now." I stood up and stalked off toward the bathroom.
"Clarissa,"
he called after me, but I got the satisfaction of being the one to ignore him this time. Chapter 15. "You broke up with him?" Taylor asked after hearing about my confrontation with Damien. "We were never a couple," I exclaimed. "We never even went on one real date. But what about him being in love with me?" I finished bitterly. "He's got a strange way of showing it. Anyway, he's never said anything like that. I don't think that Bryce's theory is true. There's probably some other reason she couldn't control him, like him being a stubborn dumbass." "Do you think he's still planning to go through with it?" Taylor questioned, referring to his plot to kill Kristen. I shrugged. "He said it was almost time, but I don't know if he'll really be able to do it, especially if they've—" Her eyes widened dramatically. "You think they've slept together?" "It's possible," I said, finally facing facts. "You heard her say that sex was the way to get to him." "But he couldn't," she sputtered. "If he loves you, he couldn't. It was different with Bryce, because he—" My own eyes grew wide with comprehension as she trailed off. "She slept with Bryce?" "Yes," Taylor told me sadly. "But he was in love with her, and he thought that she loved him. He said that she's the only girl he's ever been with, and that he was her first too." "Really?" I asked. "Because she sure acts experienced." "Yeah," she agreed. "But she used to be a lot more shy. It's only lately that she's been—" "Since she turned into a werewolf," I interrupted with my realization. "It's changed her and made her more aggressive. Bryce said that it doesn't change your personality. Whatever she is now was already there," Taylor explained. "She just stopped hiding it." I thought about how Damien had acted after he became a werewolf. It seemed to have magnified certain aspects of his personality, but having seen his behavior over the past few years, I knew that those traits were already part of him. "Damien said that he feels strong and free when he's the wolf," I remembered. "Hence Kristen's revved up confidence," Taylor stated. We were both silent then, thinking about her. "Why do you think she killed her sister?" I asked. "I was just thinking about that," Taylor said. "There's no reason for it that I can see. I know she killed Blair so she could have Damien, but I can't imagine why she'd want to kill a baby." That was the most disturbing part of it. Killing Blair just so she could have her boyfriend was pretty twisted, but killing a defenseless little baby was creepy and demented. When I thought about it that way, she did seem like an evil monster that should be destroyed. Yet I still didn't want Damien to be the one to kill her. Despite all his flaws, there was a lot of good in him, and I didn't want the bad to overtake the good. Unfortunately, all of our options seemed bad. "I can't wait for Bryce's mom to get here," I said, pinning all my remaining hope on her. Taylor sighed in response. "I hope she can fix this." The full moon was on a Sunday this month, so Bryce's mom arrived on Saturday. She was as blonde and blue-eyed as her son, but she was quite a bit shorter than him. That didn't stop her from being an intimidating presence. "Where's Damien?" Mrs. Mitchell snapped after we had all been introduced to her.
He's, not really part of,"
Bryce began. "He's consorting with the enemy," I cut in. "Don't worry," I assured her sarcastically. "He's got it all under control, whining and dining her and such." Everybody else looked away uncomfortably, while Mrs. Mitchell studied me with an assessing gaze. "He's got a plan," I continued carelessly, feeling like I was close to losing it now that the dreaded day had arrived. "It'll be okay, Clarissa," Daphne consoled me. Her soft voice snapped me out of my near hysteria. Looking over at her, I suddenly felt ashamed. Anybody could now tell that she was sick. She'd lost even more weight from her already thin frame, and she looked pale and tired. I'd asked her if she'd made a decision yet, but she'd told me we'd talk about it after we dealt with the problem with Kristen. "I want to see how that turns out first," she'd stated firmly, ending the discussion.
What's your plan?"
Taylor now asked hesitantly.
"Are you going to kill Kristen?"
Bryce's mom turned her attention from me to Taylor. "Only as a last resort. Killing a human being is as abhorrent to us as it is to the rest of society. It's too dangerous to allow a rogue wolf to run loose, however, so I might have to go to that course if my plan fails."
"What is your plan?"
Bryce repeated Taylor's question. "You don't need to be involved," she told him. "The reason I wanted to meet with all of you is to warn you to stay home tomorrow night. All of you," she stressed with a hard look at Bryce.
"But I can help," he protested. "At least tell me what you're planning to do."
"Like you told me?" Her sharp question made him look down at the floor in shame. "You didn't seek my counsel before you made the biggest decision of your life. You know how permanent this is, and why we wait until people are mature enough to handle the change. Now you've unleashed this psychotic girl on innocent people, and she's turned another rash young man, giving us even more to worry about. This isn't helping," Taylor exclaimed. "Stop yelling at Bryce. He didn't know that Kristen was a psycho, and he feels bad enough about it already. Can't you see how upset he is?" We were all startled by her outburst, but Bryce gazed at her with such a tender look that it made me smile despite the circumstances. His mom seemed unmoved by his obvious affection for Taylor and watched them warily. "We're all upset," she acknowledged. "But I have my reasons for not involving you in this. Just trust me that it will be finished tomorrow night, one way or another." None of us were reassured as we left Bryce's apartment. His mom was staying with him while she was in town, and I felt sorry for him, being stuck there in that tense situation. I was even more concerned about Daphne, because she appeared to be feeling even worse now. She looked like she barely had enough strength to stand as we walked down the hallway toward the elevator. "Are you okay?" I asked, even though she clearly wasn't. "Yeah," she replied weakly. "I just need to go home." Taylor and I glanced at each other worriedly. Daphne had been in the best mood we'd seen her in for a while when we'd picked her up to go to Bryce's place. She'd even made plans to go out to lunch with us afterwards, but she made no mention of that now. "She doesn't look good," Taylor commented after we dropped Daphne off at home. "Yeah," I agreed. "It looks like she's getting worse." "Poor Daphne," she said. "I can't believe that she's going to die." "I know." I hadn't mentioned anything to Taylor about there being a possibility that Daphne might not die, because I didn't want to get her hopes up, in case it didn't work out. "I'm sorry, Clarissa. I hope you don't mind if we skip lunch. I'm really not hungry." "Me either," I told her. The meeting with Bryce's mom hadn't gone as well as I'd hoped, and a knot of worry continued to twist my stomach with anxiety.
Unlike most weekends that were over too quickly, this one was excruciatingly slow. Nothing could distract me from my anxious thoughts until I received a text message from Damien on Sunday. "Need to talk about Daphne. I'm at Byers Pond right now." I would have ignored him if he hadn't mentioned Daphne. She hadn't told me what this mysterious option was, but maybe she had shared it with him. I texted back that I would be there, and then I looked it up on my phone and found that it was fairly nearby in the metro parks. I debated calling Taylor and telling her that I was meeting Damien, but she would read more into it than there was. Besides, I hadn't even told her about Daphne having to make some kind of a choice that might save her life. My parents assumed that I was going over Taylor's house when I said I was going to see a friend, and I didn't bother with correcting them. Since it was a cold November day, there was nobody else at the pond. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard and saw that it was a few minutes before 1. Feeling agitated, I got out of the car to stand beside the pond looking at the water. Maybe he'd had to go pee and had walked out of sight and would be right back. Turning when I heard footsteps, I was shocked to see Kristen. I couldn't believe he'd brought her with him, but after a moment I realized that Damien wasn't around anywhere. "You always fall for it," she smirked. "You sent the text?" At this point, I was only annoyed. There were still hours until the full moon, so she couldn't turn into the wolf yet. "Yep," she confirmed. I swiped his phone while he was taking a shower. He was getting ready for our date, but I'm more in the mood for some girl talk. "So this has nothing to do with Daphne," I said, feeling disappointed that I still wouldn't get to find out what was going on with her. "Not this, but I do hope that Damien will save her like I suggested. I was going to turn her myself, but I have to leave town before tonight now that Mama Mitchell is after me." "Turn her? Wait, turn her into a werewolf? The werewolf healing will cure her." "Wait," I repeated. "You want to save Daphne's life?" "Why wouldn't I?" Kristen asked in reply. "Daphne's a sweet person." "And your baby sister wasn't?" I questioned in disbelief. "Well, of course she was," Kristen explained like I was stupid. "It was nothing personal against the kid, but she was bad timing. My mom was finally getting ahead after my loser dad left her and skipped out on paying child support. She found a nice guy with a good job, and then she goes and gets pregnant after he marries her. And she was going to stop working and be a stay-at-home mom, too. We still wouldn't be able to afford all the stuff I wanted. Plus, I'd only get half my inheritance." I gaped at her. "Money? You killed a little baby because of money?" "You're an only child," she noted. "When have you ever had to share?" It was hard to grasp her level of selfishness. I didn't know if she qualified as a psychopath, but she had no qualms about eliminating anyone who stood in her way. Fortunately, she didn't appear to have a weapon with her, but I was on my guard and trying to anticipate any sudden movements. "I don't like to share," I agreed. "You're wrong if you think I want Damien, especially after he's been with you." She laughed in amusement. "Like I would care what you want. It's what he wants that's the problem. Do you know what he told me? He's not ready to have sex yet because he's too traumatized over Blair. Isn't that hilarious? He never even cared about her. She was just his fuck toy." Kristen laughed again at my expression. "You don't know him at all, do you? That's because he's been holding back, so you'll like him. He's reined it in for you. But that boy is an animal. And I don't mean just his wolf side. He used to reek of Blair's scent. It was all over him." She sighed with regret. "Too bad I won't get to experience that. Bryce is so repressed. He was always so concerned with going slow and being gentle. It took me forever to get him to have sex with me.
But once I did, I knew he'd give me anything I wanted. I tried not to look happy about her revelation that she hadn't slept with Damien. "So you're leaving?" I asked. "Do you have anywhere to go?" "I'm thinking of paying my dad a visit," she said with a chilling smile. "That one will be personal." I knew that telling me her plans didn't bode well for me, but she still hadn't made any threatening moves. "Well, good luck with that. I'm freezing, so I've gotta go now." "Yeah, I don't feel the cold as much as you do. That's one of the perks of being a werewolf. We also have superior smell and hearing, so I heard you guys talking at Damien's birthday party. Too bad you spilled the beans about my sister. I might have gotten some sex from him if he didn't know. It's been fun watching him struggle with his revulsion every time he has to kiss me, though." I took a step away from her, and she tackled me to the ground. "Werewolves have better speed and strength than regular humans, too," she informed me as I struggled against her iron grip on my wrists. "Damien probably didn't tell you that because he didn't want you to be scared of him. I bet he'd love to have you in this position." I doubted she had any kinky intentions with me. "What are you doing?" I gasped. "It's nothing personal against you," she assured me. "But if I can't have what I want, then Damien can't have what he wants either. That would be you," she clarified in case I missed her point. There was suddenly all kinds of chaos that ended with two men pulling Kristen off of me. She screamed in rage and struggled, but she couldn't break free of them. Another man snapped a pair of handcuffs on her as the other two held her arms behind her back. "Stupid cops," she yelled. "I was just fooling around with my girlfriend." "We're not cops," one of the men told her. "They wouldn't know how to deal with a rogue wolf." "Clarissa," Damien shouted as he ran toward me. "Are you okay?" He extended his hand to help me up. "How'd you find me?" I asked. "They tracked her," he explained. "How'd you track my scent so fast?" Kristen questioned. One of the men snorted at that. "We put a tracking device on your car," another one said, as if it should be obvious to her. "Put a gag on her and get her to the van before someone sees her," Bryce's mom said as she joined the others. Kristen finally looked scared as they forced the gag into her mouth and dragged her away. "What are you going to do to her?" Damien asked the question that was on my mind. "I can tell all of you now that we've captured her," Mrs. Mitchell said. "Let's get out of here first. We can meet back at Bryce's apartment." She assumed that Damien was riding back with me and strode away, leaving us in awkward silence. Yeah." I gestured toward my car and walked toward it. Damien sat down in the passenger seat as I got in the driver's side. "Are you really okay?" "Yeah," I answered. Kristen has your phone." "I figured," he said. "As soon as I saw it was missing, I knew it had to be her, especially after what happened with Taylor's phone. I called Taylor and she gave me Bryce's number. His mom wanted me to wait for her team to bring you back, but I couldn't. I had to know that you were okay. She made me promise not to touch Kristen." His expression hardened. "I hope they kill her." I turned the key in the ignition and pulled away from that deserted place. She said they wouldn't unless they had to. Maybe they're just going to keep her locked up somewhere. We were both silent for a while as I drove. Then I picked the safest subject, considering everything that Kristen had said to me. She told me about Daphne, about how you can save her. "She won't let me," he exclaimed. "She said yes, but then she changed her mind." "What? Why?" I asked in frustration. "I don't know." He sounded just as exasperated as I felt. "She called me yesterday and told me that she decided not to do it." Yesterday was when we met Bryce's mom. I had thought that Daphne was feeling sick after the meeting, but maybe she was just upset. I think I know what happened. Bryce's mom was mad about him turning Kristen into a werewolf, and her turning you. And you know how sensitive Daphne is.
She's too damn considerate for her own good, he remarked. Well, I'm not going to let her die just to spare someone's feelings.
You can't make the decision for her, I argued. I'll talk to her and try to convince her. We didn't say much more before we arrived at Bryce's apartment. The only other thing we talked about was how Kristen was able to get into his house. I'd wondered aloud how she broke in and stole his phone.
She probably knows where we keep the spare key. I wouldn't be surprised if she's been stalking me ever since she became a werewolf, maybe even longer.
It made sense, and it was a minor detail now anyway.
Maybe next time you get a text from someone wanting to see you, call to confirm it's them,
he suggested in some semblance of his familiar playful tone. I didn't want to voice my thought that we weren't on friendly speaking on the phone terms. Yeah, good idea. It was a relief to arrive at the apartment and not be alone with Damien anymore. There was too much between us that wasn't right, and I didn't want to deal with any of it. Bryce answered the door, but Taylor was right behind him to throw her arms around me. Don't ever go anywhere by yourself again, she admonished me. Never, I agreed to placate her, knowing that would be an impossible promise to keep. Along with Bryce's mom, we were the only people there. Where are those men who took Kristen? I asked. At a safe location, Mrs. Mitchell answered.
Are you sure?
Damien questioned.
Tonight's the full moon, and if she escapes—
I'm aware of the danger, she interrupted sternly. I told you we'd handle this. We didn't come here unprepared. Yeah, I interjected. You said you'd tell us what you're going to do to her. Yes, she said. Sit down, please, and I'll explain. We sat down and listened attentively as she talked about using a binding spell to trap Kristen in her wolf form. She'll never be able to revert back to her human self.
What?
Damien exploded.
You'll just piss her off and make it easier for her to kill people.
Give us a little credit, she demanded angrily. We have a little more experience with this than you. Remaining a wolf will make that part overtake her human side. It'll take a little time, but she'll lose the ability to think like a human. All her human memories will fade from her mind. We all absorbed this information. It wouldn't actually be killing her, but Kristen will be gone, Taylor said. Like, she won't exist anymore. Not as a person, Mrs. Mitchell confirmed. But she'll be alive and living free in the wild.
You're not going to keep her locked up?
Damien asked with an unhappy expression.
What if she changes back?
She won't, Mrs. Mitchell assured him. We've used the binding spell before, and no one has changed back. Most have chosen to do it willingly, but we've had a few rogues in the past, too. Then why did you say you might have to kill her? I questioned. We would have had to resort to that if we couldn't capture her alive, she answered. Fortunately, she was too distracted by you to see us coming. She picked up a phone from the table and handed it to Damien. I believe this is yours. My brother found it in her car. We wouldn't want the police to find it and suspect you. She will soon be a missing person.
Willingly?
Bryce asked.
Who would do that willingly?
Some enjoy being the wolf more than being human, his mom told him.
But to lose all your memories, I just can't even imagine forgetting everyone, he said.
We don't always understand the choices of others, she agreed.
We want to be there when you do the spell on her,
Damien declared. She won't look any different, Mrs. Mitchell said. She just won't change back into a human at dawn.
I don't care,
he insisted stubbornly.
We want to be there.
And Daphne too, I told her. She's interested in spells.
The binding spell isn't to be used on a whim, she warned me. This will be a serious loss to her family, and we don't undertake it lightly. Daphne would never try it herself. She knows how dangerous spells can be because her grandma has friends who practice magic, I explained. But she's helped us with all of this since the beginning, and I don't want to leave her out now. Mrs. Mitchell considered it for a moment. All right, but you have to follow our rules and stay quiet during the casting of the spell. We'll have to be there before nightfall, since most of us will turn. Then who's going to do the spell? I asked in alarm. Not all of us are wolves, she replied. We have some witches in our community, too. Maybe they could turn her into a toad, Damien suggested with a scowl. Then I could just step on her. She regarded him speculatively. You shouldn't be there. Your emotions are too out of control. No, please. I need to be there, he pleaded in a contrite tone. I'll follow your rules, I promise. So we somehow convinced her to let us be there. It took place in a secluded cabin that I never knew existed so close to the city, but it was situated near a creek in the woods. The place would have been lovely for a weekend getaway, under different circumstances. Daphne looked around sadly. It's like a cottage from a fairy tale. I hadn't had a chance to talk to her about her decision yet. After this is over, Damien can help. She cut me off before I could finish my sentence. Damien's been through enough. But, I began. We don't decide who lives and who dies, she told me in a resolved tone. Look at where that's gotten Kristen. I tried again. But this is different. She fixed me with a determined look. We're not going against these people. I had no more time to argue with her, because we went inside with the rest of them and saw Kristen. She was sitting on the couch drinking a beverage, and her arms were no longer behind her back. The handcuffs were still on her wrists, but they had obviously been removed and replaced to allow her the use of her hands. Hey guys, come to rescue me? Kristen asked sarcastically. We've come to say goodbye, Daphne replied softly. Yeah, they tell me I'm moving to Wyoming, Kristen said. Don't worry though, I'll be back. They can't keep me prisoner forever. I can't wait until they all get arrested. None of us said anything, because we had been warned not to reveal anything about the spell. They wanted to keep her as calm as they could beforehand, just so they didn't have to deal with her hysterics. So you've finally got Damien, she taunted me. Good luck keeping him if you won't put out. He's not going to be able to go without sex too much longer. Where's her gag? Damien snarled. It's nothing to be ashamed of, babe, she continued. At least you're not a boring fuck like Bryce. One of the men who had pulled her off me at the pond pulled her head back by yanking her by the hair. Her mouth opened in protest, and he roughly shoved the gag in her mouth and secured it. Thanks, Uncle Max, Bryce said. He walked closer to Kristen and glared at her. You've been given a rare gift, but you don't appreciate it. You've never appreciated anything or anybody in your life. Nobody will miss you, because you've never done one good thing for anyone in this world. Daphne was the only one to speak to her after that. I wish things would have been different, and that you hadn't done those things. You could have been so much better than that. It shouldn't have ended this way, Chrissy. One of the men rolled a fairly large cage into the room, and Kristen screamed furiously behind the gag as they forced her into it. Place your hands by the bars so we can remove the cuffs, Bryce's mom instructed her. She complied, muttering curses behind the gag the entire time. You sick fuckers, she yelled after she removed the gag. You can't keep me in here. It's only for tonight, Mrs. Mitchell told her. We can't keep you restrained in handcuffs in your wolf form. It's almost time, Max said to his sister. It's getting dark. We'll be back after the change, Bryce's mom informed us. We, have to take off our clothes.
What about my clothes? Kristen complained. I don't have any extra here.
They ignored her as they scattered to different rooms out of our sight.
I'm going outside,
Damien told me.
Let me in after they come back.
Bryce had already left the room with his uncle, and Taylor, Daphne, and I were left alone with two women who were presumably the witches. One of them began to pour a powdery substance around the cage, while the other one lit 3 candles.
Ew, a spell,
Kristen mocked them.
Think it'll protect you from the big bad wolf?
Trying to control me didn't work for Bryce, because I always find a way to do what I want. There's a spell for everything, and I'll find the counter spell for this one. The two women paid no attention to her as they sat down on the couch and held hands while staring at the candles on the coffee table. The rest of us were riveted by what was happening to Kristen. Her head was thrown back, and her eyes staring at the ceiling like she could see through it. Then her body began to contort as she sat on the floor of the cage with her knees pulled toward her torso. Her trance-like expression never changed, while her clothes ripped apart as her body both expanded and compacted in them. She was turning into a wolf right in front of us, and her human face disappeared as it formed into a wolf's snout and canine facial features. Now the gray wolf stood before us in the cage, and its eyes now focused on us with keen interest. The rest of the wolves bounded into the room and seemed to stand guard while the two women began to chant words that had no meaning to me. I remembered to go let Damien, who was now the black wolf, into the house. One of the white wolves in the room stood looking at Taylor. She glanced at me with a questioning look, and I nodded in confirmation that it was Bryce. The only thing that happened after the chanting ceased was that all the candles mysteriously snuffed out simultaneously.
It is done,
one of the women said. Daphne walked up to the cage, stepping carefully over the powder on the floor. The gray wolf moved closer to her, and she reached through the bars to stroke its head. Goodbye, Chrissy. You were a good friend once. The wolf whined and nuzzled her arm as she continued to stroke its fur. Then it suddenly bared its fangs and bit her. Daphne screamed and hurtled back from it in shock. The other wolves growled and lunged toward the cage, sending it rolling across the floor to slam against the wall. Stop! I screamed, even though they were unable to force their way through the bars to get to Kristen. She did a good thing. She finally did a good thing for someone. All the wolves turned their attention to me, but the black wolf paced back and forth in agitation. I know you hate her, Damien, I told him, but she just saved Daphne. I then explained to the rest of them that Daphne was dying from cancer and that Kristen had bitten her to save her life. I guess she was worried that Damien wouldn't do it. I didn't ask her to do that, Mrs. Mitchell. Daphne's gaze moved around the wolves in confusion. I know you're here somewhere. But anyway, I told Damien that I didn't want him to turn me. I know you're upset, and I didn't want to make everything worse. It's not your fault, sweetheart, one of the witches said. They can't discuss with you now anyway. What are you going to do with Kristen? Daphne asked with a concerned glance back at the wolf in the cage. Nothing, the other witch sighed. It's already done. She won't be able to do any more harm now. Go on home now, her friend urged. There's nothing more to do here. We began to walk toward the door, but Daphne paused and turned back to call out to Kristen. Thank you, Chrissy. The gray wolf howled in return, causing us all to look at her. The black wolf nudged me impatiently to open the door. He was the first one out as soon as I complied, and then he stood looking at his car. I laughed at his predicament. Need a ride? I'll drive him, Daphne offered. I always have my license with me just in case. Do you know where his keys are? I asked. He came bounding over to nudge me and trot a few paces before waiting expectantly for me to follow him. We'll be right back, I told the girls.
The black wolf led me to a spot behind some trees, where his clothes were neatly folded in a pile on the ground. His jeans were on the bottom, and I fished in the pockets to find his keys. Then I carried the clothes to his car for him, and I handed Daphne his keys. "Are you okay?" I questioned, studying her with concern. "Yeah," she replied. "I don't know if it's all in my mind, but I think I'm already feeling better, like I have a little more energy." "Well, I'm tired," Taylor declared. "It's still early, but it feels like it's midnight." "It's been a long day," I agreed. Then something occurred to me. "How will you get home from Damien's house? Do you want me to pick you up after I drop off Taylor?" "Thanks, but my mom can get me," Daphne said. I was relieved, because I couldn't wait to get home. My parents still thought I was at Taylor's house. Fortunately, it got dark early this late in the year, so it was only 7:30 in the evening. "She's going to be one of them now?" Taylor asked me as we drove away from the cabin. "Yes," I confirmed. "It'll probably cure her. At least we hope it will." "Wow," she breathed softly. "That was so freaky," she exclaimed 2 seconds later. "The way she turned into the wolf like that. I can't believe that that it happens to him every month." "I know," I said. And all of them." I wasn't quite sure why I'd stopped myself from speaking his name. Taylor shuddered. "I wouldn't want that to happen to me." I wondered then if she and Bryce would be able to sustain their relationship. There were more thoughts, more doubts lurking at the back of my mind after this seemingly endless day, but I was somehow able to push them deep and not think about them after I closed my blinds to block out the sight of the moon through my window. I then escaped into sleep for a while. Chapter 16. Damien stopped by my house the next morning as I was about to leave for school.
"Their spell worked,"
he said in amazement.
"I was just there, and she's still a wolf."
"That's a relief," I said, and opened my car door. "Thanks for letting me know."
"So, do you want to go to dinner after school?"
Damien asked quickly.
"Just, somewhere casual to catch up."
"Your girlfriend just disappeared," I reminded him. "You should probably pretend to care."
"Oh, right. Yeah, I should, but, maybe we could talk later? On the phone."
"Maybe," I answered indifferently.
"I know you were upset,"
he began. "I have to get to school," I told him. "Could you please move your car?" He looked hurt by my abrupt dismissal.
"Yeah, sure, but—"
He trailed off as I turned away from him and sat down in my car. "Bye," I said, before shutting the door and firing up the engine. I watched him in my rearview mirror as he walked slowly toward his car and got in. He sat looking in my direction for a moment, before backing out of my driveway and driving off down the street. I took an alternate route to school so that I wouldn't have to follow him. It seemed that he expected things to just go back to how they were before he did his fake dating thing with Kristen. In his favor, she had confirmed that they hadn't had sex, but the other things she'd said were burned in my mind. When I got to school, I found out that people already knew about Kristen's disappearance. Her parents had contacted the police last night when she failed to come home after the stores closed. Fortunately for Damien, she had told her parents that she was going Christmas shopping. That was probably because she knew he wouldn't cover for her if she had said she was on a date with him when I was murdered. The Amber Alert for Kristen had been broadcast late last night, and the students who heard about it told their friends when they arrived at school. The news spread like wildfire through our class, and I saw people giving Damien speculative looks in the hall. "He's bad luck," I heard a girl say in the restroom. "No," her friend argued. "He's having bad luck. It's like my Uncle Stephen. His first wife died of cancer, and his second wife got killed in an accident." "Like I said," the first girl stated. "He's bad luck. Such a shame, too, because he's so hot. I forget my name when he looks at me with those eyes. And that body. It's almost worth dying for. Kristen probably went out with a smile on her face, thinking about him. We don't know if she's dead, her friend protested. Her car is missing too, so she might have run away. The police were baffled by the discovery of Kristen's car in the metro parks. They speculated that she might have been lured there by her abductor, but they had no leads as to who that might be. We were worried about them finding Taylor's phone among Kristen's possessions, but she must have tossed it after it was no longer useful to her. Damien was the only one questioned about Kristen, since he was her boyfriend. He proclaimed ignorance of her whereabouts and told them that she hadn't responded to his text messages at all on Sunday, and he voluntarily allowed them to check his phone. That was something that Bryce's mom had told him to do. She had destroyed Kristen's phone so it couldn't be traced, and had instructed Damien to delete all the texts on his phone and then send a few to Kristen for appearance's sake. Mrs. Mitchell and her group had left for Wyoming with Kristen shortly after Damien had seen them early Monday morning. Bryce kept us informed of the situation, but they had no fear of discovery since they were traveling with a wolf instead of a human girl. Nobody would ever suspect it was Kristen. She would end up being a picture on a missing poster, since there would never be a human corpse to be found. Damien didn't attempt to call me that evening, but Taylor assured me it was because Bryce had given him the message from his mom that he should only have contact with his male friends for a couple of weeks, until suspicions about him died down. The police couldn't do anything anyway. Whatever they might suspect, they had no evidence without a body. We're not together anyway, I told her. So that's it? Taylor questioned. You're not going to see him anymore. You said it yourself, I reminded her. He was kissing Kristen, and that's not okay. I know, but... I smiled humorlessly at her lack of an argument. There is no but. Anyway, now that it's over, we can all go back to normal life. Yeah, she agreed unconvincingly, looking pensive as she gazed away from me. Normal life. They can't really have that. Damien and Bryce. Oh, but Daphne. She brightened when she mentioned her name. She was back at school today, and she said she feels great. Yeah, I said, smiling for real this time. I saw her. That's the one good thing to come out of all of this. Why do you think she did it? Taylor asked. Why'd she save Daphne? She liked her, I replied. That's what she told me at the pond. She talked to you? Taylor questioned in surprise. You didn't tell me that. I thought she just tricked you into going there and attacked you. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat beside Taylor on my comfortable couch. No, we talked about Daphne first. Her eyes fixed on me with suspicious speculation. Just about Daphne? Or did she mention Damien too? I bet she did, she went on without waiting for my answer. What did she say? Did she tell you that she had sex with him? Because I bet she was lying. No, she actually said that he wouldn't have sex with her, I explained. That's great, Taylor exclaimed. I told you that you had nothing to worry about. What about you and Bryce? You said that things were on hold until the Kristen problem was solved. Are you going to go out with him now that she's taken care of? Her gaze sharpened as she studied me. Why are you changing the subject? What else did Kristen say about Damien? Why don't you want to talk about him? Why don't you want to talk about Bryce? I countered. You're freaked out by the werewolf thing, huh? It's different now that you've seen it happen. I guess, she admitted. I mean, my boy... She abruptly cut off in the middle of her sentence. Dating someone that turns into a wolf on a regular basis is kind of... weird, I supplied. It's not his fault, she continued. He doesn't have any choice in it, but you do. I finished with a dawning realization. That's what this is about. You don't want to be a werewolf. He hasn't asked me to, she said. But what about the future? If we were to stay together, then what would he want? He turned Kristen because he was in love with her. Not that we're in love, she hurried to assure me. But you could be, I said. He's someone you could fall in love with. You like him a lot, and he likes you. That doesn't change anything, she stated with a sigh. It's better not to start anything if it's not going to work out. You should talk to him, I urged. Tell him your concerns and see what he says. That's good advice, she noted with a meaningful look at me. You should tell Damien what's bugging you. It's not the werewolf thing, though, she decided. You didn't seem freaked by that at all. I shrugged. I guess I've had more time to get used to it. I was with him for the last full moon. She regarded me curiously. But you're okay with that part of it. You have no problem with him being a werewolf. I hadn't thought about it one way or the other, but now I considered her observation. It was true that I had accepted it rather quickly. I guess it's not that big of a deal to me, I concluded. It only happens once a month. Not that big of a deal? She repeated in amazement. If you can get over him being a werewolf, don't you think you guys can get past him kissing Kristen? Make him apologize and everything first, she suggested. But give him another chance. I'll think about it, I promised her, just so she'd leave me alone about it. My mind was made up, though, that I didn't want to become entangled with him again. I was taking this opportunity to make a clean break and leave behind all the madness he'd brought into my life. My reprieve from all of it lasted less than a week, however. A loud pounding on my front door disturbed my peace that Friday evening. I peeked out and saw that it was Damien. Why did my parents always leave me home alone on weekend evenings? I wondered resentfully. How many date nights did they need? The insistent knocking had finally stopped, and I turned to walk away without answering the door.
Let me in,
he demanded.
I know you're there. I can hear you breathing, and I can smell you.
Or what? I asked derisively. You'll huff and you'll puff and you'll blow my house down? Kristen said you're a lot stronger than a normal human.
Please, Clarissa,
he pleaded.
I need you.
I threw open the door then, ready to go off on him that I wasn't here for his use. But I stopped short when I saw his anguished expression. What happened? I gasped.
They wanted me to help them,
he told me in a broken voice.
Her mom was begging me to tell her where Kristen is, and all I could say was that I didn't know. I couldn't help them, he cried.
Responding to his pain, I embraced him in an effort to comfort him. He held on to me tightly with what I now suspected was not his full strength. I wondered how much longer he could hold back, in more ways than one. I remember Kristen saying that he had reined it in for me, but that side of him was still there. It would come out eventually, and that was the part I wasn't prepared to deal with. Not tonight, though. He was too upset for this to be anything more than a warm hug, so I just stood there in his arms and held on to him for as long as I could. Chapter 17. Daphne didn't just look better. She positively glowed with health and vitality. Whereas before she had seemed frail, her thin body now appeared sleek and attractive. I studied her, trying to decide what exactly had changed about her appearance. She had ditched the clothes that hung loosely on her in favor of narrow jeans and a form-fitting t-shirt, seemingly in no need of the warm sweaters she had worn during previous winters. I wasn't the only one who'd noticed the difference. Corey, the guy whose Halloween parties were a tradition to many of our classmates, sure seemed captivated by the new Daphne.
Did you get a haircut?
He studied her lustrous brown hair.
No. You grew it out?
Corey? She looked directly into his eyes. There's a movie I want to see coming out this weekend, and I'd like you to go with me.
Yeah,
he agreed, seemingly mesmerized by her gaze.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
She smiled, and he immediately smiled in response. Then he asked for her number and saved it into his contacts. They walked out together after class, and I saw her touch his arm before they parted. Did you use a spell on him? I asked as I came up beside her. Why? Daphne retorted. You don't think he could like me on his own?
I didn't say that, I protested. But, well, you were just really confident about asking him out. I had never seen her act so sure of herself before. She shrugged. I figured the worst thing that could happen was that he'd say no. It's not that big of a deal if you think about it that way. Her simple logic was true, but putting it into practice was the intimidating part. I'd often wondered how guys worked up the nerve to ask girls out. The girls who asked guys out seemed extremely brave to me. I'd marveled over Taylor's courage in asking out Bryce. You go up on stage in front of a whole bunch of people, she'd pointed out. But I'm pretending to be someone else, I'd explained. That makes it easier. Why don't you think that someone will like you? Taylor had asked me. You need to have more confidence in yourself. Daphne had been even less outgoing than I was, but I supposed she now had werewolf confidence. I noticed guys looking at her like they'd never seen her before, but she didn't seem interested in anyone but Corey, except for Damien.
Hey, Daphne,
he exclaimed as she moved toward him with that indefinable animal grace they all seemed to have.
Looking good.
You too, she practically purred as her eyes swept over him. But then, you always have. Then a bright smile broke over her face. I feel good, better than I have in a long time.
I'm glad,
he told her, returning her warm smile.
That's the one good thing to come out of this.
Her eyes alighted on me, lingering awkwardly a few feet away. Oh, I think other good things happened. Don't you think so, Clarissa? Damien followed her gaze.
Hey.
Hey, I answered as Daphne motioned for me to come closer. Gotta go, I said, and hurried away even though school was over and I really didn't have to rush. Daphne followed me out. What's going on with you and Damien? Nothing, I stated. Nothing is going on. Why not? Daphne asked. There's nothing to keep you apart anymore. It's over, I said. He doesn't have to protect me anymore. He didn't have to protect you before, she reasoned. It's not like he's your bodyguard. He's your boyfriend, and that's why he wants to be with you. He's not my boyfriend, I corrected her. He's Kristen's boyfriend, or at least he was. I told him that was a mistake, she muttered with a frown. He thought that he could keep you safe like that, but she came after you anyway. I know it's not easy to get past that, but you can start over with him. Tell him that you want to be just friends for a while. We don't have much in common. Why don't you go out with him? I suggested. You guys get along great, and you said you had a crush on him. I used to, she stressed. But then I started to like Corey, and now I'm finally going out with him. Damien has been a good friend to me lately, but that's all. We're both interested in other people. I know he likes you, Clarissa. A lot. He told you that? I found myself asking. She stepped closer to me and lowered her voice, as if telling me a big secret, even though there was nobody standing near us. He made me promise not to tell, but trust me on this. He's got strong feelings for you. My mind latched onto the word strong. Have you gotten stronger? Kristen said they have more strength than regular people. I wonder if you're stronger than Corey now. You should see if you can arm wrestle him. I was getting excited at the prospect of her beating him at it. That's a great idea for a first date, she noted dryly. What other crazy ideas did Kristen put in your head? Some things she said made sense, I told her. Like what? Daphne questioned. Like about curing you and stuff, I said and looked away. What stuff? Daphne asked suspiciously. Curing you, I repeated and clicked the button to unlock my car. She was right about that. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. She startled me as she brushed past me and placed her hands flat against my car window. Unlike me, she wasn't wearing gloves to shield her skin from the cold. Try to pull me away, she urged. What are you doing? I demanded with a laugh.
She looked like she was trying to push my car sideways. "Testing my strength," she answered. "See if you can pull me away." I tried laughingly at first, but then I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled with all my might. She didn't budge an inch from her stance. "I can't," I gasped as I gave up. She turned around and regarded me in wonder. "I'm really strong." "Yeah," I said. Kristen was right about that too. Her expression changed as she watched me. "What else was she right about?" I shrugged. "Just the werewolf stuff." She then asked me for a ride home. "I missed my bus." "Yeah, sure," I agreed, hoping that she wouldn't question me further. To my relief, she didn't. We talked about her recovery instead. "My tumor is completely gone. The doctor has no medical explanation for it. He says it's different than going into remission where the tumor becomes dormant. Mine has disappeared like it was never there in the first place." She beamed at me. I smiled back, genuinely happy about her miraculous healing. "That's wonderful, Daphne." "Maybe you knew what you were saying," she mused. "Maybe I'll get married and have kids." "Yeah," I said, but I thought her chances weren't very good once her boyfriend found out that she was a werewolf. Taylor was having a hard time dealing with her boyfriend being one. Bryce's first girlfriend had used him to turn her into a werewolf and promptly dumped him. His dad had remained human, but had ended up divorcing his mom, herself a werewolf. I couldn't see being a werewolf as boding well for romance, but I kept my thoughts to myself. Becoming a werewolf had saved Daphne's life, and that's all that mattered in her case. I dropped her off and went home to relax a little before dinner. The cold weather made me just want to hibernate inside, but at least it was almost Christmas vacation. I wouldn't have to venture out into the cold to go to school during all those wonderful days of freedom. Luckily for the werewolves, the full moon wasn't until a couple of days after Christmas. I wondered what they would do if it had coincided with the holiday. With it getting dark so early at this time of year, the change would be happening in the midst of family gatherings for many of them. How would they have talked their way out of attending Christmas dinner? I pondered this dilemma while I sat eating meatloaf with my parents that evening. My family also celebrated my birthday on Christmas, because I had been born on that very day. It had always made me feel like Christmas overshadowed my birthday, because I didn't have my own special day like most people. Birthday presents for me seemed like an afterthought as everybody shopped for Christmas presents. I used to feel slighted when I was younger and wished that I had been born on a regular day. But I had accepted the situation as I grew up. This birthday would be the one when I officially became an adult, so I was long past childish gripes. As I was trying to fall asleep later that night, I sensed that Damien was outside. I wasn't sure how I knew this, but I was sure that he was there. Sighing wearily as I got out of bed, I went downstairs and put on my coat before trudging out into my backyard to see him standing there, holding 2 vases of flowers. Nobody had ever given me flowers before, but I found out it's almost impossible not to smile when a guy approaches you with flowers. "You didn't think 1 bouquet would be enough?" I asked with a grin.
"I bought you the roses first," he told me. "But that just seemed typical, so I went back and got you daisies too. Which ones do you like better?"
"Tulips," I teased, and laughed when his expression fell. "I'm kidding. I like them all equally, but why couldn't you deliver them at a normal time of day?"
"I wanted to talk to you alone,"
he replied. "How do you know I'd come out here now?" I questioned.
"I didn't,"
he said.
"I was going to throw snowballs at your window to get your attention. How'd you know I was here? Did you see me from your window?"
"Yeah," I lied, still troubled by being able to sense his presence.
"So,"
he began.
"I came to apologize. I know I messed up with dating Kristen, and I'm sorry. No matter what she said to you, I never liked her."
"Yeah," I said. She confirmed that. Surprise flitted over his features.
"She did? Well, that's good. So now you know that I was telling you the truth, And yeah, I know that doesn't make it okay that I kissed her, but I hope we can start over, even just as friends if you want.
Daphne talked to you, I realized. She told you to say that.
Yeah,
he admitted.
I don't want to be just friends, but I will,
he assured me.
If that's what it takes for you to give me another chance.
You don't understand the concept of being just friends, I noted dryly. It's not a means of getting into my pants. I hadn't intended to get anywhere near that subject, and I stood there awkwardly, trying to think of how to end this conversation. Thanks for the flowers. Now I was in the position of waiting for him to hand over the flowers, but I didn't want to reach out for them. I considered just walking away without them.
Is that what you think?
Damien asked.
That I'm just trying to hook up with you?
It's cold, I suddenly complained. I need to get back inside, so, thanks for the flowers. He still made no move to give me the flowers.
Kristen,
he snarled.
She told you that. Daphne said she told you something to upset you. Was that it? Because it's not true.
Okay, I said. But I have to go back in, so...
You don't believe me,
he stated.
You're taking her word over mine. Did she say that I had sex with her? Because I swear to you...
No, I cut in quickly. She said that you didn't, but... I trailed off uncomfortably.
But what?
Damien demanded. Nothing, I said, and turned to leave without the flowers. He followed me.
What did she say about me?
Why didn't you tell me how strong you are? I questioned. She said that you were holding back because you thought I'd be scared.
What was I supposed to do?
Damien countered.
Say, look how strong I am? It would have seemed like showing off. Besides, if you weren't scared of seeing me as a wolf, you wouldn't be scared by that. What's really going on? I know you're not freaked out about the werewolf thing.
Nothing, I repeated. I'm just cold. He somehow managed to get ahead of me and block the door.
I'm not moving until you tell me what Kristen said.
I could just yell for my dad, I informed him. He'll make you get out of my way.
I'll just tell him I came to serenade you. Should I start singing?
He continued to stubbornly stand in front of me with the 2 vases of flowers in his hands. Fine, I exclaimed in exasperation. I'll tell you. She said that Blair was your sex toy. I chose to state it in a less offensive way than Kristen had. He still understood the vulgar implications of that statement.
Oh, that's not... yeah, we were.
He stammered.
But it wasn't like that.
You said you were only with her because she was a hot piece of ass, I reminded him.
Yeah.
He exhaled.
I apologize for saying all that stuff.
But you still said it, I told him. You said that you wanted me because I smell good.
Yes,
he admitted.
But that's not the only reason. I'm attracted to you, but I like you too. And if you like me back, then I don't see what the problem is. And yes, I had a sexual relationship with Blair, but it was a mutual thing. She was a person, not a toy, he insisted angrily. Kristen was just mad because I didn't want her, and she wanted to ruin what I have with you. Don't let her do that. What do we have? I asked in answer to his plea. We've never even gone on a real date. We kissed a few times, and you changed into the wolf and protected me from Kristen. So I don't even know what this is. I want to go on a real date with you, he said. I want to go on lots of dates with you. I'm not ready to tell you what this is, at least not until you feel the same way. But I can ask you to be my girlfriend. Or do I need to get more flowers before you'll say yes? What do you mean you're not ready? I questioned. How do you feel? Or do I need to serenade you? Damien inquired. He then began to sing, loudly. He really got into the lyrics, and he kept proclaiming that he was a soul man. My neighbor's dog, which was apparently out in their backyard, began to bark. Damien, I protested. He kept singing,
announcing that I hadn't seen anything yet, and again repeating that he was a soul man. Another dog began to bark nearby as my neighbor yelled at her dog to be quiet. Damien continued his serenade as the light went on over his head and the door opened behind him. I saw my parents watching him in amusement as he sang to me that he couldn't stop loving. My neighbor's dog began to bark again as she clapped enthusiastically after Damien's big finish. "Good job! Didn't think any young people knew that song. Woo, it's cold. Good night, kids."
"Good night," I called. "Sorry about disturbing you."
"Come inside before you freeze," my mom said.
Damien finally turned and acknowledged my parents.
"I was just dropping these off for Clarissa."
He handed the vases to them since they had opened the door.
"Sorry to bother you, but I wanted her to have them tonight."
He turned back to me.
"See you tomorrow at school."
"Yeah, thanks," was all I could say in front of my parents.
"Good night,"
he called over his shoulder.
"Please say yes,"
he urged quietly as he brushed past me while my parents were wishing him a good night in return.
"See you,"
he said more audibly in parting, and it sounded like a promise. I got up again much later that night and went downstairs to gaze thoughtfully at the flowers he had given me. The red roses, although the typical romantic gift, as Damien had noted, were beautiful and still a lovely gesture. My eyes were soon drawn to the daisies, however, which were a sunny delight on a cold winter day. They showed that he had put extra thought and effort into this, and I wondered if Kristen had misjudged him. I was still undecided about him and his motives when I finally fell asleep. Chapter 18. I was lost in thought the next morning with my gaze fixed on the cheerful bright daisies when my mom decided to talk to me about Damien before my dad came downstairs. "That was very romantic, bringing you flowers and serenading you. For a minute, I thought he was here to propose." "We're not even dating," I immediately informed her. "Oh," she said. "That's good." I glanced at her in surprise. "It is? I thought you liked Damien." "He seems nice," she replied, with a slight emphasis on the word seems. "But he was apparently involved with that girl who disappeared recently." I jumped to his defense. "He had nothing to do with that. Nobody knows what happened to her," she began. "Damien didn't do anything," I insisted vehemently. "And then there was that attack on his other girlfriend," she continued. "That was an animal attack," I exclaimed, completely riled up by what she was insinuating. "Damien had nothing to do with that either. I can't believe you would even think he could do something like that. Some people have another side that doesn't come out until—" "He was crying," I cut in. "He was crying, Mom, because he couldn't help Kristen's family find her. You didn't see his face. You don't know what he's been through." She looked taken aback by my outburst. "Oh," she said. "I didn't know that you were that close, that he comes to you with his problems." I hadn't realized it either until she put it that way. "I guess we are." "You think you know him pretty well?" Mom questioned. "Yeah," I said, thinking of all the secrets we were keeping. "Do you feel that you can trust him?" Mom asked. I sighed deeply. "Yeah, in the way you're worried about. I know he's not violent or anything." "Ah," Mom said, looking rather relieved. "It's a run-of-the-mill problem with romantic complications. You're worried about ruining your friendship with him." "Something like that," I confirmed vaguely. "I'm not sure what kind of advice to give you on that front," she told me. "It all depends on how you feel about him." "That's the question," I agreed. "I'm not really sure yet."
"Not sure about what?"
Dad asked. "What I should major in," I said, with a conspiratorial look at Mom.
"You better make up your mind,"
he warned me.
"College isn't cheap."
"She'll get her bearings," Mom assured him.
The first 2 years are fairly standard classes for everyone, and she can always change her major anyway.
Putting off decisions doesn't make them any easier,
Dad admonished me, inadvertently getting to the heart of my current problem. I had to decide what to do about Damien and give him an answer soon. I'd been determined to end my involvement with him, but a part of me wondered about what our connection was, if there could be anything between us beyond the strange circumstances that had brought us together. Was it possible for us to have a normal relationship now that the danger was past? I realized that I wanted to find out for sure. He had offered to be just friends. That wasn't really what I wanted. I didn't think that we could pick up where we left off either, however, and I decided to tell Damien how I felt. I sent him a text to meet me at my locker before school. He looked hopeful but cautious as he approached me.
Did you decide to say yes?
I decided on maybe, I replied.
Maybe you'll be my girlfriend?
Damien questioned. Exactly, I confirmed. I can't decide that until we go out on dates first.
You'll go out with me?
He smiled. Yes, I said. But we'll be starting over from the beginning. Not as friends, but not like anything romantic has ever happened between us. Our first date needs to be a real first date.
I get it,
Damien stated.
You want me to act like I've never kissed you before?
Yeah, I told him. I'd like us to have a normal relationship with normal dates, and take things one step at a time.
That's what I want too,
he said.
I'm so glad that you decided to give me another chance, and I promise to make everything up to you.
I smiled then, feeling optimistic about leaving behind all the weirdness and making a new start with Damien. Chapter 19. Later that day, I found out that Taylor had also decided to continue dating Bryce. He's just so sweet, and I like him a lot, she admitted. I know, I said, and he likes you a lot too. I can tell by the way he looks at you. Taylor blushed at that. Really? Yeah, I confirmed. He has this sort of dreamy look on his face when he sees you. It's really sweet. Yeah, he is, she agreed. I finally told him about why I didn't think we should see each other anymore, and he told me not to worry about that. He said that what happened with Kristen made him change his mind, and that he would never ask me to become a werewolf. We could speak candidly, because we were alone at Taylor's house after school. Both of us had set aside our reservations and doubts to date werewolves. When I thought of it that way, it sounded fantastical. But they were both also teenage boys in high school rather than mythical creatures of lore. Taylor and I were approaching the situation from that side of it, and in that regard, it was like dating anyone else. We were focused on the social aspects of dating and romance. Yet my worry about the wild side of Damien that Kristen had alluded to hadn't ceased. I'd just been able to push it to the back of my mind for the time being. Since we were starting anew with dating, that wouldn't be a concern for a while. Right now, I just wanted us to be like any other couple going on their first date. Taylor was delighted to hear how Damien had brought me 2 bouquets of flowers and serenaded me in front of my parents. Oh my goodness, that is the most romantic thing I've ever heard. It was pretty sweet, I agreed. How could any girl say no after that? She remarked. I thought about it, I said. After everything that's happened, nothing sounds more appealing than spending the rest of senior year studying and lounging in front of the TV. I swear I'll never, ever complain about being bored ever again. But all of that's over now, Taylor reassured me. The problem has been taken care of. Bryce says that she hasn't changed back. It's strange to think of her staying like that, I commented. That she's not going to be Kristen anymore. Like, ever. Taylor's expression turned pensive when I mentioned her name. Yeah. I'm sorry, I told her. I know you probably just want to forget that she ever existed. It doesn't really bother me, she said. All of that happened before I knew him. It's just, remembering when she turned into a wolf, seeing it happen. I was much more troubled by the things she'd said, but I didn't confide that to Taylor. You won't have to see anything like that again. Just stay home when there's a full moon and you won't have to deal with it. Yeah, you're right, she agreed. That'll be separate from our relationship. Just something that it's one night a month, I reminded her when she trailed off again. That's nothing. Nothing, she repeated incredulously. It's something, I amended. But he's only a wolf a short time out of the month. He's a person most of the time. And that's why you and Damien are perfect for each other, she exclaimed. Nobody else would be able to accept this so easily. Just a couple of months ago, you were laughing at me for even suggesting that werewolves could be real. Her statement startled me. Had it really been only a couple of months? All of that had happened in that short of a time? To me, it seemed like ages since my life had been normal. I'd nearly forgotten that I used to consider the existence of werewolves preposterous. Now they were part of my reality, and it didn't seem so remarkable anymore. I was more concerned with Damien's male hormones than with him turning into a wolf. Dealing with the wolf had actually been easier than dealing with the guy. Taylor was right that showing me his romantic side had convinced me to give Damien another chance. If he could remain that sweet and affectionate, then I would really miss out on something special if I didn't go out with him. I'm glad you forgave him, she declared. He's still on probation, I said. We're starting over, like this is our first date. Which it technically is, since it got interrupted the first time, Taylor stated. Oh, she sighed. That's when he took all those teddy bears to Daphne. So sweet. Okay, we are using that word way too much in connection with Damien, I remarked. But he is sweet, she insisted. I had to agree with that sentiment when Damien surprised me on my birthday. We finally had the first date he had promised me when he first asked me out. It was a casual dinner at an all-you-can-eat buffet, and I understood why Damien had taken me there when I saw how much he ate. Despite it not being the romantic scenario I had envisioned, we at least made it to the restaurant this time.
I figured I owed you unlimited food since you didn't get to eat last time, he explained.
The low-key setting actually eliminated my nervousness about the date. It hardly even seemed like a date in that extremely casual atmosphere. There was no pressure to make conversation while we waited for our food to be served, because we stood in line at the buffet to serve ourselves. I had no qualms about eating in front of Damien as I watched him dig into several plates of food. Why do you pick that Soul Man song? I asked him, curious to know why he hadn't chosen a currently popular song.
My dad's been singing that to my mom ever since I was little, so I know the words by heart, he answered. I think there's some story behind it they've never told us, because it still makes her blush sometimes.
My parents have secret things like that too, I told him.
All couples do,
he said, and looked at me in a way that flustered me for the first time since we'd arrived at the restaurant. Since I already knew so much about him, I searched for a new topic of conversation. What are you planning to do after high school?
I've been thinking about moving to Alaska, he replied.
I scrutinized his face to see if he was serious. What are you going to do in Alaska? Have you ever been there?
No, I haven't, but I'm looking into going to college there, he told me.
I'd never heard anyone express a desire to go to college in Alaska. Is that where you've always wanted to go?
No,
he admitted.
I was looking forward to going to college parties more than actually going to college, but that's not my thing anymore. Alaska just seems perfect now with all that untamed land.
His use of the word untamed didn't escape my notice. I hate the cold, I remarked.
I did too, but now it's not so bad.
We shared a secret look, unable to talk in public about why the cold didn't bother him anymore. But what are you going to study? I asked.
That's what's so cool about it,
he said excitedly.
They actually have a course called Outdoor Studies, and they take you out and teach you to be a wilderness first responder who can rescue people that are lost or hurt out in the wild.
It made sense that he would be interested in the type of work that would allow him to run free when he was the wolf. But Alaska was so far away. A lot of states have national parks like that where you can do that kind of work.
Yeah, but Alaska seems so
untamed. I supplied the word he had used earlier. Now he was the one to drop his gaze to his plate.
It's just something I'm looking into. I haven't decided anything yet. So, what about you? What do you want to do after high school?
Go to college, I answered automatically. But I'm not sure yet what I want to study. My dad's been on my case about it.
You'll figure it out,
he assured me.
You've still got time to decide your major. But where do you want to go to college?
I was thinking right here in Ohio. There seemed to be no reason for me to go out of state.
Oh,
he said, sounding disappointed.
So how about some dessert?
He urged in a more enthusiastic tone. Are you kidding? I'm stuffed, I declared. I can't believe you're not too full to eat dessert.
You're not too full for ice cream,
he said.
There's always room for ice cream.
Despite my protestations, he dragged me over to the ice cream machine.
Do you want chocolate or vanilla?
He picked up an empty bowl and looked at me expectantly. Chocolate, I guess, I replied. But don't put too much. I'm really not hungry.
Don't worry. I'll finish what you don't,
he told me, and proceeded to fill the bowl. I left mine plain, but Damien topped his with sprinkles.
I wish they had hot fudge.
I laughed at the wistful little kid expression on his face. We'll go somewhere where they have hot fudge next time.
I was hoping you'd say that.
He grinned. If there's a next time, I amended playfully.
You know you can't resist me,
he swaggered. Then his expression changed from confident to uncomfortable.
I mean, look at this place. Royalty doesn't have it this good,
he joked.
What more could anyone want?
Hot fudge, apparently, I teased, trying to make him feel at ease again. Eating ice cream restored his childish delight in enjoying his dessert. The cold, sweet taste of it in our mouths heightened the happy but unromantic atmosphere between us. It was nothing like Taylor's perfect first date with Bryce, but I realized that a date like that would have been overwhelming for us. This casual approach helped us to breach the barriers that circumstances had erected between us.
Are you going anywhere for Christmas?
Damien asked as he drove me home. No, we always have it at our house, I told him.
We do too,
he said. I assumed that we weren't giving presents to each other since we'd only just started dating, so I asked him what he got for his sisters. He complained that he hated shopping and said that he was giving them gift cards to buy what they wanted. That's no fun, I chided him. I'd love to have sisters to shop for.
Good, then you can help me shop for them next year,
he stated. His words thrilled me, but I responded cautiously. We'll both be in college next year.
Yeah, we will,
was all he said. He hugged me goodnight instead of kissing me.
Was that okay?
I wasn't sure if he was asking about the hug or the date. Yeah, it was nice.
Does that mean you'll be my girlfriend?
Damien questioned. It means that we can go on more dates, I answered carefully.
Okay, good.
He took my hand and gave it a gentle squeeze before letting go.
I'll call you tomorrow.
I liked that he had abided by my wishes to start over like we hadn't ever kissed before, although I had expected him to kiss me goodnight at the end of our date. He had really reined in his aggressive side. No, not reined in. I wasn't going to think in those terms. He was just being respectful and taking things slowly this time. It was nice to spend time with him and not have to worry about anything. Despite his odd choice of a buffet restaurant for our date, we'd had a pleasant time. Our next date was even more uneventful because we spent it on my couch watching a movie with my parents. This time, Damien kissed me on the cheek before leaving.
Maybe he's cheap,
Taylor remarked. Taylor, I admonished her.
I'm sorry, Clarissa, but he could have at least taken you out to a movie, she said.
Maybe he's broke after buying Christmas presents, I defended him.
Then he needs to get a job, she sniped.
Not everyone has an inheritance like Bryce, I retorted.
I'm sorry,
she apologized.
I'm just frustrated because Bryce won't kiss me.
Damien hasn't kissed me either, I said.
That's probably your fault, she told me. You probably confused him with this whole starting over thing, and now he thinks you want to be just friends. Maybe that's why he's not putting any effort into your dates. He thinks you're just hanging out.
Thanks, I laughed. Boy, you really are frustrated.
He says it's too close to the full moon, she complained. And he doesn't want to lose control like he did last time, but he didn't lose control. He just kissed me passionately. Like, really, really passionately. It was great.
She ended with a sigh. The full moon will be over in a week and he'll kiss you again, I assured her.
But what if it's not as good then?
After my initial shock, I began to laugh.
Did you hear what you just said? I'm serious, Clarissa. What if the full moon is what brings that out in him? Maybe it won't be as good after it's over. And what if that's the only time he wants to kiss me?
Taylor asked. I'm sure you bring it out in him, I told her. That's probably why he wants to take it slow and not rush you. Just give him a chance and see how it goes.
Well, I said yes to prom, so…
He already asked you to prom? I cut in.
Yeah, so you better get your signal straight with Damien. I'll be really upset if he doesn't take you to prom, she declared.
It's not even Christmas yet, I exclaimed. Prom is months away.
I've been looking up prom dresses ever since I started high school, she informed me.
That's your mental problem, not mine, I said.
She ignored my rude comment. I'm taking you out for your birthday the day after Christmas.
You just want to shop the sales, I remarked.
We can hit the mall after lunch, she confirmed.
Okay, I agreed, laughingly.
I reveled in Christmas vacation even more than usual, because this year it meant more than just a break from school. It was a wonderful relief not having to fear for my friends and myself anymore. All the stress of the recent ordeal with Kristen and with Daphne's illness had drained away as I enjoyed the peaceful time at home. Cleaning the house and helping my parents prepare the Christmas meal for our guests wasn't a burden to me this year. I didn't have a single complaint about anything, and I didn't mind doing these chores on my birthday. Several family members had arrived when I answered the door to see Damien on my doorstep. He was dressed in a suit and holding a vase of tulips in an array of colors.
Happy birthday, Clarissa.
I simply gaped at him in astonishment.
You said that you like tulips, he reminded me.
Oh my goodness, Mom exclaimed. Is that your carriage with the horses?
Damien thrust the flowers toward her.
It's for Clarissa's birthday. I know it's Christmas, but could she go for a ride in the carriage with me?
Hurry and get your coat, Clarissa, Mom urged me. He's paying by the half hour for the carriage.
I booked it for an hour,
he explained.
And I planned a dinner for her at my house afterwards, if you don't mind. I'm sorry I didn't give you any notice, but I wanted it to be a surprise.
That's lovely, Mom assured him.
Get your coat,
she prompted me. Dad had his camera ready when I returned wearing my coat and gloves. A crowd of my relatives had gathered outside by the carriage, but they moved out of the way so Dad could take pictures of me and Damien. Several of them also took pictures with their phones.
Where's your coat, Damien?
Mom fretted.
I have a blanket in the carriage,
he told her. The driver helped me into the carriage, and Damien got in beside me. I waved to my family as the horses began to pull the carriage down the street. Damien settled the warm blanket over our laps, and we gazed at the Christmas lights we passed in the neighborhood. How did you know it was my birthday? I asked.
I saw it on the calendar in your kitchen,
he answered.
But you haven't been over my house this month, I said.
I skimmed through it that day I brought over the steaks, he admitted. I figured your mom might have your birthday marked on the calendar, but I didn't expect it to be on Christmas. I bet nobody does anything special for you on your birthday.
Until now, I confirmed. Thank you, Damien. This is amazing.
Happy birthday,
he repeated with a smile. I cozied up against him, and he put his arm around me as the horses trotted down the streets and into the park, away from all the electric lights, with moonlight illuminating the snow blanketing the expanse on either side of the road. It felt like we had been transported back in time.
It would be like this in Alaska,
Damien stated quietly beside me.
If you came with me.
The effect was nearly hypnotic, ensconced in the warmth with him even while the chill of winter was all around us, his voice speaking evenly and softly, while the horses' hooves clip-clopped down the silent road. It was almost enough to convince me to go with him to Alaska. I'm so happy right now, I told him, without responding to his comment. He kissed me then, a gentle, tender kiss on the lips that left an unfamiliar ache in my heart. Chapter 20. Damien made a phone call when we returned to the residential neighborhoods. He told someone that we were almost there.
Sorry,
he apologized to me after getting off the phone.
I promised them a ride around the block.
The carriage halted beside the curb, and Damien's twin sisters came running out of their house.
Careful,
he yelled.
The sidewalk's slippery.
They slowed down to walk across the sidewalk as Damien got out of the carriage. The driver was already waiting to help the girls up into it, and their brother let them sit down first before climbing back inside. His sisters immediately complained about not wanting to ride facing backwards, so we switched seats with them. I left them the blanket, but they merely sat on it, unconcerned with warmth in their eager excitement over riding in a horse-drawn carriage.
You've met them before, but these are my sisters, Ashley and Allison.
I smiled at them as Damien introduced us. Hi.
This is my girlfriend, Clarissa.
I glanced quickly at him but didn't contradict him. Hi, his sisters replied as the carriage began to move. They promptly lost interest in me as we continued down the street. I wanted to talk to Damien about introducing me as his girlfriend, but I didn't feel comfortable bringing it up in front of his sisters. He'd certainly proven that Taylor had been wrong in her assumption that he thought we were just friends. His insistence about calling me his girlfriend, along with that romantic kiss, proved that he wanted more than friendship. His willingness to listen to me and take things slow showed that he cared about me. The lovely surprise he'd planned for my birthday tonight indicated that he would be a wonderful boyfriend. It was really everything that I could ask for, and I decided that giving him a second chance had been the right choice. The girls wanted to take pictures beside the horses, and Damien obliged them. I watched the three of them with a smile on my face. The sibling affection was apparent despite the sass his sisters gave them. I'll take one of all of you, I offered. Ashley and Allison made a show of grumbling, but they posed with their brother. He stood in the middle with his arms around them, and they all smiled. We were under a streetlight, and the evening was also brightened by the Christmas lights decorating the nearby houses. It helped illuminate the pictures we were taking, so they came out good.
You need to be in the picture too,
Damien said. Then who's gonna take the picture? I laughed. We'll take turns, one of the twins suggested. I'll take a picture of you with Allison, and then she'll take one of you with me. That was Ashley speaking, I mentally noted. They were wearing similar coats, so I was having trouble telling them apart.
I want all of us together,
Damien insisted.
I'll do it,
the driver offered. Damien handed the phone to him, and the twins surprised me by scrambling to pose on either side of me, leaving Damien to stand beside one of them. I smiled, imagining a sisterly bond between us. It was a nice thought, but I couldn't really think that far into the future. We thanked the driver, and he wished us a Merry Christmas before he left. The twins stood watching the horses trot away,
while Damien and I began walking toward the house.
"They like you,"
he said. "I like them too," I replied. "But I feel like I'm intruding on your family time."
"You're not,"
he assured me.
"and they know they got that ride because of you."
"I can't believe you did that for me," I exclaimed. "Thank you so much." He smiled in pleasure at my enthusiasm. His sisters were still excited as they came up behind us, and I stepped aside to let them pass. Damien ushered me into the house behind them, but I felt nervous about being here now. We didn't linger long with his family after he introduced me to them, again, as his girlfriend. Damien led me down into the basement, where a table was set for two. He lit a candle before pulling out my chair for me. Then he lit an assortment of candles around the room and turned off the electric lights. The effect was very romantic, especially since he was wearing a suit. The only thing that spoiled it was me in my jeans and colorful Christmas sweater. "I feel underdressed," I declared. "We don't match."
"I have no problem with you being undressed," he told me. "But that's not the impression you want to make on my mom."
"Underdressed," I stressed while I rolled my eyes.
"Under your dress."
He deliberately misspoke.
"That sounds like somewhere I want to be."
His green eyes gleamed with flirty mischief. "I'm not wearing a dress," I teased in a playful tone.
"Anything else you're not wearing?"
Damien asked suggestively. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I taunted, but I dropped my gaze as my face heated up. His implied reference to my underwear suddenly made me very aware of them. I was remembering his fascination with seeing my panties, and now the flush of my skin wasn't only due to embarrassment.
"I made you a feast,"
Damien said, but the playfulness in his tone now sounded forced.
"Well, my mom and my aunts made it, but I brought it down here. And there's cake. That was supposed to be a surprise, so pretend you didn't know. Sorry I didn't get you a present, but I'm kind of broke now."
His conversation now didn't sound natural, but rather reminded me of how people speak when they're trying to cover up their nervousness. He was also standing in a far corner of the room as he spoke. "Are you kidding?" I exclaimed. "You gave me flowers, again, and you paid for a horse and carriage ride on Christmas. How much did that cost?"
"Don't worry about it,"
he told me.
"It's your birthday, and I wanted it to be special."
"It is," I replied sincerely. "Nobody has ever put this much effort into my birthday before." He now walked back to the table and started removing the foil from the plates of food.
"You're special to me, Clarissa. I wanted you to know that."
Emotion swelled within me, similar to what I'd felt after he kissed me during our carriage ride. "I'm glad we got back together." His smile warmed my heart.
"Me too,"
he agreed softly. He gestured for me to help myself to some food, and then began to pile his plate. I smiled at his familiar appetite. The atmosphere between us was now of warm contentment in the lovely glow of the candlelight. Once again it seemed like we were in our own private world. We barely had a chance to finish dinner before Ashley and Allison came downstairs, singing happy birthday. Their dad was carrying a cake with 2 number candles on it, a 1 and an 8. Damien cleared a spot on the table for him to set down the cake. Then he lit the candles. "Make a wish!" the twins chorused excitedly. I made it quickly, hastily in my mind under pressure of everyone's attention on me. "All of us safe." It was a response to all the fear and danger that was behind us now, hopefully. Damien removed the candles after I blew them out and began cutting the cake. He gave the first piece to me before cutting pieces for his sisters, his dad, and himself. Ashley and Allison tried to sit with us, but their dad insisted on them going back upstairs with him.
"Happy birthday, Clarissa,"
he told me. "Thank you," I answered. "Happy birthday," the twins said again, before reluctantly following their dad. Damien and I were left alone to eat our cake by candlelight. He finished before me and stood up to get another piece, but paused when he glanced at me. I felt the spark from his gaze and swallowed thickly. He stepped around the table and stopped in front of me.
"You've got frosting on your mouth."
My heartbeat skittered as he leaned down and flicked his tongue out to lick the frosting off my lip. The heat that I had felt earlier now inflamed my body when Damien's breath moved over my sensitized lip, still tingling from the contact with his tongue. He dropped to his knees before sucking hungrily on that lip. The erotic sensation made me gasp in pleasure, and he seemed to draw in my breath as he covered my mouth with his while deepening the kiss. It was very different from the gentle, romantic kiss we had shared in the carriage, and it was quickly escalating out of control. His hands moved under my sweater and set aflame already fevered skin with his searing touch. I stifled a moan as he freed my mouth to trail sensual kisses down my neck. "Your family," I protested. "Your sisters." Damien groaned against my neck and pulled back.
"Upstairs,"
he rasped.
"Now,"
he ground out warningly. I quickly stood up and hurried up the stairs. When I realized that Damien hadn't come with me, I decided to hide in the bathroom until I calmed down. My face looked flushed, and I worried guiltily that anybody could tell I'd just been making out with Damien in the basement. The concern of being just friends had been obliterated with the intensity of a wildfire. Our platonic dates hadn't prepared me for this sudden flare of passion. When I cautiously opened the bathroom door, I found Damien standing there waiting for me.
"I'll drive you home,"
he said in a normal, controlled voice. I was quiet as we walked outside to his car. He'd left it parked on the street, apparently thinking ahead to not getting blocked in by his relatives' cars in the driveway. He broke the silence after he pulled away from the curb.
"I'm sorry I snapped at you, but I needed you to go upstairs so I could calm down."
"It's okay. I needed to calm down too," I admitted.
"I know,"
he said.
"Your scent was driving me crazy. It still kind of is, but I can handle it until I get you home."
"But you can smell me all the time," I reminded him in bewilderment.
Your other scent,"
he told me in an extremely uncomfortable tone. It took a moment before I comprehended what he meant. I'd been angry with him when he'd told me he could smell my arousal, thinking it was some obnoxious pickup line. Now I was completely mortified by the realization that he was telling the truth. Unbidden, Kristen's voice replayed in my mind. "He's an animal." He was, in some ways. He had the keen senses of an animal, the superior hearing, and smell. I stared out the window, unable to look at him in my shame.
"I just need to stay away from you for a few days before the full moon,"
he said with false lightness.
"Then it will be no problem."
Left unspoken was the fact that it was definitely a problem right now. I could sense the tension in him, how tightly he was holding on to his self-control. He reinforced that assessment by jumping out of the car as soon as we arrived at my house and hustling me toward the front door as politely as he could.
"Good night,"
he said, sounding relieved to take his leave of me. "Good night," I managed to say, before escaping into the chaotic merriment of my relatives. For once, I was glad that they didn't remember to pay special attention to me on my birthday. I didn't want anyone to notice my mental turmoil. I'd just had the best and worst date of my life in the span of one evening, and I didn't know where Damien and I would go from here. Chapter 21. I wasn't afraid of him, not really, but I was cautious, and so was Damien. We didn't speak of the incident that occurred on my birthday, although things were very awkward between us the next time we saw each other. That was probably why he chose an activity to distract us, rather than the usual dinner or movie. The silence in the car was like a barrier of unspoken discomfort. I tried not to think about the way our date had ended last time. We'd talked on the phone since then, but it had been about how he had handled the night of the full moon. I knew that Damien was at his least aggressive right after that. We were taking advantage of Christmas vacation to go out on a date during the day, but I couldn't help thinking that it also felt safer this way.
The bright, clear light of day naturally hindered temptation. It made us more aware of ourselves and what we were doing. I'd thought about what it would be like to have sex, as I'm sure every teenager has. Yet it was something that always seemed to be on the distant horizon for me. Now that I had a boyfriend, I was faced with the possibility of it actually happening. That was something that I hadn't had to consider seriously before. In some ways, it helped that Taylor was still a virgin, because I didn't feel alone in my dilemma. On the other hand, I also had no one who had any sexual experience to ask about this stuff. Until now. Shockingly, Daphne was the first one of us to lose her virginity. She hadn't even been going out with Corey that long when it happened. I secretly blamed her heightened werewolf aggression for that. It seemed to be no coincidence that she decided to have sex on the night before the full moon. "It didn't even hardly hurt," she told us. "I always heard it hurt so much the first time, but there was only like an instant of pain." "That's probably because her body's changed because of the werewolf thing," Taylor told me later while we were alone. "Maybe," I acknowledged. "I still can't believe she did it. I know she had a crush on him for a while, but—" "I know," Taylor agreed. "I think she should have waited longer." Since what Daphne had done had eclipsed my drama with Damien, I felt less embarrassed to confide it to Taylor. Instead of exclaiming how mortifying it was, the way I expected her to, she listened with a serious expression. "That's what Bryce told me," she said. "That's why he won't go out with me the week before the full moon, because that's when it's hardest for them to resist their urges. I guess Daphne just proved his point." "Yeah, but she doesn't seem to regret it," I remarked. "She probably won't if they stay together," Taylor stated. "But he doesn't even know about her being a werewolf. What do you think he'll do when he finds out?" "I don't know," I replied. "But I think she should have told him about that first, before they had sex." "I think so too," she agreed. "She's keeping this big secret from him, and he's probably going to be really upset about it." It wasn't the sex or even the werewolf thing that started the drama in their relationship, though, but rather an incident that happened while they were out to dinner a few days later. It would have been nothing noteworthy, just a casual meal at a sports bar, but Daphne honed in on a man sitting at the bar, slowly sipping a drink. She suddenly knew that he was savoring more than just his drink. "It was worse than what Kristen was thinking," Daphne explained, "because she didn't enjoy killing her sister. It was terrible that she could kill a baby, but she did it fast just to get rid of her. This man, though, he was looking forward to it. He stopped to have that drink so that he could prolong the anticipation of what he was going to do to her." My heart was hammering in my chest as I listened to her, even though I knew the abducted girl had been saved, thanks to Daphne. She didn't go into the details of his depraved thoughts, but I could see that she was still haunted by them. Daphne had rushed outside without stopping to put on her coat. A bewildered Corey followed her, but she offered no explanation in her haste. The effort strained even her werewolf strength, but she managed to pry open the locked trunk of the man's car. Corey was the one who helped the terrified girl out of the trunk, while an exhausted Daphne called the police. The man walked outside while Corey was trying to untie the ropes that bound the girl, having only succeeded in removing her gags so far. He fled on foot upon seeing that his crime had been discovered. He had nowhere to hide, though, since the police easily discovered his identity from his license plate and the registration papers in his glove box. His picture was soon on TV, and they caught him within hours. The abducted girl's testimony wasn't the only damning evidence against him after the police searched his house and found more proof of his crimes. Tragically, the other young women he abducted hadn't been able to escape alive. Daphne was hailed as a hero, but her vague explanation about having a bad feeling threw her into the spotlight as a psychic. She was soon overwhelmed by pleas to find people's missing loved ones. "This has never happened to me before," she lied to the reporters who hounded her for interviews. "I think it was a fluke." "Try," a woman pleaded, holding out a picture of her missing child. "Please try." Daphne shook her head. I'm sorry. I don't know where he is. The attention died down after a while when she failed to have any more miraculous hunches, but Corey's scrutiny wasn't so easily avoided.
How do you open that trunk?
She repeated to him that the lock must have been defected, but he insisted that it wasn't.
I was there, and I saw how tight it was. It would have popped right open if it was defective.
She then played the helpless female card. I don't know how it happened. I don't know anything about cars.
But how do you know there was somebody in the trunk? He questioned.
I didn't, she lied. I just felt like I needed to open the trunk. He apparently didn't believe her, because he then insisted that she tell him about his future. When she told him that she couldn't see his future, he suspected that she was hiding something terrible from him.
What's going to happen to me?
He demanded. I don't know, she yelled. I don't even know what's going to happen to me. His mistrust of her put a strain on their relationship. He doesn't believe me, she complained glumly. We had so much fun together before, but that's gone now. I think he's going to break up with me. Her prediction was correct, because Corey did break up with her shortly afterwards. He stated that they both weren't happy, which was true. The circumstances between me and Damien weren't that dire, but it wasn't smooth sailing either. We happened to go out after the full moon on the very day that Daphne would have her psychic experience, so that wasn't on my mind yet. We were still cautiously trying to figure out how to act with each other after what had transpired between us on my birthday.
You'll have to teach me how to skate,
Damien ventured, breaking the awkward silence. I hadn't been too sure of his idea to go on a date to the ice skating rink, considering that things had been tense between us the last time we were there. It turned out to be a great distraction for us, though. Laughing over Damien's attempts to stay upright on the ice eased much of the awkwardness between us. He wouldn't give up until he made it around the rink several times without falling. We were both smiling when we finally sat down to eat something from the concession stand. You did great, I encouraged him.
You're so graceful,
he complimented me. I blushed, but this time it was with the warm glow of his admiration. I've been skating since I was little.
It shows,
he said.
See, you don't hate the cold that much.
The warmth I was basking in faded at his words. You've already decided to go there, haven't you? You're not just thinking about it.
I know what I want,
he stated, some of the intensity I remembered from our passionate evening flaring in his eyes as he gazed at me. Alaska, I said.
Yes, he confirmed. And you, Clarissa.
I expelled a shaky breath and voiced the question on my mind. What if it's a choice between us? He took his time answering.
I've been thinking about everything that happened, and I think that you're the one who has to choose. I can't change what I am, but you can. I didn't plan to tell you this way, but I'm in love with you, Clarissa.
My eyes went wide at the realization of what he had told me. He was in love with me, and joy bloomed in my heart at hearing him say that. I think I'm in love with you too, I admitted. His gaze intensified even more.
Then we should be together.
We were sitting next to each other in plastic seats, and I leaned over to kiss him instead of responding verbally to his statement. Chapter 22. Damien wanted me to change into a werewolf. That was what he had implied when he said that he couldn't change, but that I could. He wanted me to make that choice and move to Alaska with him. I wasn't even completely sure that I loved him. Yes, I liked him very much, and I was obviously attracted to him. Did that equal love? How could I tell if I was really in love with him? He seemed so sure, but I had my doubts. They compounded after Corey broke up with Daphne. She had been infatuated with him and even lost her virginity to him, but their relationship didn't last. Damien was asking me for much more than that.
The thought of moving to Alaska didn't appeal to me, but I could reverse that decision if we broke up. Changing into a werewolf would be permanent, though, although I didn't dislike that idea as much as moving far away into a cold climate.
Really?
Taylor questioned. I'd be more upset about him wanting to change me into a werewolf than moving to Alaska. I don't know. It seems kind of cool, I admitted. Damien said that being a wolf makes you feel strong and free.
But you wouldn't be yourself, she shuddered.
Yeah, I would, because I could still think like me, I explained. I would just look different.
You can have it, she declared. I like being a girl.
I do too, I agreed. But it would be fun to be something else for a little while.
I know you like acting in plays, but this isn't just pretending, Taylor cautioned. You'd really change into a wolf.
That makes it even more exciting, I said.
You're actually thinking about it, she exclaimed in dismay.
How can I not think about it? I asked. You said that I should give Damien another chance. Did you forget that he's a werewolf?
No, I didn't forget, but I didn't know that he'd want you to move to Alaska and become one too, she protested.
What about your friends and your family? I'll be going away to college anyway, I reminded her. And you will too.
Yeah, but when will we ever see each other if you're in Alaska? Taylor questioned. Do you even know how far away that is?
3,000 miles, 1,000 less than to Hawaii. And I know you wouldn't be complaining if I was moving to Hawaii, I teased.
I'd love to visit you in Hawaii, she admitted with a begrudging smile.
Then she became serious again.
You're really going to do it?
My playful smile vanished. I don't know, Taylor. I haven't decided anything yet. I don't even know what job I want, and now he wants me to decide my whole life.
Don't rush into it, she advised me urgently. You haven't even been dating that long, and it's not fair of him to be asking you to change your whole life already.
That's what I told him, I said. I'm not going to decide anything until graduation. We'll see how things go until then.
If only they weren't werewolves, Taylor suddenly exclaimed.
My concern was now for her after her outburst. Are you having the same problem with Bryce?
Not like you are with Damien, she said. Bryce didn't ask me to become a werewolf, but he wants to move to New York with me. Well, into his own place, she amended. But he wants to follow me there and still be my boyfriend.
And you don't want that? I asked in surprise.
It seemed to me that Bryce would be making all the concessions in their relationship. I like him, she told me in a tone of anguish. I think I could even love him. He's everything I've ever wanted in a boyfriend, except he's a werewolf, I finished for her. It's a big problem, Clarissa. I know you said it's only one night a month, but he turns into a wolf.
Some months have 2 full moons, I conceded.
And it gets dark early in the winter, she continued. It just missed Christmas this year, and what would we do if it falls on Christmas? What would we tell our kids?
Her eyes now held a horrified expression, and I understood what this was really about. You're afraid you'll have werewolf kids, I stated.
Her shoulders slumped in defeat. There's a 50-50 chance, and I just can't take that chance.
My fantasy of their beautiful blonde children was destroyed. What are you going to do? I asked sadly.
I have to break up with him, she said with a deep sigh. I wanted to stay with him until graduation and go to prom together, but that wouldn't be fair. I don't want to give him hope for a future we'll never have.
Poor Bryce, I thought.
First he had his heart broken by a girl he then found out was a murderer, and now he was losing the nice girl he'd finally found. The love lives of my friends were truly in a depressing state. Damien and I would be the only couple left in our group, and I wondered how long that would last. Would it be easier to just end things now like Taylor was doing? Yet I couldn't seem to take that step, and I held onto Damien all the way through graduation. Then I couldn't put off the decision any longer. I had to decide what to do with my life. Chapter 23. My inertia left me undecided until the end. Everything was so easy for me until then, and I enjoyed the last months of school with my friends, until I got my acceptance letter from Alaska Pacific University.
Alaska?
My father demanded furiously.
Are you out of your mind? Why would you go to Alaska, and when were you going to tell me about this?
I tried to take a soothing tone in response to his barrage of angry questions. It's just one of the schools I applied to. It doesn't mean I'm going there.
You're damned right it doesn't,
he snapped.
Where in God's name did you get the idea to go to Alaska?
Somebody I know is going there, I replied cautiously. And it sounded interesting, so—
Somebody you know,
Dad interrupted.
Like maybe your boyfriend?
He asked sarcastically.
So the only decision you were able to make is to go chasing after your boyfriend like a fool. Tell me, what are you going to study in Alaska?
Damien's going to Alaska? Mom asked. Why?
Who cares?
Dad cut in impatiently.
That's his parents' problem. I want to know what Clarissa is going to study there that she can't study anywhere else.
I don't know yet, I admitted reluctantly. I'm not sure where—
So you're just going there for the hell of it,
he exclaimed in disgusted annoyance. You didn't let me finish, I complained. I was trying to tell you that I don't know yet where I'm going.
It's not going to be Alaska,
he assured me sternly.
I'm not paying for you to chase after some boy. What's going to happen when you break up?
He's your first boyfriend, Mom intervened more gently. I know that he's your whole world right now, but you're going to meet so many more people in college.
College is about getting an education,
Dad stated.
Not meeting people.
Isn't that where you met Mom? I retorted. He glared at me for my insolence, but Mom responded in a reasonable tone. That's the point we're trying to make. You don't know where you'll meet your husband. Nobody can predict the future. That wasn't true because I had predicted Blair's future, yet I couldn't seem to predict my own. Time stretched in front of me like a blank canvas, and I couldn't get a clear picture of it no matter how hard I tried. Everybody else seemed to know what they wanted to do. Bryce was going to become a wildlife biologist like his mom. Taylor still wanted to be a fashion designer. Daphne had planned to become a teacher, but she had now decided to be a forensic scientist. I want to help solve crimes, she told me. This new interest stemmed from her role in the apprehension of 2 criminals within months. After her rescue of the abducted girl, a police officer who had been one of the first to arrive on the scene had approached her quietly a few months later. An Amber Alert was going out on a child that had just been reported missing. He showed Daphne the child's picture and promised her that he wouldn't mention her involvement in the case to anyone. As soon as she glanced at the photograph, she got that same urgent feeling that she'd had about the young woman in the trunk. Daphne didn't hear anyone's thoughts this time, but she saw a highway sign, and she was able to describe the car and the license plate. The 5-year-old child was rescued, and there was no mention of Daphne's name in the news reports. Daphne made me promise not to tell anyone else about it, and I kept her secret even from Taylor. I was just relieved that she was the one having these psychic episodes, and I hoped that whatever power she had passed on to me had faded for good. I'm glad that I can tell Jeremy if I get a vision or something, because it's almost impossible to leave an anonymous tip since they have caller ID. Jeremy? I questioned. Daphne flushed. I mean Officer Clarkson. I was immediately concerned by her apparent crush on this Jeremy. Has he— No! She quickly cut me off. He's been totally professional. But you like him, I prompted. Yeah, she admitted. And I think he likes me too, even though he pretends like he's not interested in me that way. But isn't he too old for you? I asked, picturing a man my dad's age. He's only 25, she said defensively. And I'm 18, so we're both adults.
He told you his age? That didn't sound like a professional police conversation to me. While you were talking about a missing kid?
I saw him in the park the other day, she told me. He runs there, and I've recently started jogging.
Really? I inquired suspiciously.
Yeah, she grinned. After I had a dream about him jogging in that park. You're supposed to use your psychic powers for good, I admonished her with a smile. Oh, he looked good, she laughingly told me. Real good.
Okay, tell me all about him, I urged. Her eyes took on a dreamy quality, like she was picturing him in her mind.
He's kind of quiet, actually, but not in a shy way. More like he talks when he's got something to say, and it's not just to hear himself talk. And he pays attention when other people talk, like he weighs your words in his mind. It kind of makes you feel important. He notices everything, she continued softly, reminding me of the shy, sweet Daphne she had been before she was a werewolf. But he doesn't push me to tell him. He's just really patient and accepting of me the way I am. I realized that despite her comment about how good he looked, she hadn't mentioned his looks while describing him to me.
What did he notice? I wondered.
The lock on the trunk, she replied. He made this really casual comment about it when everybody else was distracted by that poor girl, and he's never brought it up again since. Plus, he didn't ask me about his future, not even as a joke. He's older and more mature, I couldn't help reminding her. My grandma had a dream about my grandfather, Daphne said. That's how she met him, because she knew where he was going to be. She recognized him from the dream, even though she'd never seen him before. But you saw Jeremy before you dreamed about him, I said. But I didn't know he ran in that park, not until I saw it in my dream, she told me. So you think you're going to marry him? I asked, trying to clarify what she was telling me. Her cheeks bloomed with color once again, and her eyes were bright with excitement. I think he's the one. But you hardly know him, I protested. You've barely spent any time with him at all. I'll get to know him, but I've got a really good feeling about him, she insisted.
I wished that I'd get a feeling about my own future. So far, I had no idea which path to take. Everything was changing around me, but I seemed to be stuck in limbo. I didn't want high school to end, because I liked my life right now. Time wouldn't stop, though, and I was forced into a decision about the future. Because I didn't really know what I wanted, I chose what was easiest and would cause the least upheaval in my life.
Are you breaking up with me?
Damien asked after I told him. No, I assured him. But we've been dating less than a year. I don't think we're ready to live together yet.
But you think we will be eventually?
He stressed. I think so, I said, but he heard the uncertainty in my voice.
If you're just putting off breaking up with me, he began.
I'm not, I interrupted him.
Tell me the truth,
he demanded.
Would you rather be with someone else? Someone who's not a werewolf?
No, I exclaimed. It's not about that. It's just, you want me to change my whole life and just take off with you into the wilderness. Why can't you stay here?
I have to hide what I am from my family,
he retorted in frustration.
Do you know what this winter was like for me? How hard it was for me during the full moon when it got dark at 5 in the afternoon? How many lies I had to tell them?
You managed, I said, but with less conviction than before. Maybe Bryce could help you.
It's different for him. His family understands and he doesn't have to hide it. I don't want to feel trapped anymore, he declared passionately. I want to be free to live my life.
Now I could understand his reasons for wanting to move far away from his family. My situation was different from his, though, and going with him would cause major problems with my parents.
I know it was asking a lot,
Damien admitted.
I'm just worried that you won't want to be with me anymore if you stay here and stay.
Not a werewolf, I finished for him.
Look at what happened with Taylor and Bryce,
he said. She was always freaked out by the werewolf thing, I explained. And she never got used to it. I don't have a problem with you being a werewolf.
Only with me moving to Alaska, he noted.
It's what you want to do, I said. Anyway, just because you're going to college there doesn't mean that you'll decide to stay there permanently.
And if I do?
He questioned. College first, I insisted. Then we'll see.
Will you come visit me?
He asked. Yes, I promised. But I don't want to think about this now. Let's just be happy.
Okay,
he agreed.
We'll enjoy our time together and have good memories to tide us over until we see each other again.
We still had prom, graduation, and the summer together. I didn't want it to feel like we were already saying goodbye, but his departure date was casting an inescapable shadow over our relationship even then. Chapter 24. The dreams began immediately after Damien left for Alaska. I had the first one that very night, while he was still on the airplane en route to his destination. When he later described his new surroundings, they matched what I had seen in my dream. I was encircled by tall trees as my powerful legs took me through a dense forest. My ears picked up the scurrying of small animals nearby, and my sensitive nose distinguished the various scents carried on the wind. I emerged from the trees to stand on a high ridge overlooking a deep valley of darkness and shadows. My gaze swept up to the swirl of glowing green lights beside the full moon in the night sky. The sound of another creature approaching behind me didn't worry me, for I recognized his familiar scent. I turned my head when he stopped beside me, and the black wolf nuzzled my fur before joining me in admiring the glorious view. I woke human and alone in my bed. The dream stayed on my mind all day, as I wondered if that was really what it felt like to be a wolf, or if it was only a wonderful fantasy created by my imagination. I didn't tell Damien about my dream, but he would describe this exact same sight to me several months later. He happened to be in his wolf form the first time he saw the aurora borealis, and he called me excitedly the next morning to declare that I had to see it for myself. There was no way that he could convince me to fly out to Alaska during the winter, and he wasn't coming home for Christmas either. It was just too expensive for him to fly back and forth from his remote new home. I was planning to visit him over the summer, though, since he was staying there to work during vacation. I hadn't left the state to go to college, but I was at least far enough from home to necessitate living in a dorm. My new friends couldn't understand why I didn't take advantage of my freedom from parental control to join them in their excessive partying. They did, however, understand why I turned down every guy who hit on me when they did manage to drag me out to a party. I have a boyfriend, I would tell whatever guy had approached me that evening. A very hot boyfriend, one of my drunken friends would add if she happened to overhear me. They'd exclaimed over my pictures of Damien and voiced their dismay that I'd let him go so far away. "You can't leave a guy like that alone," was their frequent refrain. "I trust him," I said, speaking the truth. Despite our separation, I never had a moment's doubt over his faithfulness to me. "You can't trust other women around him," they insisted. "They'll try to steal him from you." "They can try," I replied confidently. No, my ego hadn't become inflated. It was just a very strong feeling I had about him. Maybe it was due to that psychic ability Daphne had bestowed upon me, which turned out not to have faded away after all. In fact, it hit me full force about a month after Damien went to Alaska, and I called him in a panic. I wouldn't remember everything I said to him, but I apparently gave him very detailed instructions of where to go out in the wilderness. "There's a man," I recall telling him urgently. "He's hurt and he's in trouble. You have to help him."
"It's happening,"
Damien choked out. He failed to respond to my desperate questions about what was happening, and he didn't answer his phone the numerous times I tried to call him back. I could no longer remember all the details of the man's location,
and I was losing confidence that my psychic information was even real. Could I really pick up on the distress of someone thousands of miles away? It didn't seem possible when I hadn't even had an inkling of anyone being in trouble within my vicinity. People got hurt every day, and I hadn't had any premonitions about any of them. I was now more concerned about Damien's abrupt end to our conversation. What was going on out there? It was maddening to have no way of finding out. I had called him at midnight, and I didn't sleep at all that night. He didn't call me back until noon the following day. What I had failed to take into account in my agitation was the 4-hour time difference between us. I had also forgotten that there had been a full moon the previous night. The sun had been setting in Anchorage when Damien answered my call. He had no time to talk then, and he had no time to talk now.
"Everything's okay,"
he quickly assured me.
"I'll call you later and explain."
It was nearly evening by me when he called to tell me the whole story. He also sent me a link to a news article about the incident later. A man had been stranded in the wilderness after he broke his leg. His situation was bad with night quickly approaching, but it got even worse when a bear showed up and took a scary interest in him. If that wasn't terrifying enough, a large and ferocious black wolf suddenly found him. He didn't know which beast was going to finish him off first. The wolf managed to drive away the bear, and the man braced himself for its attack. Incredibly, the wolf not only didn't harm him, but also stood guard over him all night. The man actually dozed off, and the wolf was gone when he awoke. He still didn't know how he was going to get out of his precarious situation, but his amazing luck held out. A hiker with a satellite phone happened upon him just then, and was able to call for help. His rescuer was a local college student out exploring the area, and the article mentioned the young man's name, Damien Stark. "You saved him!" I exclaimed emotionally.
"No,"
Damien said.
"You saved him, Clarissa. I wouldn't have even known he was out there if it wasn't for you."
I changed the subject to deflect his praise. "Where'd you get the satellite phone and the clothes?"
"My parents got me the phone because they were worried about cell phone reception out here. It's a good thing I decided to put it in my backpack with a change of clothes. I had it ready for the full moon because I can carry it in my mouth."
That statement really drove home the oddness of his situation, yet it felt so natural in my dreams of exploring the wilderness with him as his wolf companion. His next words mirrored my thoughts.
"We make a good team, Clarissa, in every way."
Chapter 25. I loved Alaska. At least I did in the summer. I was there during the summer solstice, when Anchorage got 22 hours of sunlight on their longest day of the year. It was pretty amazing to be outside, with the sun shining long past after it would have normally set. This was a new experience for Damien too, and I was there to share it with him. We also shared another new experience that summer. Well, it was new for me. In some ways, it was new for him too. He hadn't had sex since before he was turned into a werewolf, and of course, he hadn't had sex with me. Despite all my worries about his animalistic urges, he was as gentle as he possibly could be. It still hurt a lot more than Daphne had led me to believe, and Damien ended it before fully taking his own pleasure. He'd already made me climax beforehand, and I felt bad that he hadn't, but he assured me that it was okay.
"It'll be better next time,"
he promised. Not only did it keep getting better as we explored each other's bodies, but I found that my desire for him had increased to the point where a single glance from him could arouse me. I'd never known that I had this wild side to me that would lead me to whisper in Damien's ear that I wanted him right now. It thrilled me to see his green eyes darken with desire in response. We'd hurry back to his apartment, even if it was the middle of the day, and yank off our clothes in our rush to touch fevered skin and join our bodies in heated urgency. I wondered how much of it was unrestrained passion and how much was desperate awareness that our time together was limited. We would have to part again for another year and say another reluctant goodbye. Damien was planning to return home next summer and spend some time with his family,
so we wouldn't have the same freedom to be alone together that we had here. I was disappointed that I couldn't see the aurora borealis during the summer, but everything else about Alaska was better than I had imagined. While Damien had to work, I had a real vacation. I marveled at the magnificent scenery of the nearby mountains, forest, and lake. We went hiking, bike riding, kayaking, and even horseback riding. He refused to take me into the wilderness at night, however, even when he was in his wolf form.
You're too vulnerable as a human.
I still hadn't told him about my wolf dreams. He hadn't brought up the topic of wanting me to become a werewolf, and I didn't want to bring it up myself. I'd have to make a final decision eventually, but I wasn't ready to do it this summer. Right now, I was just enjoying my time with Damien in this new place. I met some of his college friends who lived nearby, and even Nick Johansson, the man he'd saved in the wilderness. We were invited to Nick's wedding, because he declared that he probably wouldn't even be alive for it if it hadn't been for Damien.
All I did was make a phone call,
Damien protested.
You were there for me when I needed help,
Nick said.
That makes you a friend.
A friend in need is a friend indeed, echoed his fiancée, Charlene. They didn't know the extent of Damien's involvement, or mine, in saving Nick's life. I hadn't had any psychic episodes since, but I began to get a strangely unsettling but vague feeling at the end of my vacation. Since it was nothing specific, I wrote it off as the inevitable pangs of parting with someone you didn't want to leave, especially since Damien had the same uneasy feeling.
It's like something's wrong, but I don't know what it is,
he told me worriedly.
Do you think that Nick and Charlene will be okay on their honeymoon?
I think they'll be fine, I assured him. I think maybe this has something to do with us. I played with one of the inexpensive earrings he'd bought me during the summer festival when we'd been out enjoying the surreal pleasure of the midnight sun. The design on them showed a wolf howling at a full moon, framed by the swirl of the northern lights. It had reminded me so much of my dreams that I'd immediately opened my purse to pay for the earrings, but Damien had pulled out his wallet first and purchased them for me.
Are you thinking about breaking up with me?
Damien asked. No, I told him. Do you want to break up with me?
No,
he insisted vehemently.
I was actually thinking of leaving Alaska and transferring to Bowling Green with you.
But you love it here, I exclaimed. His exact words had been,
I belong here.
Those words had stayed with me ever since he'd spoken them to me over the phone months ago, because that certainty had continued to elude me. I hadn't yet found the place where I belonged. College felt like just passing time. I had settled on a business major for lack of any better ideas, but I wasn't excited about my future in that field. After completing my first year of college, I still had no particular interest in any specific career. My dad's demands had been appeased by me finally choosing a major, but I was troubled by my lack of direction in life. My blissful summer with Damien had been the exception to my disinterest in other areas of my life, but this was only a vacation. It didn't answer the question of what I wanted to do with the rest of my life.
I love you more,
Damien declared now.
Staying here isn't worth it without you. I've missed you so much, Clarissa, and I don't want to spend another year without you. I'm sorry I put us through that last year. Forget all that stuff I said about changing into a werewolf, he continued. That was stupid. You don't need to do that. We can be together just like we are now, and we can live wherever you want.
You mean it? I asked, my voice heavy with emotion.
Yes,
he answered, and hugged me tightly.
I love you, Clarissa.
I love you, I replied. But don't transfer yet. I'm not sure if I want to stay at Bowling Green. I've been having second thoughts about it, but I still need to figure some stuff out. Can you wait a little longer?
I'll wait as long as you need me to,
he said. It won't be that much longer, I promised. 2 days before my departure from Alaska, Taylor called with startling news. Kristen's dead. Chapter 26. She wreaked havoc during her short life,
and her death was no different. Everybody was distraught by the inexplicable nature of her unexpectedly abrupt end. She had superior strength and healing ability, so she should have lived much longer than a normal wolf. We went over everything numerous times, trying to solve the mystery of her sudden demise. She had appeared to adapt to her new existence quickly, and she had not only assimilated into a wolf pack, but also became a dominant member after killing the alpha's mate. "Sounds like Kristen," I remarked dryly.
"I guess that's her nature," Bryce replied. "I mean, it was. But she didn't have any memory of her human life, or she would have tried to kill us otherwise. She definitely would have hated us for what we did to her."
Bryce and his family had kept an eye on her to make sure that she wasn't a danger to humans. Her life in the wild seemed to be her only interest, which was normal wolf behavior. They thought that their solution for their rogue werewolf had worked splendidly. I was shocked to learn that she had become the alpha's new mate. I thought wolves mated for life.
"That's a common misconception, but it's not true," Bryce explained. "The survival of the wolf pack depends on the natural instinct to mate. He'll choose another healthy female if something happens to the first one."
"Will her babies be werewolves?" Taylor worried.
"No," Bryce answered to our relief. "They're normal wolf cubs, just bigger and stronger, and they'll probably have a longer life expectancy than usual."
The pregnancy hadn't killed her, and she'd already weaned her 4 cubs. "Maybe her body couldn't handle being a wolf all the time," I suggested. "Isn't that why you change back into humans after the full moon?" "We change back because the moon is no longer exerting its influence on us," Bryce's mom said, reminding me that we were on a conference call. "The pull of the moon is irresistible to us, except during pregnancy. The survival of the race takes precedence in all species. However, since she had permanently become a wolf—" "Was she pregnant?" Taylor interjected. "Do you think she had an abortion?" "What are you talking about?" Bryce's mom asked impatiently, probably annoyed at being interrupted. "When she used my phone to get Clarissa out to Mapleside. Remember we thought she was working with someone else? She could have been pregnant. Oh, but wait, she did change into the wolf. Forget that," Taylor urged, sounding embarrassed.
"That's right,"
Damien explained.
"She texted Clarissa after dark. We never did find out how she did that."
"Start from the beginning," Bryce's mom commanded. "Tell me exactly what happened." She listened as we related the story we had nearly forgotten after we found out that Kristen was the killer wolf. We'd originally thought that a human was controlling the wolf because the text had been sent after dark on the night of a full moon. As Damien had remarked, wolves couldn't use phones. "I'm going to look into this," Bryce's mom said, before ending the phone call. All of us were in different states, except Bryce and his mom. Taylor was in New York, but she still kept in touch with Bryce sporadically. Damien was in Alaska, and I was in Ohio. He called me back to talk privately after the abrupt end of the conference call. "How do you think she did it?" I asked.
"I don't know," he said, "but it might have something to do with why she died so soon."
I decided to wait on the answer to the mystery of Kristen's death before telling him what I had decided. My plans had already been set in motion, but nobody knew about them yet. "Have you told him?" Daphne questioned when I called to tell her about the conference call. "Who?" I inquired. "And told him what?" "Damien," she replied. "Have you told him you're moving to Alaska?" "How did you know that?" I asked in stunned surprise. "Because you were telling our kids about the Northern Lights," she said in a tremulous voice. I was more concerned by the realization that she was crying than by the words she had spoken. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "I had the most beautiful dream," she told me emotionally. "We were all there. You, me, Damien, Jeremy, and our kids. We were standing outside looking at the sky, and you were talking about the Northern Lights. Then we saw them, and it was so—" "You saw your kids?" I cut in excitedly. And yours. You had— No! I cut her off again in a panic. Don't tell me. I know, she agreed in understanding. It's overwhelming. It could be just a dream, I ventured. Not every dream is a premonition. But you've decided to move to Alaska, she countered. Yes, I admitted. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll have kids with Damien, she finished dubiously after I trailed off. Have you had any dreams about him? Yes, I replied. Wolf dreams. That means— Yes, I answered her unspoken question. I want to share everything with him. She was silent for a moment. I'm going to tell Jeremy. I knew she meant that she was going to tell him about herself, the fact that she was a werewolf. He'd finally asked her out, but she'd panicked after he tried to kiss her on their second date. Jeremy had apologized and told her that he would leave it up to her to make the first move when she was ready. Their dates had been platonic since then, but Daphne wanted more than friendship. I've been so afraid of losing him, but I know he's not going to wait forever. I need to just tell him, because we can't be together anyway until he knows. He might not even believe me. He might think I'm crazy. You can prove it to him, I reminded her. Yeah, she said softly. And then he might think I'm a monster. Nobody could ever think you're a monster, I assured her. She had been the only one of us to attend Kristen's funeral. Bryce had insisted on burying her in their yard and placing a stone marker on her grave. His mom had balked at having it engraved with Kristen's name, even though anyone who looked would only find the body of a wolf. So it was left without an inscription, and Bryce and Daphne were the only ones who stood solemnly at her grave in memory of Kristen. Daphne said it helped lessen her grief a little when she got to play with Kristen's wolf cubs. Bryce said that wolves will let us get so close up to them because they recognize us as kin, even in our human form. That dream I had last night made me think it might work out okay with me and Jeremy, she told me now. And with you and Damien. I hope so, I said. When are you going to tell him? She prompted. After we find out what happened to Kristen. When are you going to tell Jeremy? I asked. Tonight, she answered. Before I chicken out again. Call me, I urged her, no matter how late it is. I got the call about Kristen first.
It was a spell, Bryce informed me. She used a spell to suppress the change. Very dangerous and unpredictable. That's how she was able to text you during the full moon. She must have thought she succeeded without any harm to herself, but it took a toll on her body. Mom thinks that's what killed her. Wasn't the spell your people used on her the same thing in reverse? I questioned. It kept her from changing back into a human. Wasn't that just as dangerous? I asked Mom the same thing, he confided. She said it's not dangerous because our wolf side is stronger than the human part. It takes a lot more energy to suppress the wolf when the moon is exerting its influence on us. Oh, I said, pondering the significance of that information. They all seemed more wolf than human to me. Maybe the wolf part of him was why Damien had suddenly developed the urge to move to Alaska, though. I have to tell Daphne not to mess with any spells like that, he stated quickly. Can you call Damien? And Taylor? Sure, I agreed, thinking that it probably wasn't always easy for him to talk to Taylor since their breakup. I called her first, because I had more to talk about with Damien. It was just too bad that I couldn't tell him in person. She ruined her human life and her wolf life too, Taylor remarked, after I explained what had happened with Kristen. She really did, I noted in agreement. So Bryce doesn't want to talk to me. I wasn't sure from her inflection if that was a question. He doesn't? Taylor sighed. I mentioned that I was going on a date with someone, and our conversation got all awkward. I shouldn't have to hide that kind of stuff from him if we're friends. It's not a real friendship if I have to watch what I say. Maybe you can't really be friends with someone you've dated, I said. He probably still has feelings for you. I guess, she acknowledged. But we broke up more than a year ago.
How long does he expect me to wait before I start dating again? I sympathized with Bryce because I knew how hard it would be for me if Damien was dating someone else. I don't know, but tell me about this guy you're going out with. After I got off the phone with her, I sat for a moment contemplating our different perspectives on our love lives. Taylor had broken up with Bryce only because he was a werewolf. They would probably still be together if he had been a normal guy like the one she had met in New York. Yet, would this guy turn out to be as great of a boyfriend as Bryce had been? Only time would answer that question. I fleetingly thought about Daphne and wondered how her situation with Jeremy would turn out. Did her dream really mean anything? Then I called Damien and repeated Bryce's explanation about why Kristen had died so soon.
Maybe, he said. Or maybe it was karma for the people she killed.
I wasn't sure if karma applied in her case, since she had no longer been aware of what she had done before she was a wolf. Damien's lingering hatred of her brought up another question in my mind. Do you miss Blair?
We wouldn't still be together, if that's what you're asking,
He told me.
The end of high school would have been the end of us, too. I didn't love her, and she only loved herself.
He laughed shortly.
That was harsh, but it should have been the way I remembered her. She should have been an old high school girlfriend, a faded memory down the road. But now I'll never forget her because I saw her get murdered right in front of me. I don't miss her, but I feel bad for her.
I'm glad you do, I told him. I'm glad you care, and I don't think I'd like you as much if you didn't. I feel bad for her too. She should have graduated with us and gotten a chance to live her life.
Well, this is a depressing conversation. Do you have any more good news?
He joked. Only that I'm transferring to Alaska Pacific University next semester, I said. There was a tense pause, or maybe that was just his tone of voice when he responded.
Say that again?
I will, I promised. If I'm still alive after I tell my dad.
Clarissa,
he said, his voice stretched tight. What? I asked. Don't you want me to come? After another pause, he laughed wickedly.
You can ask me that question again when you get here.
Pervert, I admonished him laughingly. I decided to leave the rest of my surprise for later, after I joined him in Alaska. Chapter 27. I arrived in Alaska a couple of days after Christmas, which had also been my 20th birthday. Although my dad had threatened to stop paying for my college education after I announced I was transferring to Alaska, he'd relented after I'd declared that I would just take out a student loan. I was, after all, his only child. They're still together after attending separate colleges for a year and a half, Mom told him. I don't think she made this decision on a whim. I'll be back home for the summer, I promised.
Only because your boyfriend is coming back,
Dad grumbled. I wanted to remind him that my boyfriend had a name, but I held my tongue. Now was not the time to argue after he grudgingly agreed to pay for my education in Alaska. What I had neglected to tell him was that I was also changing my major from business to outdoor studies, which was what Damien was studying. His enthusiasm for it was what had drawn me to it. I had wavered on it at first, because then I would be following him on absolutely everything in life. It was the opposite of being an independent woman. Yet it didn't make me feel unequal to him in any way. In fact, I would soon discover that we were partners on this adventure into the unknown future. Damien had kept the apartment he'd had the previous summer, rather than returning to his dorm. He took me straight there from the airport and urged me to rest after my long flight. We went out to dinner after my extended nap and re-energizing shower.
I'm so glad you're here,
Damien told me. Me too, I said. And I'm glad it's not any colder than in Ohio.
Anchorage is pretty far from the Arctic Circle, so the weather is mild compared to some parts of Alaska,
he explained.
The winters here aren't that bad.
He presented me with a pair of skis for my birthday when we got back to the apartment.
We'll start tomorrow.
No, I told him, as I set aside the skis and moved closer to him. We'll start tonight. Our kiss unleashed the passion we hadn't been able to enjoy for months. We kept each other warm as we shed our clothes. Lying in bed after our heated love-making session, I cuddled happily with Damien. "When's the next full moon?" I asked.
"Not for another couple of weeks," he said. "We've got plenty of time to catch up before then."
I opened my mouth to tell him of my plans, but gasped when he quickly slid down my body and flicked his tongue over an extremely sensitive spot. "How do you move so fast?" I asked, between increasingly labored breaths as his tongue continued its soft but relentless pressure.
"You want it slow?"
he questioned, and teasingly slowed down his ministrations to a torturous pace. He soon had me pleading for release and climaxing yet again. After we finally both lay spent, I broached the subject that was now at the forefront of my mind. Damien sat up in bed after I told him.
"Are you sure about this, Clarissa? There's no going back after it's done."
"I know that," I said, and then proceeded to describe my wolf dreams to him. "I want to experience that with you."
"That's amazing,"
he exclaimed.
"It's something most people can't really imagine, but your dreams are so accurate to what it's like. But there's more to it than that," he reminded me. "Your senses are still in hyperdrive when you're human. Hearing, smell, all of it is very strong. It can be very distracting until you get used to it."
"I'll deal with it," I assured him.
"The full moon,"
he continued.
"It's not always convenient, but you can't avoid it. You always have to find excuses to hide the change from people, even your family."
"You wanted me to change," I declared. "Why are you trying to talk me out of it now?"
"I just want you to know what you're getting into. I've been living with it for over 2 years now, and it doesn't ever go away. You can't take a break from it and go back to normal for a little while. Yeah, it's got its advantages, but it also isolates you from other people."
I thought about how lonely it had probably been for him out here. "We'll have each other now."
"Do you understand what I'm saying?" he demanded. "You can break up with me, but you can't ever change your mind about being a werewolf once you become one."
"I'm not going to break up with you," I insisted. "Haven't I proven that to you by moving out here?"
"Remember Bryson Taylor? And Daphne and Jeremy? He was so understanding and supportive of her until he had to deal with her being a werewolf. Things changed, Clarissa, but you can't ever change some things."
"You're right that you can't change some things, like me being in love with you," I exclaimed. "And Jeremy didn't break up with her. He just asked for a little time to come to terms with it." Daphne had told me that he'd been calm, but asked for her to show him her transformation during the next full moon, after she'd told him her secret. She hadn't been entirely sure if he believed her, but his reaction had been less calm when he saw her change before his eyes. He'd stood his ground as she approached him in her wolf form, but he'd looked scared. Jeremy had let her sleep at his place that night, and even thoughtfully set out her clothes for her in his bedroom. He'd had a pensive expression on his face, though, when she'd found him sitting on the couch the next morning. After driving her home in silence, he'd asked her to give him some time, saying that hearing her describe it hadn't really prepared him for seeing it happen. Daphne had agreed to let him sort it out on his own. "I just want you to know how I feel about you before you go," she'd told him before kissing him. Feeling him respond to her kiss had given her hope that their relationship wasn't over. That hope was now dwindling.
"A little time,"
Damien marked derisively.
"That was months ago. He was too much of a coward to tell her straight out that he doesn't want to see her anymore."
Despite my caution about the validity of Daphne's dream, I was deeply disappointed that it didn't seem to be prophetic. It had sounded so wonderful. "We're not Daphne and Jeremy or any other couple," I stated forcefully. "We're together, and we're going to stay together."
"And you don't have to change for us to be together,"
Damien said.
"I'm just happy that you're here with me."
We set that argument aside until I brought it up again the day of the full moon. "Tonight's the night. I'm so excited."
"There's a full moon every month," he reasoned with me. "What's the rush? Why don't you wait and think it over at least one more month?"
"I've been thinking about it the whole time we were apart.
It's not a spur-of-the-moment decision, I told him. I know I want this.
I don't want you to hate me,
he exclaimed. Why would I hate you? I questioned in bewilderment.
If you hate being a werewolf, you'll hate me for turning you into one. Please, Clarissa, don't rush into this.
I'm not, I insisted stubbornly. I finally know what I want, Damien. I stepped closer to him and purred into his ear. You. My hand dipped beneath the waistband of his boxer shorts to grasp him. Us, I told him, after I straddled him on the bed. More, I said, when I joined him in the shower afterwards.
God, woman, you are insatiable,
Damien declared.
It's a good thing I have so much stamina, but I still might not be able to keep up with you once you change.
You'll do it? I asked happily.
I just can't say no to you,
he murmured, before kissing me hungrily. I knew that his primal urges were especially strong right before the full moon, and we didn't leave the apartment at all until it was nearly dark. By that time, I was very sated and very tired, but Damien was full of restless energy and eager to get outside.
You can sleep for a while,
he offered, trying one last time to dissuade me. After you bite me, I said.
Sounds kinky,
he joked. It might be next month, I told him, trying to sound suggestive, but ruining it with a yawn. He laughed as he made sure that I was bundled up against the cold. Then his expression turned serious.
Are you sure?
Damien, I said warningly.
Okay.
He quickly placated me. He drove to the forest and handed me the keys after taking his backpack of supplies out of the trunk. There was no one else around on this winter night as he removed his clothes in preparation for the change. It is kind of kinky, I commented, but his focus was already on the moon. I hadn't watched it happen since I'd seen Kristen change. It was truly incredible to see a person transform into a wolf. I gaped in awe as Damien turned into the black wolf. Then I walked slowly toward him and held out my hand. Do it, I urged. He stared at me for a moment with his yellow eyes, and then he bit my hand. It wasn't deep, but it was enough to break the skin and draw blood. Thanks, I said, as I inspected my hand in the moonlight. He whined and trotted toward the car. Okay, I'm going, I told him, but I was truthfully anxious to get out of the cold. I opened the car door and looked back at him. See you in the morning. He made another wolf sound before picking up his backpack with his jaws. Waiting until I had started the car, he took off to roam in the wilderness. I drove back to the apartment, secure in the knowledge that he was leaving me behind for the last time. Chapter 28. People don't know what it's like to truly be in tune with nature, to be fully immersed in the sights, sounds, and sense of it. I am alive with the wonder of it all, as the wilderness calls to me with an exhilarating feast of the senses. I breathe in sharp, cold air that carries an intoxicating mix of natural scents. My ears distinguish sounds that would be undetectable to humans. I also see my surroundings in the dark in much clearer detail than a human would. The part of me that belongs to the wild absorbs the moonlit night with an awareness that exceeds anything a human is capable of. That heightened awareness is now a permanent part of me, and I have only vague memories of what it was like to experience the world with limited human senses. My wolf dreams have become reality, as Damien and I roam free as wild creatures that communicate in primal ways that our human minds can understand, despite the lack of familiar speech. We trek silently through the pristine snow together on my first night as a wolf. Pain pulled me up from that vivid dream, and I opened my eyes to moonlight spilling through the bedroom window. Damien was instantly by my side, and I stroked his fur. It's okay, I told him, and moved my hand to my belly. Everything's okay. I had almost dozed off again when another bout of pain brought me fully awake again. This time I stayed alert after it passed.
My due date was more than 2 weeks away, and we had been relieved that we didn't have to worry about it coinciding with the full moon. However, after timing my contractions and calling the doctor, I was told that I would need to go to the hospital once they started coming in 5-minute intervals. Damien stood tensely listening to my telephone conversation, and he whined in frustration after I hung up. "This is only the start of labor," I reassured him. "We've probably got a long time until she's born." He began to restlessly move around the room in his agitation. He'd refused to leave me alone after I became pregnant, even during the full moon. I knew how confining it must be for him to stay inside during the change, but he stayed by my side. He couldn't really help me in his current state, though. "I'm going to call Charlene," I said. Damien responded with a short bark. "I have to," I insisted. "I need someone to drive me to the hospital." Charlene and Nick had become our closest friends, and I knew that I could rely on them to help me. The tricky part would be coming up with a reasonable excuse for Damien's absence. "Ice fishing!" Charlene exclaimed in outrage. "My due date isn't for 16 more days," I reminded her. "We just didn't think that it would happen so soon." "He still shouldn't have gone," she grumbled. "I'm sorry to have to bother you," I apologized. "It's no bother," she assured me. "How far between are your contractions?" 6 minutes, I replied. "We'll be right there," she said. I got dressed and closed the bedroom door behind me, leaving Damien hidden in our room. He would have to wait there until dawn, but we had no other choice. This was one time when being a werewolf was very inconvenient, although we could usually plan our lives around it.
"How are you feeling?"
Nick asked anxiously when they arrived. "The contractions are getting stronger, but I'm fine," I answered. "I'll call the doctor and let him know we're leaving for the hospital." "Where's your overnight bag?" Charlene questioned. I had planned to pack one as my due date neared, but I hadn't gotten around to it yet. "I'll be fine without one," I told her. "I'll do it real quick while you call the doctor," Charlene said. To my dismay, she quickly moved toward the bedroom in our small apartment. My protest of a loudly exclaimed no came too late, for she had already opened the door. She shrieked, apparently having seen the large black wolf within. She left the door open in her panic as she ran back to us. "A wolf! In there! A wolf!" "It's okay," I soothed. "He won't hurt you." Nick hurried to look and stopped short in the doorway.
"That's—"
I tried to make my way to the bedroom, but was halted by another contraction. Damien trotted past Nick and came to me. He whined in sympathy for my pain. Turning toward Nick, he then went to paw at the door to the apartment before returning to Nick and nudging his leg with his snout. "We're leaving in a minute," I told him. Nick's eyes snapped from the wolf to me.
"It's yours?"
"You have a wolf?" a shell-shocked Charlene asked. "He's not dangerous," I said.
"It's the same wolf,"
Nick stated in amazement. "Your wolf?" Charlene questioned in shock. Damien gave an impatient bark and nudged my leg. "Okay," I agreed. "We're going." I led the way toward the door, and my stunned friends followed. Charlene had completely forgotten about the overnight bag, and I was anxious to get them out of the apartment without having to answer further questions about the wolf. Just as we reached their car, I saw the lights appear in the sky. They were bright on this crisp, clear winter night. We watched them for that brief time before they disappeared. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard when Nick started the car and saw that it was 11, but the appearance of the northern lights had already told me that it was magnetic midnight. It was the scientific explanation of what made that spectacular sight visible to us. All I could think about, though, was that my life was about to change in the most amazing way yet. My wedding day had been the happiest day of my life so far, but I anticipated that the birth of my daughter would surpass it. I just hoped that Damien would be able to be there for it too. "That wolf," Charlene began.
"Not now,"
Nick interrupted her in a quiet tone.
"We'll talk about it after the baby's born."
Fortunately, it was a short drive to the hospital. Nick stayed with us until I checked in, and then he told Charlene to call him when the baby was about to be born. He said that he had an upset stomach and needed to go home. "Keep trying Damien on his phone," Charlene said.
Okay, he agreed and took off.
"I bet he's going to take a nap," she confided. "He looked more exhausted than I did after Tommy was born." "Where is Tommy?" I suddenly worried. "My mother's watching him," she explained. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the doctor. My labor progressed slowly but steadily over the course of the night. Damien arrived shortly after dawn and relieved Charlene from maternal duty by my side. "Nick finally got a hold of you?" she questioned.
"He's in the waiting room,"
Damien replied.
"Thank you for staying with Clarissa."
"Come out and let us know after the baby's born," she requested.
"I will,"
he promised. Our daughter was born 2 hours later. We gave her the name we had chosen after finding out that we were having a girl. Cora was a healthy 8 pounds, and Damien and I gazed at each other in wonder after we saw her. Charlene exclaimed how precious the baby was, but Nick was more subdued as he congratulated us. I would later discover that he was still reeling from the confirmation of his suspicions about the wolf in our apartment. He'd been the last one out, and he'd left the door unlocked, already planning his return after he drove me to the hospital. Nick vividly remembered the wolf that saved him from the bear in the wilderness, and he was sure this was the same one. His thoughts returned to the strangely protective behavior of the wolf that watched over him, and how Damien came upon him right after he awoke to find the wolf gone. He now came to an unbelievable conclusion in his mind. He wondered if it was any more unbelievable than finding that same friendly wolf in our apartment, the same apartment where Damien happened to live. It was still there when he opened the door and stepped inside. Nick grabbed a beer out of our refrigerator and sat down on our couch to regard the wolf standing in front of him. It waited silently while he drank the beer.
"Charlene's gonna call me when Clarissa's about to have the baby,"
Nick said. The wolf sat down on the floor after Nick spoke. Time passed, during which he contemplated the extreme weirdness of the situation. He got up a couple times to go to the bathroom, and he called Damien several times and hung up when he was directed to voicemail. Nick continued to think his impossible thoughts until the wolf growled at him. It paced to the door and got back to Nick, clearly wanting him to leave. Nick got up and walked to the window. He saw that the darkness had faded to a soft gray. Dawn was coming, and bringing the answer to the question that had secretly been plaguing his mind all night.
"I'm not leaving, Damien."
There. He had spoken it aloud, but he didn't turn to look at the wolf. He heard it stop pacing before it wandered away into the bedroom. Nick watched the sunrise, and he continued to stand at the window until he heard slow footsteps approaching behind him. Damien was there when he turned around. The two men regarded each other warily. Nick pulled himself away from his chaotic thoughts.
"What are you waiting for?"
he demanded.
"Your baby's being born."
They drove separately to the hospital, and they didn't speak as they rode the elevator to the maternity ward. Damien related his version of Nick's reaction to me the next day after we took Cora home. Charlene came to visit, but Nick stayed away. Of course, he had work and other responsibilities, but he had always found time to socialize with Damien before. "Give it time," I advised Damien. "It took Jeremy a while to be okay with it, but he's fine with it now." Daphne had completely given up hope on Jeremy when she called him to tell him about a vision she'd had. She told him the details and hung up without saying anything personal. There was no real urgency to this one, since the kid was already dead, but she'd needed to tell someone. She didn't know why she suddenly knew where to find the boy's body and who had killed him, since she'd gotten nothing back when his desperate mother had shown her son's picture to Daphne after her psychic abilities made the news. Jeremy called Daphne 3 days later. He told her that the man she'd identified as the murderer was being paroled after serving time for an unrelated crime. Jeremy actually had a few days off, but he decided to follow the man. The guy abducted a kid walking home from school the very day he was set free from prison. Jeremy called for help, and his fellow police officers were able to get the kid back safely and arrest the man. They obtained a search warrant and found evidence of his past crimes in the personal belongings he'd stored at his mother's house while he was in prison.
You saved that boy from ending up like the others he killed,
Jeremy said. But that woman found out her son is dead, Daphne told him. At least she had hope before.
You stopped that from happening to another mother,
he insisted.
And now, that woman can finally put her son to rest.
Okay, she said. I'll let you know if I have any more visions.
Wait,
he pleaded before she could hang up.
Could I come over? I need to talk to you.
Sure, she agreed morosely, almost telling him to just say it over the phone. She expected him to officially break up with her after nearly a year of keeping her waiting for his response to her werewolf situation. Instead, he stunned her by apologizing and telling her that he missed her every day before getting down on one knee and proposing to her. Daphne was ecstatic for all of 30 seconds before becoming furious with him. No! His expression changed from excited anticipation to deep disappointment.
No?
No! She repeated angrily. You can't leave me hanging for a year without a word and then expect me to jump back into your arms.
Yes,
he said sadly as he rose to stand.
I blew it. You've moved on and…
I might, she interrupted him, might be willing to try going on a date with you if you ask me out. Hope came alive in his eyes.
Will you go out with me, Daphne?
Be more specific, she ordered. You haven't told me where we're going. He tried to suppress a grin. I mean where we might be going, she amended. He named her favorite restaurant and formally asked her to dine with him there at 7 next Friday evening. Things moved quickly after that, even though she tried to hold back, and they were engaged 6 months later. Damien and I attended their wedding, and they later came to Alaska for ours. Although they got married before us, they were holding off on having kids until Daphne got established in her career. She was the first person I called after my family upon Cora's birth. I was now better friends with Daphne than Taylor. We just simply had more in common and spoke more frequently. I now believed that Daphne's dream had been a premonition, and that we would all share magnetic midnight together with our kids one day. Chapter 29. She approached without hesitation, as eager to partake of life as she had been on the unexpected day of her arrival into this world. Her green eyes were fixed on her future, and she took only a brief moment to smile at her uncharacteristically emotional dad as he handed her off to her groom. Our daughter was not a sentimental person, and she threw herself wholeheartedly into new adventures without dwelling on the past. Yet her past and her future were intertwined on this day, as she wed the son of our dearest friends. She had grown up with this young man and known him her entire life. Damien came to stand beside me in the pew while the ceremony commenced. He saw my misty eyes and squeezed my hand in response. I couldn't help feeling a little sentimental over our little girl growing up and getting married. Thinking back on those happy memories, I realized how many of them also included Thomas Johansson. Cora was constantly defying us from early childhood, and she soon involved Thomas in testing the limits of dumb luck. He went along with any crazy idea she had, from seeking how many of our dishes they could stack into one pile, to skiing down dangerous slopes. We explained to her that she wasn't invincible, and that Thomas was even more vulnerable than she was, because he didn't have the healing abilities of a werewolf. She then immediately wanted to turn him into one. Knowing how obstinate she was, we were forced to lie and tell her that humans couldn't survive the change until they were adults. She would kill him if she tried to turn him before then. We were relieved to see that we had gotten through to her, because her eyes went wide at the thought of losing her best friend. She was 10 years old when we told her that, and even though Thomas was a year and a half older than her, 18 still seemed like a long time into the future. Cora was only 8 years old when she changed into the wolf,
Fortunately, Charlene watched our kids during full moon nights, or we would have returned to a frantic babysitter in the morning. Our daughter had even informed Charlene that she was going outside to be a wolf. She didn't bother joining us that first time, but instead headed out into the wilderness alone. No doubt she was thrilled to be free from our rules and limitations on how far she could wander. Damien would later remark that he was surprised she hadn't ended up in Russia. Having long since lost touch with Bryce, we had to contact him through Facebook to get his phone number. I remember him telling Taylor that the change didn't occur until he was 13, so we were very concerned about it happening so early for Cora.
"It means that she can kick my ass,"
he told me over the phone.
"That's not hard to do,"
Damien joked. Bryce heard him.
"She'll be able to kick your ass soon, too. Shifting at such a young age means that she has the strength and power of an alpha."
You never mentioned anything about alphas, I said.
"We don't live like that anymore," he replied. "But she would be the leader of her pack, if we still had them. Only another alpha would be able to challenge her."
Damien and I decided that there was no reason to give Cora this information. She was already difficult enough to control without knowing that she was even stronger than other werewolves. We worried less about her now when she wandered away from us during the full moon. She looked like her father, both as a human and as a wolf. Her fur was black, and she grew to be almost as large as he was. Cora turned Thomas into a werewolf during the first full moon after his 18th birthday. She told us about it the next morning.
"How could you do that without discussing it with us first?"
Damien demanded. Do Nick and Charlene know about this? I asked anxiously. He's probably telling them now, Cora replied. Thomas has grown up. He can do what he wants.
He always does what you want,
Damien complained angrily.
Who even knows what he wants?
He wants to be a software developer, a werewolf, and to marry me. Now he's done one of those, she said.
What am I gonna say to Nick?
Damien worried. They came over later that day with Thomas and their other child, Anna.
Well, it's done,
Nick said. I'm so sorry, I told them. We all knew this day was coming, Charlene said. Can I be a werewolf too? Anna asked excitedly. You have to be 18, Cora told her.
Only if you marry a werewolf,
Thomas countered. It was the first time any of us had heard him disagree with Cora. Nick remarked.
Maybe turning into a werewolf gave you some balls.
Nick, Charlene admonished him. Damien was laughing, and I think part of it was in relief that our friends seemed to be handling this okay. Our oldest daughter then abandoned us for good during the full moon to go roam with her new wolf companion. Our 14-year-old twin girls were content to follow us through the wilderness. Katrina and Madison were identical, and they resembled me with their brunette hair and brown eyes. The three of us also had brown fur in our wolf forms. I'm still stronger than Thomas, Cora bragged. I thought he would be as strong as me after he became a werewolf.
How do you know you're stronger?
Damien questioned. I can still pin him down when we wrestle, she replied. Can Mom hold you down too?
You're too old to be wrestling with a boy,
Damien said.
That's not, something you should be doing.
Cora rolled her eyes, apparently having guessed what he was alluding to. Not that kind of wrestling. Anyway, he can lift more weight than he could before, but he's still not as strong as I am. There's a reason for that. I explained what we'd learned about her alpha strength. So I can make Thomas do what I want, she stated.
Hasn't he always done what you want?
Damien inquired. Well, yeah, she conceded. All of us again settled into a routine until Cora dropped her next bombshell. The summer she was 17, she informed us that she was marrying Thomas the following June. I'm just telling you in case you want to plan a wedding or something, she said after we began to protest. We can just get married at the courthouse otherwise.
What's the rush?
Damien demanded.
Why can't you finish college first?
We're waiting until we get married to have sex, and I'm not going to wait 5 more years. It's bad enough having to wait another year,
but I know you won't sign the papers for me to get married now." He quickly got up to avoid hearing another word about his daughter's sex life and muttered something about a mother-daughter talk as he left the room. "Chicken," I called after him. I was then left in the uncomfortable position of advising my daughter that she didn't have to get married in order to have sex. "It's not the ideal," I told her, "but it's not realistic for parents to expect young adults to be together for years and not have sex." She fixed me with a look that would surely intimidate any foe. "I don't care what anyone expects. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to marry Thomas next June." So we planned a wedding. Katrina, Madison, and Anna were the bridesmaids, along with one of Thomas's female cousins. The groomsmen were his male cousins. My parents flew out to see their first grandchild get married. Damien's mom and sisters made the trip too. His father had unfortunately died 2 years earlier. Daphne and Jeremy also attended the wedding, using it as a reason to have another vacation in Alaska. They'd had a wonderful time the last time they'd been here, even though it had been winter. Their children were now 8 and 10 years old, so they didn't know yet if either of them was a werewolf. Jeremy had chosen to remain human, but that didn't seem to be a problem for them. I thought about how all our lives had intersected, and I wondered how much was choice and how much was fate. Nick wouldn't be here today watching his son get married if Damien hadn't saved him from that bear. He would have died before he had the chance to marry Charlene, and Thomas wouldn't have been born. There were other lives at stake as well. Damien worked as a park ranger, and he had the authority to shut down certain parts of the park. Sometimes he saved people from fatal accidents, like the time he warned skiers away from a slope where an avalanche occurred a half-hour later. As he had said, we made a great team. My premonitions were infrequent but powerful. I had none on this day, however, and I hoped it meant that there was nothing bad on the horizon for any of us. As we left the church on that warm, sunny day, I felt only the love in my heart for all the family and friends that I was grateful to have in my life. The end. This has been The Other Side of Midnight, written by Suzana Thompson, narrated by Sarah Sampino. Copyright 2015 by Suzana Thompson. Production copyright by Suzana Thompson.